And we're live. Welcome to Startup TNT Investment Summit number 4. I'm Zach Storms, founder of Startup TNT. Hey, everybody. So great to be back in person. I'm here with Tim Lin,
co-founder of Startup TNT.
Co-founder of Startup TNT. Guess where we met? Where did we meet? Let them all know.
Right here at Polar Park.
Right here at Polar Park. So awesome to be back at Polar Park. We got a really great day. You know, TNT stands for Thursday Night Tradition because we get together every single Thursday to hang out, have fun, make friends with the startup community. And you know what's exciting about today, Tim?
Well, we're back at Polar Park.
We're back at Polar Park. One thing. What else is exciting?
Well, we're going to have a whole bunch of investments. We're across the prairies.
Investments across the prairies. 2 years ago when we met, we were just hanging out here like a couple of people. We did this fun little investment summit, raised a few $100,000. How many cities are joining us now?
4 cities.
4 cities. Let's talk to one of them. Hey, Neil and Jade, how you guys doing down in Calgary?
Hey, we're doing great here. We're in Calgary, obviously, at Platform Calgary's new innovation center, and this place is awesome, and it's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, and we already got people in the stands. We would love to pan and show you, but we just can't right now. But yeah, we're ready to rock in Calgary.
Describe the scene for us. How's the energy? How's everybody feeling in that new facility?
Oh, the energy's crazy. We got people ready here. We got guys with goatees, clean-shaven people, young people, middle-aged people, Neil and I, who don't know how old we are. We're good.
Okay, that's amazing, guys. It's so awesome to have Platform Calgary hosting us down in Calgary today. And let's go to Jesse. Jesse, welcome
What's
to
up, Edmonton?
Hey,
Coming here live from Boffin's at Innovation Place. Fabulous place to be here. So thankful to our sponsors and for hosting us. And we've got a little crowd forming already, but I'm sure it'll get much bigger as the night goes on.
Okay, guys, we started a little bit late, so I think we should jump right into this amazing slideshow we prepared to tell you a little about what our process here, our organization, and what's going to happen tonight. So let's bring up those slides and get started. I'm really excited about our very first event, which is all about pitching. Okay, welcome to the summit. You know, we started off purely as a happy hour, meeting every single week. This is week 132. And we're meeting not just in Edmonton now. We got our friends in Calgary, our friends in Saskatoon meeting with us. We even are meeting up in Regina now and then as well. And our philosophy is simple. Have fun, make friends, build companies. We heard about this fun little thing called an investment summit that some friends were doing in Seattle. And I said to Tim, we should try this out. And what did you say?
Of course.
Of course we should try it out. It's such an amazing way to introduce new investors into our ecosystem and basically build one cohesive community of entrepreneurs and angel investors. And look at those stats. We tried it out once 2 years ago, and since then we've raised $3.9 million. Hey-o, cheers to investors investing in their local startups. Yeah, you guys probably can't hear me on Zoom call. There's a massive crowd shouting right now. And we're going to increase that number tonight. We're going to increase that number tonight for sure. I mean, look at this summit that we're having right now. We had 100 applicants across 2 provinces. We got 15 finalists pitching tonight. We had 80 plus investors participating. Give us a little taste of what's going on behind the scenes. Like, what's happening right now? What have you been doing like last couple of days, Tim?
Well, there's a whole bunch of action as we try and get all these deals finalized. There's 15 awesome companies that are pitching tonight. All of them are on the table for investment. We have the pre-committed money that Zach will maybe talk about. That's going to the winner, but of course, the investors have only invested $5,000 into that one, and they're going to sit around there going, "Well, oh, this company in Calgary is awesome. We should do that one." And the one in Saskatchewan, and company number 2, number 3. You know, I'll chuck $5,000 at a whole bunch of them. So we're here to syndicate these deals and get things off the ground, and really excited to invest a whole bunch of money into these startups.
Yeah. So Tim, tell them a little bit about the background. Like a lot of people tuning in now, they're like, "Okay, this is a pitch event," but what is it really, Tim?
Oh, it's really a deal screening process.
Tim and I have this thing where I don't show them the slides that we're going to talk about, and I just tell them to do it live on the show.
Oh, it's fantastic.
So, but anyways, all the companies apply. The investors work together as a team to screen all the deals over roughly a 2-month time period. It all culminates tonight. So we got 5 companies from Edmonton, 5 from Calgary, 5 from Saskatchewan, all pitching live to us here tonight. Well, some of them are doing it in person, some are doing it by Zoom. You know, we're a hybrid world right now. We're really excited about it. And we will be crowning minimum 1 investment per city tonight. So that's a minimum of 3. Are there going to be side deals?
100%.
That's some confidence right there. That is some confidence. Okay. Agenda for tonight. Just want to make sure everyone understands what's going on. So we've got a couple of hours here. So some fun panels, little warm up. We got this really fun thing coming up right now, which is Pitch is Blind.
Oh yeah.
You know what that is, Tim?
I'm doing it right now. It's pretty blind for me.
It's what Tim does every time he co-hosts with me. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna do a virtual lab tour. We're gonna learn about VendAsta. We're gonna do a meeting with Paul Singh. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And then we've got 2.5 hours of back-to-back pitches. We got a VC pitch night, and then of course our investment decisions announced live before our very eyes.
5.5 hours before we get to that, though. We got a whole adventure ahead of us,
Okay,
everybody.
so I skipped ahead here. I do want to remind everyone, after parties are happening, so you can actually join as of now. People are already flowing in here in Edmonton, Park, down in Calgary. They're staying at the Innovation Center. Saskatoon's over at Boffin's, and Regina is at Cathedral Social Hall.
What?
Now listen, it takes a community.
Hold on. Right now, Regina's at Path Co-working. The after party in Regina is at Cathedral Social Hall. Don't show up there. You can have a beer there. It's all good, but then go to Path.
Okay, that's important. They are moving locations. The rest of us are staying put. That's important.
But
Thank you, Tim.
happy to help.
See, the importance of pitching together. Look at these great sponsors that we have. We're going to be giving them shout outs throughout the night. But one thing that I like to mention to people is that our sponsors are like fully integrated into our community. Some of these people, like if I get a shout out to Accelerate Fund and Alberta Enterprise, the very first time we did this, we just had like a general call that we want to do a fun event. Who wants to help us? And both of them raised their hands and said, we can put a little money into it. They're still supporting us.
And they invest with us.
And
very often.
Yeah, and they co-invest. Well, the Accelerate Fund has co-invested in at least 2 of the deals we've done.
True.
There's a company pitching tonight that's raised some money from the Accelerate Fund. And then we have people like, speaking of investing with us, people like CBRE that help out office space in town have also invested with us. So we'll give them these proper shout outs throughout the night. But
Oh boy.
to our sponsors. Someone's not on mute. And then we also have community partners. Last group I want to give a nice warm shout out to. Slides are not progressing though. So can you guys make it to the next slide? My clicker died. Our community supporters. So these are people in the community giving us a little bit of money to help run these things. You see a mixture of service providers, investors, entrepreneurs. I even see a guy named Tim Lim on that.
I see a guy named Zach Storms on that.
Everybody's contributing to this thing. It's a community job out here. Okay, let's do a time check. What time is it?
I checked my watch, but I'll still not be 2:13.
2:13. Okay, we're right on schedule. The first event is the Pitches Blind Competition. And we've got 3 amazing contestants. We've got Matt Stefan, Director of Collabs in Saskatoon. We've got Lazina McKenzie, Manager of the Threshold Impact Venture Mentoring Services here in Edmonton. And we've got Adrian Mitchell, one of our investors and the co-founder of a company that raised money at our last summit, Sherry Health. Can we check in with our contestants to make sure they're ready to go? We're gonna be starting with Matt Stefan. So
yeah, Matt's coming right on stage as we speak.
Okay, so as you're coming up on stage, Matt, I just want to remind the audience, these people have not seen these pitches. We created these. We got a crackpot team of people that created some pitches. The contestants are pitching them blind before our very eyes. They will auto progress for us. There is time for question period. And this is just a fun way to kind of get ready, get the rust out. We haven't done a whole lot of pitching lately. And so Matt Stefan, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah, he's good to go. Are you guys ready to, get this whole show on the road?
Give us a second to get your slides up, Matt.
I'm really excited to see what Matt has in store for us here with this awesome pitch.
Now,
Thanks
Matt,
for joining us, Matt.
the slides will auto progress, so we'll give you the signal, and then you get to take it away.
All right, I'm going to let you take it from here. It's your stage.
Awesome. Can everybody hear that okay?
Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I'm here to pitch the future, and I hope you're ready to come for this ride with me. Startup superheroes. They come in all shapes and sizes. But today we're talking about the ones that are saving the world one startup at a time. I am the founder of Startup Heroes. I've been working at this company literally since the day that I was born. I'm a startup superhero, and I hope that by the end of this pitch, you all will be as well. Now, what I'm looking to do today is accomplish an incredibly large vision, perhaps the largest vision that has ever been pitched on this stage. We have a 100% proven process for taking ordinary people and transforming them into startup superheroes. It just takes one phone call with me, the startup superhero, to assemble a team and absolutely crush it. What do I mean by crushing it? I mean making life-changing money for you, your community, and generations to come. We have a lot of competition out there. There's a lot of people that are trying to sell this dream, but I trust you, and I believe me when I tell you that none of these people on this slide can do what we do like we do it. There is way more data that I have to be able to pull from, but in a nutshell, we started on a flat line curve for the last 26 years. And in the last year, things have just gone to the absolute moon. This is a rocket ship that you do not want to miss because we're ready for takeoff. I mean, I'm having calls with people from across the world trying to fill these spots on my team. And we're not having a ton of success at this moment in time, but I really do believe that by the end of this pitch, these spots are going to be filled because this company, Startup Heroes, is, so as I said, it's going to the moon. I'm just going to flip to my next slide here because this is where we really get into the meat of it when things get really exciting. What is the product, you might be asking? 3 things: helicopters, parachutes, and laptops. Those coalesce into a $7 million ask that will propel the next generation of superhero founders. We're going to be taking them on these incredible experiences, transforming them, putting them in situations that you would not expect to make the next generation of startup founders. Like I said, life-changing money at stake here. This is my URL. That phone number doesn't work. It's disconnected, but feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, what a start. What a start. One of the best pitches I've heard in a very long time. Are there any questions for Matt? Jesse, any questions in Saskatoon for Matt?
Any questions from the audience?
Sweating.
So what inspired you to become a startup superhero?
That's a great question. I think it all started from a young age, really, with a love for superheroes and superhero movies, and combining that with a love for business. Those two things come together in the form of a startup superhero. I can't really describe it any other way.
Fabulous. Fabulous. Yeah, question from the audience here. Yeah. Why is Matt's company going to the moon?
Well, that's a really great question, and I'm glad that you asked it. Traction is the number one thing that we look at when we're trying to come up with our future state, and the traction, I think, just speaks for itself. You saw in that slide deck, we've done a lot, and I just can't wait to see what we're going to do in the future. Thank you.
And I agree. I can't wait to see what Startup Superheroes has got coming up next. So,
okay, Jesse, let's give one final round of applause. That was an amazing opening.
Absolutely. Way to start us off, Matt. Thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Matt. Great start to the event. It really blew my mind.
I haven't funded a helicopter company yet, but I'm for it. I'm in.
Just rolled with all the. Matt had never seen any of those slides before. He just rolled with it really well. Okay, our next presenter is none other than Lazina McKenzie. Lazina, are you here? I can't see you.
I'm right here.
Oh, there she is. Are you ready to pitch Fashion.ai, Lazina?
Hi, I'm Lazina McKenzie, founder of
Fashion. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm going to interrupt. Wait, sorry, guys. I think we started Lazina off on the wrong track. Sorry, Lazina. I just want to.
Okay, let me start again.
Wait, yeah. Okay, hold on. I have actually a quick opening. Just so everyone knows, Lazina actually used to be a stylist consultant. So she is very well positioned to pitch Fashion.ai. All right, take it away, Lazina.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Lazina McKenzie, founder and giant brains behind Fashion.ai. You yourself, yes, you might be too busy to style yourself. And that is where Fashion.ai comes in from this big brain right here. And so let me tell you a little bit more about what that actually means and what that actually is. As we know, most of you have really bad style and really bad fashion. And this is according to a very complete and a very thorough study from Fashion Week. All of them, all over the world. With Fashion.ai, we are your digital style consultant. All you have to do is submit a fashion image, we do some brain work, and in a box, you get new clothes, a whole new wardrobe, which is really a whole new you. Our competitors in this market, whoa, I don't think I knew about the first one actually, but I did know about the second one and the third one. These are our competitors for fashion.ai. And we're just taking on the world with this new plan and this new business. Our traction to date, we have a lot of subscribers to this service. We've been doing a lot of makeovers over the course of the last some period of time that this business has existed for. And we are the #1 choice for starlets on the red carpet. The team are these fabulous gentlemen and people right in front of you here. But again, as I mentioned, I am the big brain behind this fantastic business that is going to take off. So thank you very much for that. And I actually have one more slide, I think. I am asking for a $1.5 million to fund this very, very amazing business. And we are going to, by the time of March 2022, we are going to do 1 million makeovers and wardrobe upgrades. Again, my name is Lizina McKenzie, founder of fashion.ai, and this is not a real phone number. Thank you very much.
All right, well done, Lizina. Nice job, nicely done. Look at that. Ooh, a little fashion makeover to end it. Are there any questions from the audience for fashion.ai? Lizina, what does
my question, do you
Tim
think you
is
can help Zach? He wears this t-shirt every day.
And a shirt with patched elbows, I've noticed. Don't think I didn't notice. But yes, I can.
Yeah, I'm one of those 90%ers that has bad fashion. Okay, I think keeping an eye on the time, we might have to move to our last pitches blind contestants, which is none other than Adrian. But let's give Lizina one big round of applause. And then we're going to hand it off to our Calgary team. Is Adrian there live to do this down in Calgary, guys?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Adrian, welcome.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Adrian.
Perfect. Perfect. Does everyone here hear me? Great. Well, thank you very much for having me here. I'm here to introduce to you a company that our team affectionately named NFTZ, but you will come to know as a company that changed your life. What is an NFT? Well, I had a feeling, I wore my NFT hoodie, but these are other examples. This is a Bored Ape logo. In the middle, you got the Bored Apes. On the right of the screen, you've got the CryptoPunks. These things have been changing the world since 2017, turning JPEGs into dollars or Bitcoin or Ethereum since 2017. This is how you turn your kids' artwork into a college fund. So to introduce our company, NFTZ, it is the all-in-one platform that does it all. So what's a non-fungible token? Well, it's a unique image. We have AI prediction tools, and we trade in virtual reality as well as reality on the internet virtually. Our competitors, there's a lot coming, but really we are at early stages. If you guys follow any internet influencers, Gary Vaynerchuk, you will know that we are early in this space. NFTZ is poised to be at the top right of the Gartner quadrants. Traction over the past 6 months, massive, huge splat right above that blue bar above on the far right of the graph, where you want it to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that is where you should be going with your traction. And over the last 6 months, that's where we're heading. Our team, myself, I don't call myself a CEO, but that's the title. And then we have anonymous people from Cayman Islands and New York that we will represent with these NFTZ teasers. Our ask, $3 million so that I can buy more NFTs and you will reap the profits, a percentage of the profits when I sell them. Simple ask. There's really nothing we have to do. All the infrastructure is built. The AI is understood, and we've coded ourselves. And I am a living proof of someone who can wear a hoodie with an NFT on it. If you want to contact me, just reach out. You can find me on Discord. I'm surprised my Discord address isn't here. Vrasm, number sign 7721, or at NFTZ, or that phone number. Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed this. I've really enjoyed bringing the new financial tool to you all. It have changed your life, and you're welcome. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Well, I just want to start off and saying this was horse shit. There's no way that just Zach set this up just so we know the guy who sold an NFT has to talk about him. So it was rigged. How come BitCloud wasn't up there?
So I don't know why BitCloud wasn't up there. You'd have to ask their crying investors because they've fled the country. I don't know where they are. No one knows where they are. They are BREX again. He's fallen out of a helicopter somewhere in the world. I'm not that guy. You all know me, Vrasm, number sign 7721 on Discord. You all know who I am. You know where I live. I'm on stage showing you I believe in this company.
Everybody, thank you very much. Adrian, great pitch.
Any questions from Edmonton or Regina or Saskatoon?
Yeah, I have a question. Can you explain the fundamentals behind NFTs? Like, where's the fundamental value?
Fundamentally incredible. The art is unique. Anyone can do it, but not anyone can make it go to the moon. That's why you need NFTs.
All right. Thank you, Adrian. I think we can probably end questions there. Do we want to do a quick live vote for the winner, or are we going to crown all three of our pitch winners, guys? How we playing this?
Zach, I don't know if you're asking the room, but you made this up.
Yeah, well, we're gonna figure this part out on the fly. I think we should do a quick poll of the room for the winning pitch.
Everyone here's got their hands up for me.
I think Saskatchewan here is all pro Matt.
Everyone's gonna vote for their local person. Okay, who wants to vote for Matt? That was pitch number one. Who wants to vote for Matt? Your quick scan. You can cheer by voting or stomp your feet.
or in the chat too.
Or in the chat. What about Lazina McKenzie with Fashion AI? Can we hear her for that? Oh, Edmonton crowd getting loud. Getting loud. And finally for Adrian and NFT Easy.
Adrian.
Well, here in Edmonton, Lazina was the clear winner. What about down in Calgary, guys?
It was definitely Adrian came out ahead.
Way ahead.
And at Boffins, Jesse?
Sorry, repeat that.
You're out.
Was Matt crowned the winner at Boffins?
Oh, definitely. There was a resounding, overwhelming success, crowd pleasure here for his.
Well, at TNT, we like to have multiple winners. So if you thought that was hard, imagine how hard it's going to be for the investors tonight to pick winners.
What a segue.
Anyways, one big round of applause. Final thank you to everybody who joined us to kick this thing off. Really, really fun start. Thanks so much. We always like to kick things off with a fun little segue here, or segment here. Yeah, and actually now we are going to properly segue into a virtual lab tour with none other than Startup TNT alumni, Future Fields. They're calling in from their office, I believe, over in downtown Edmonton. Do we have Matt on the line yet?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Here he is. Look at this. Right on schedule.
Here I am.
Fine. We're back on track, Matt. Great to have you. So, just so everyone knows, we visited Matt's lab this week. We took a bunch of footage just to make it easier rather than doing it in person. So, Matt is the founder of Future Fields. They raised money at Startup TNT way back at our very first summit. Do you remember that, Matt? We raised $60,000 in February 2019.
Yeah, that's right.
It was on this stage. You were pitching on this stage live. And since then, what's happened? Give us a quick overview. What's happened since February 2019?
Oh, where to start? Well, global pandemic to start. Went from working in the lab to building a lab in my basement for a period of time to manage work from home with a lab. Built our team. We got a fantastic group here. We have 19 people on staff now. Built out our own lab, like an actual lab, not in my basement anymore, which is where I'm sitting right now in the office portion. Raised some more money. We went through Y Combinator, raised $2.5 million coming out of that. Yeah, we've been heads down on product development. We commercialized some products, and yeah, that's about it.
Well, Matt, we'd like to focus on this segment really about the science behind some cutting edge technologies being commercialized. So, Matt, you have a PhD. Remind us what the PhD is in.
Cell biology.
Cell biology. And what is the industry you guys are operating in? Can you give us a little overview of the industry that you're operating in right now?
Yeah, I think the umbrella term is cellular agriculture. So basically, this is this new industry where you can create traditional agriculture products like milk or meat by culturing cells in the lab instead of the need to raise an animal to harvest tissues from. So it encompasses, like I said, milk, meat, things like leather, even some new products being worked on. So basically anything that you would derive from an animal, we can create those by culturing cells from an animal instead of harvesting the tissues.
Culturing cells in a laboratory. And what do you guys specialize in within the cellular agriculture industry?
Yeah, so when we started the company, gosh, almost three and a half years ago now, we were a cultured meat company. We were focused on producing cultured chicken products. And it's through the process of prototyping, making our own chicken nuggets, we realized firsthand the challenges, the cost of production, the scale. And a lot of that's derived from the cost, the inputs in the process, basically the feed for the cells. So we went to work developing a solution to that, mainly to solve the problem for ourselves. And after we developed some technology around that, we pivoted the company. So now we're focused on being a B2B supplier of these key inputs in the process rather than creating the actual consumable products that the consumers would see.
You're a B2B supplier creating inputs into the process. Can you expand on that a little bit? What are the inputs, and what are you guys innovating in around how to produce those inputs?
Yeah, so at a high level, they're called recombinant proteins. So these are more complex biomolecules that basically serve as signaling factors for the cells. So if you want to grow cells outside of an animal, you need to tell them what to do. So these are things that aren't necessarily metabolized by the cells, but you need to give them cues for what to do. So if you want them to divide, you need to tell them to divide. So that's basically what we engineer and produce. So these types of products have been around for a long time, but they're classically very, very expensive and not built with scalable models. So we've developed a technology for producing those same components at a much more cost-effective level and at a much more scalable level.
Okay, well, I think we might be ready to start doing the virtual lab tour. But before we roll it, I just want to maybe make a comment or an observation, which is, Matt, I first read about your company. I actually remember it. There was an article in the Edmonton Journal, like very when you were first starting. And I had just finished a PhD and a postdoc myself, and I read about this local guy that was trying to build a cellular agriculture company, and I thought he was crazy. I'm like, that's never going to work in Edmonton. And here they are now. We're going to go tour their lab tour. There's like 19 people on your team at this point, Matt, something like that, and they're hiring more. So where's the lab located? You just moved into it, right?
Yeah, so we're just north of Grand McEwen here. We were in the Tech Center labs for about 2 years. That was where we called home for a long time, and it was fantastic. We loved it there. Great place to start, but ultimately we were taking up too much room. They said we need to make space for the next generation of companies. So we went out and found a building and retrofitted a lab in it to make it work for us, and that's where we are now.
Okay, I think we're ready. Dom, are we ready to roll the footage? Dom and I visited Matt. Nice little opening here. It was that snowy day a few days back. Here we go. There's your building. Do you guys have a doorman yet at the entrance?
Not yet. That'll be after the Series A, I think.
That's a Series A investment, of course.
Yeah.
Look at this. You're having a nice little business meeting with some people.
Yeah.
All right. I think we want to pause here, Dom. Can you pause this for us? When we were there, you told us there was like significance to this to this image. What is this image, Matt?
Yeah, that was our very first meeting. We're at Remedy Cafe, as you can see there, and it's timestamped. So that was May 12th, 2017. That was when the three of us, myself, Jolene, and Leggy, sat down and said, "Hey, we're gonna start a company." It was actually Leggy was the one that had the gumption to grab Jolene and I and say, "Let's do this." So yeah, that was the first time we sat down. I think we might have started hashing out a name at that point. But yeah, that's where it all began. So I'm glad I took that picture.
Okay, give us a little more background on your team. Jaylene is your wife.
She's our COO and my wife. Yes.
And Leggy?
Yeah, so Leggy's our chief product officer.
Yeah, and we should point out that both Matt and Jaylene are Edmonton Top 40 under 40. Congratulations, guys. Okay, I think it looks like I might be able to roll the tape for us. There it goes. Progressing. Okay, so you have this kind of common office space.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your office culture.
Well, I'd say it's, I mean, it kind of falls into that stereotypical startup sort of feel. I think we're pretty forward thinking, pretty innovative. We got people that put monthly math problems up on the board, as you can see here. So yeah, it's a product of a pretty eclectic group, something that I think we're pretty proud of.
And even here in the kitchen, you had a little spot where you had a little info session about each person.
Yeah, exactly. Like to get to know each other. We're big cyclists on the team year round, so we used our old, no longer functioning elevator as bike storage for the time being, because that's about all it's good for.
Okay. All right, now I think this image is to represent, I think, a key part of your process. We're about to go into the lab itself. What are we looking at here, Matt? What is this thing?
This is scientifically named Drosophila melanogaster. This is the key to our technological advantage, the humble fruit fly.
The humble fruit fly. You know, I think this is interesting because I have a background in chemical engineering, and I did a lot of work in traditional bioprocessing where you produce recombinant proteins in a bioreactor using bacteria.
Yeah.
But you guys are using fruit flies, which frankly sounded crazy to me. So why using fruit flies? How's that work?
Well, where to start? So when we started thinking about this problem and how to solve it, again, cost and scale were the two biggest things we needed to solve here. And it's kind of highlighted in something you mentioned. A lot of this comes down to the infrastructure that's required to traditionally produce these components. So if you're using a microbial system like yeast or bacteria, you're utilizing bioreactors. Bioreactors are super expensive, high CapEx up front. I mean, they're $250,000 a piece, usually very expensive to operate. I mean, you think you're basically having to heat 20,000 liters of liquid at all times. So very, very energy intensive and very expensive to operate. And basically, this has worked for a long time for certain applications like pharma and R&D. But that system breaks when you try to scale it to the level and costs that are required for this new industry, cellular agriculture, because you need a lot of them and you need them at ultra low costs. So what we do is we utilize the fruit fly as basically as mini bioreactors. So we transgenically modify the insects to produce protein of interest. So, for example, our first product is a growth factor called FGF2. So we have a stock of fruit flies that express stably FGF2. So we're basically at that point, we become half insect farmers, half biochemists. So we have stable stocks of fruit flies that we rear at large scale that produce these proteins, and then we can harvest the growth factors from the transgenic stocks of flies.
Okay. And I think the concept of a fruit fly as a bioreactor is brilliant. In chemical engineering, there's a lot of time and effort put into scale up, putting into trying to figure out how would you mimic what happened at a lab scale at an industrial scale, because it always changes significantly, and you're just basically avoiding that entire problem. Can you share?
Exactly. Yeah.
Can you share a little bit with us on like the fruit fly life cycle and how it actually works in your lab or like on on a commercial scale?
Yeah, so we keep our flies in basically simple plastic cages. They get fed a simple food. We're kind of in the process of iterating on that because we're kind of translating this process that's been used at a small scale in academia, because fruit flies have been used as a genetic workhorse for like a century, and we're trying to scale that up now. So there's a good formulation for keeping fruit flies happy in academia, and now we're transitioning that. So we are iterating on the food process. But basically what we do is we rear them in these cages with a food that's almost like a pudding, but a little bit thicker. And basically they lay eggs in the food. Those eggs hatch into larvae. The larvae basically spend the first few days of their life eating constantly. They basically, their mouths are in the food. Their asses are sticking out of the food, and they breathe through their ass. And they're just eating food constantly. And then once they hit that nutrient switch where they've accumulated enough biomass, they will start to crawl out of the food up on the sides of the walls of the cage, where they'll eventually pupariate into cocoons. They spend a day or two in that state, and then they hatch into adults. And we actually harvest our proteins at the adult stage. So once that population reaches adulthood, we would then harvest the insects for protein work.
So once they're ready to be harvested, let's walk through the harvesting process, because you showed it to us in the lab here. How do you first kill the flies to harvest proteins?
Yeah, so they get anesthetized with CO2. It's a pretty quick, easy process. They get frozen. So we put them into a freezer, freeze them, and then they get stored in a frozen state. So when our protein biochemists go to isolate product, they're taking from a frozen stock of flies. Right now, so when they take them right now, what we do is we mechanically homogenize them into a buffer. So basically we're grinding them up. And then after that, it's pretty analogous to traditional methods where we're removing insoluble materials through centrifugation, filtration, and then moving on to more classic biochemical steps like chromatography, basically getting down to a more pure product, which is the protein of interest.
Can you I think we have a question from the audience.
Yeah, Colin's asking.
Okay, Colin has a question. Colin, go ahead. I have a question too. Let's take Colin's question.
I'll repeat it for you.
We try and translate, because you probably didn't hear Colin's question. We'll try and translate for you.
I didn't hear anything.
Sounds like the fruit fly process that you're using to produce recombinant proteins has been around for a while. And maybe like, where is the innovation, or where's the translation from using traditional methods to doing this on a massive scale?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, fruit flies have been used as a genetic workhorse for a long time, and typically that's to do things like model human diseases. So they will express, say, a human protein in Drosophila as a way of modeling that disease at the molecular level. But again, this is typically done to observe some sort of phenotype, right? So they can study a disease, because fruit flies are kind of one of the smallest, easiest multicellular organisms that we can work with. So we can study things that have effects on certain tissues. Yeah, it's true that there's a lot of transgenic work that's been done. They'll express recombinant proteins, but again, typically that's for R&D, so they can study the effects on the animals and basically come up with some conclusions that would lead to a new drug or a new therapy. What we're doing is, instead of utilizing it as a production system, and then rearing the fruit flies at a large scale to isolate that protein of interest. There's been some insect recombinant protein production at larger scale done, not typically in Drosophila and things like cabbage looper moths. But the key difference of what we do versus those systems is these are stable integrations. So the fruit flies are being transgenically modified, so they're stably expressing these proteins, Whereas these other systems, they'll use something called a baculovirus system, where they're basically having to infect the insects every time they want to produce, because baculovirus is not stable. So they'll infect the insects with a baculovirus, expresses the protein, and then they'll isolate it. But then they're having to infect every time, which creates scaling challenges.
Okay, great. Colin says it's genius. He's very impressed. So it's been done sort of a scientific study. You guys are taking it next level now on a commercial scale.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, with this conversation, I forgot the question I was going to ask. Actually, now I remember it. So I know from my past learnings in chemical engineering that the separation processes are often the most expensive part of any one of these bioprocesses. So by doing this in a fly, are you reducing those costs on like a per product basis, or is it in line with existing separation process costs?
Yeah, it's in line at the moment, but we got some new stuff on the go that I can't really talk about that will create some further cost reductions, some new innovations. A lot of it around the way the protein is extracted. So less about the biochemical techniques, more about the way that we're pulling it on the fly. We're very, very excited about it. But like I said, I can't share anything yet because this could lead to some very interesting IP. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it is very similar to other methodologies. But the nice thing is, and part of the reason we can reduce costs more is with cellular agriculture and the applications being used, high purity products aren't unnecessary. You know, we can have some residual Drosophila proteins and components in there. And as long as it's not cytotoxic to the cells, as long as it's safe and ultimately performs well, that's all that really matters. So we can reduce costs further by having a more efficient process that isn't quite so stringent and allows us to cut costs that way too.
Thanks, Matt. Okay, tell us a little bit about what this machine is. This is a classic separate machine.
That is a very expensive piece of chromatography equipment, definitely the most expensive piece of equipment in the lab. This is a system, it's basically a really expensive pump for moving fluid through certain things. In this case, these columns, which I'm holding here. So that has a biochemical properties in that resin that allows it to bind to specific things. So it's a way of pulling out our protein of interest and letting everything else flow through in the process. So it's just a way of purifying proteins. So yeah, like I said, a really expensive pump is basically what it is.
And so just for our understanding, these are all standard processes. Your innovation is more on the rearing of the flies and that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's not to say there won't be further innovations on these things. I mean, every product is going to have a separate process that's developed and could definitely lead to some innovations. We have some brilliant people on the team that are working on these things. So right now, a lot of the downstream stuff is analogous to other types of technologies, but most of our innovation, yes, is in the upstream work.
All right, so once it goes through these separation processes and you're getting like a purified product, what are the final steps here that you do in your lab before you ship it off to a customer?
Yeah, so once it's kind of polished in a purified state, we've moved to lyophilized product. So basically freeze drying it. That's more typical with industry standards. So you're not really shipping a liquid or a frozen product. You freeze dry it, which makes it more efficient for shipping, and it's more stable. So instead of shipping something that needs to stay frozen, you can ship something basically at room temperature that's in a freeze dried state. We were shipping frozen stuff, and it was a huge headache for Jolene. She was handling all our shipping stuff. It was just a nightmare because basically as soon as you send it, you're watching the clock because you're running on a dry ice every second. And as soon as the dry ice is gone, your product's ruined. So it was a very time intensive process. So now our products are lyophilized. They're packaged in these nice boxes and shipped to happy customers all over the world. We've shipped to 16 different countries now. So every country's a learning process.
Tell us a little bit about, what can you share publicly about your customers? I know it's a relatively small industry that you're in. How many people are operating in it? How many have you interacted with? How many have you tried out your product so far?
Yeah, so there's anywhere between 80 to 100 companies in the space now, depending on who you ask and like what actually qualifies as a cell ag company. So we've sent product to 38 different companies. So close to half the industry has received a product of ours in some way. A lot of those are in a validation phase where they're in some form of validating the product. And we have a handful that have gone through validation. They've shown that, hey, your stuff kicks ass. We want to buy some. And now they're, like I said, very happy customers. So yeah, there's a range of levels of those relationships.
Yeah, okay, that's really impressive. You know, you're talking to something like 50% of the players in the industry. Okay, I think we're almost done with the physical tour there. Is there any more footage there, Dom? But we have a few more minutes, so I wouldn't mind getting a couple of thoughts from you, Matt. You know, here, I'll ask this question, which is, you have a PhD, you now are an entrepreneur. What kind of advice do you give to someone else who might be, you know, in universities all around the world thinking to themselves, I'd like to build a company like that with my research one day?
Yeah. I mean, I guess number one, you got to put yourself out there. You can't expect people and resources to fall into your lap. I kind of made that mistake where when we did start the company, I just kind of, you know, we were working on things and we were figuring things out, but I don't think I was putting myself out there enough and talking to enough people. I think the one thing that's become really apparent is the power of networking. You know, just getting out there, talking to people. If Startup TNT was around back in 2017, you know, I would have had to have been there, right? Like that's, you learn a lot by talking to people and trying things, you know. Leggy and I started pitching investors in early 2019, actually shortly after that Edmonton Journal article came out that you were talking about, and we didn't know what the hell we were doing. Like our pitch was horrible. Like it was the first guy we pitched to. He was so nice. He almost kind of like coached us through it in the process. He was probably one of the nicest VCs you'll ever meet. And he knew we didn't know what the hell we were talking about. But all those pitches that we did it was trial by fire. We learned so much just by doing. And that, I mean, that's just pitching and that's one thing, but so many things. It's just, everything's, you know, it's constantly trial by fire. You just got to get out there, do things. Don't be afraid to make mistakes and have fun with it. Don't take yourself too seriously.
And, you know, Matt, what about building a company here in Edmonton? You know, you're building a company with, you know, in a very, you know, fast moving, I'll still call it niche space. A lot of people don't know about it. Very technical, deep tech. And you're doing it right here in Edmonton, as opposed to, you know, some other well-known center. Why are you staying in Edmonton? And what is it like building your company here in Edmonton versus Boston or San Francisco?
Honestly, I think Edmonton is the perfect place to build a deep tech company, especially in the biospace, and for a few reasons. I mean, number one, what we do is very capital intensive. You need a lot of cash to do R&D, especially in deep tech, especially in biotech. You know, the equipment, the lab space, it's all very expensive. It all costs a lot less here. Physical space is much cheaper. You know, our rent per square foot is like orders of magnitude cheaper than like one of those tier one cities in the US. And that's kind of in combination with a fantastic, amazing talent pool. You know, most of our team has come directly from the U of A, which is like, you know, a fantastic research institution, trains amazing people. And we've just been able to scoop a lot of people from there. So it's kind of this combination of low cost, high talent. And there's a lot of space, you know, there's a lot of urban sprawl here. So it's not like you're fighting, like quite literally fighting for space in downtown San Francisco or something. There's a lot of room to grow. So I think it's like a number of these elements make it just a perfect place to build a company. And we plan to continue building this company here.
And Matt, okay, that's great. That's great to hear. Who are the investors that are backing your company? You know, you raised a little bit of money privately, but I know you've raised a lot more money from national and international VC firms. Are they specializing in cell ag, or are they just these generalist VCs? Who are these people that are investing in your business?
Yeah, so our lead investor is a group called B Partners. They're based out of San Francisco. They're more of a deep tech fund. They invest not a ton into SynBio, a few investments, but a lot of work in like robotics and even space technology and stuff. So definitely, they're definitely a group that has the vision for some of these more long-term investments in deep technology. We got some support from groups like Pioneer Fund, who they're basically a YC alumni group. And then a lot of that is just, smattering of angel investors. We have a lot of individuals who have been, really, really good to us. And then of course, the government granting agencies in Canada and Alberta specifically are kind of unparalleled. Like we've been able to leverage so much grant funding here. It's just been amazing. Alberta Innovates, IRAP, Green STEM program. These are all fantastic groups that have supported us, and we're so grateful for that.
Okay. And what about the next 12 months, Matt? What's the next 12 months look like for Future Fields?
Yeah, so we're starting to go into fundraising mode. More specifically, that's me going into fundraising mode. So we're geared up for Series A sometime early in the new year, which, assuming goes successfully, will unlock a lot of things for us, specifically around, further expansion and production capacity, building out more infrastructure specifically for insect rearing. We're going to build a little mini insect agriculture operation somewhere, whether it's here in our building or offsite. Going hard on things like regulatory and just building more products, building more team. Right now, the hiring plan will put us at about 50 people in about 12, 18 months. So that's kind of the trajectory we're hoping.
50 people in 12 to 18 months. Well, that's pretty awesome. I almost feel like we should maybe end on that note, because I just want to remind people, when we met Matt at Startup TNT nearly 2 years ago, it was just the founders. And the very first person you guys hired was someone who was helping us at the time organizing that, Chris Federley. So congratulations, Chris, for joining this amazing team. How's Chris doing on your team?
Oh, he's amazing. He's the best thing that ever happened at Future Fields.
Really? Best thing that ever happened. Cultivated here.
I say that sincerely. I'm not joking.
Well, a lot of us know Chris. He's an amazing guy. A lot of positive things to say about him. I hope you're listening, Chris. We love stories like this where people join startups, and I think that are there any final questions for Matt? We've got time for like one or two questions if anybody wants to ask one.
Matt, you were talking about you were planning on making meat, and now you're making the picks and shovels for other people to do it. When do I get to buy a cultured meat, chicken nugget from McDonald's? When's this going to happen? When do I get my hands on one of these?
Well, if you want, you can fly to Singapore right now, and you can do that. There's a restaurant that's selling chicken nuggets produced by a group called Just. You can go there and buy, I think it's a 4-pack for $50. So if you want to fork out $50 for 4 cultured chicken nuggets, you got to go to Singapore, but you can do it. So
it sounds like I know where your closing dinner for your Series A is going to be.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But more seriously, it'll probably be a few more years before it penetrates into Canada, and by the time it's like in a grocery store, we're even further out. So it'll be a while, but it's progressing super fast. This industry is moving at lightning speed.
Well, Matt, I think unless there's one final question, we might have time for it. I think we might wrap it up here. Going once, going twice. Let's call it here, Matt. Thanks so much. Awesome tour of Future Fields. Great to have you here working in Edmonton, building your company. And we're excited to track your progress over the next few months as you guys grow. And we'll be looking forward to eating chicken nuggets ourselves pretty soon.
That's right. All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you, Matt. All right. Our next feature. Thanks, Matt. Our next feature, we're actually going to head over to Jesse in Saskatoon. Jesse's already ready to go. Look at him there.
I am ready to go, and it was so great to hear that see that virtual lab tour from Future Fields as someone who doesn't eat meat. I'm excited to try some of those chicken nuggets myself. So, we're really excited to have a hometown favorite here with us today. Someone who's recently raised a large amount of money. They just raised $119.5 million earlier this year. Jeff Tomlin with VendAsta. He's a born and raised Saskatchewan entrepreneur, studied economics here, and now is the chief marketing officer for VendAsta. He's pitched hundreds of times, he says, possibly thousands. So we're excited to see their OG deck from back in 2013 when they were making their first raise. And we'll pass it off to Jeff here now. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
We're just gonna share screen. Sorry. See the slides. All right, Jeff, take it away.
Sweet. Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Everyone hear me? I get a thumbs up. Yeah, from the crowd. So this was actually not our original deck. Our first round of funding was back in 2008. So this is actually for our second round of funding. One of the things I noticed, our graphic design game really stepped up over the years. So this is going back 10 years, back in the day of Camel Case and Drop Shadow. And this was our deck. Now, this particular deck we put together for 10-minute lightning rounds. I think that we were doing down in a group of, I think around San Diego at the time. So I should be able to do this in less than 10 minutes because I did it in the past. But this is what our pitch was back then. So VendAsta at the time provides small and medium businesses, SMBs, reputation management tools to manage their brands and improve local marketing efforts. These tools are white labeled and sold through channel partners, so not directly to SMBs, but through a channel. And we're seeking $8 million to help us deliver on market demand. A little bit about the team. VendAsta was founded in 2008 by 7 senior IT executives who had between 8 and 15 years working experience together. Some of the past successes that we had as a group, we built, maintained, and supported Caterpillar's used global trading system, CAT used, for quite a long time. We built a real estate platform from the ground up and grew it to a user base of over 165,000 realtors in 84 countries. And we raised $3 million of venture funding in the summer of 2008, 6 months after we founded VendAsta. We're currently leading a team of 40 employees based in sunny Saskatoon. The market problem facing the SMBs, which are the users in this case of the technology that we're building, the new media has changed the game for SMBs. Their brand is now defined by what their customers say about them rather than what they say about themselves. And with that, consumer behavior has changed, and that's driving the problem for SMBs. Consumers now trust user-generated content more than traditional forms of advertising. This has not only created challenges for SMBs, but also for traditional media companies. And so the media companies in this case are our customers. They're the channel partners. And the problem that they're seeing is that a lot of traditional media entities seeing this massive decline in traditional revenue, and they're looking to integrate digital solutions into their offerings to offer their small and medium business advertisers to make up for this lost revenue. That's creating a massive opportunity for the two of us. So the solution in this case is to partner with media organizations and large enterprises that have massive sales forces, pre-existing relationships with SMBs, they already have brand equity, and make a solution that's brandable, easy to sell, and easy to sell with limited data. And hopefully we can make it work automatically for time-starved SMBs. The feedback that we got in our early research was in the channel for these media companies, the salespeople didn't want to do anything. The SMBs really didn't want to do anything. So the product had to be easy to sell, easy to provision, easy to manage, and white labeled for our channel partners. So the reputation management solution looked a little bit like this. We had an intelligence report for individual locations. We had brand reports for multi-location businesses that helped them understand what people are saying about them and where they were listed online. We had a concierge solution, which helped our channel partners layer services over top of the technology, helped them do work like responding to reviews on behalf of the customers. And then we had solutions to build their online presence and reputation through mobile sites and social marketing, the new solutions that we have at the time. These products are delivered to SMBs in a single login we call Business Center. One place to log into to manage all the products and services that they're purchasing. And then the customers, the SMB customers that the channel has is managed in a place that we call Partner Center. So let's see if we can keep going here. So this is what the product looks like and what it does. Finds all the different places that a business is listed online. It lists all of the inaccuracies in the actual name, address, phone number, or NAP data, and shows a way to correct those. We find all of the user-generated content on those listings, so the online reviews, and we show trends in the sentiment and the categories of the conversation. We pull those forward. We find unstructured mentions. These are mentions across news sites, blogs, and social networks, and we show what the sentiment around those mentions are. We show the activity on their own social profiles as well as the audience growth. A share of voice comparison, so a business can compare particular search themes and see how they compare against businesses that they compete against in their local market. And lastly, we take these results and we bundle them up on a weekly basis and we send them to the business so the business doesn't actually need to log into the software. And we also send alerts as we find content and send proactively to the business. For multi-location brands, we have a roll-up report so that they can quickly see how all of their locations are performing across the brand. Brands that are on our platform at this period of time include Ford, Chrysler, and the Bank of America. Our concierge platform helps our channel partners do work on behalf of their customers, like responding to reviews and fixing the NAP data across all of these listings. They can provide do-it-for-me solutions, that's what we call it. Mobile sites help improve their the SMB presence, and our brand new social marketing tool helps them monitor social accounts, post across a number of different channels that they manage, and generate new business leads. The revenue model looks something like this. We charge between $5 and $12 per SMB location for the reputation management solution, and that's based on the volume that the channel partners are selling. And then we layer in the extended product line to increase the ARPA across our channel partner base. Contracts, this is the number of channel partners. We had a little over 70 channel partners at the time. Almost everyone selling our reputation management product, and you can see that we're now just starting to layer in the new products that we're bringing to market, and we're showing some success being able to do that. By the way, it's driving me nuts. My son was playing around with my computer, and he got this Chrome extension I think he put on to make this hair show up, these yellow lines on my, what a guy, eh? Anyways, back to the presentation. So at the time, we have 70 channel partners, which represent some of the largest media institutions in the world. We also have pure play digital companies that we've signed, like web.com. And this is just in the last year and a half. This is a look at our revenue and our historic product revenue. We've had extremely strong growth in reputation management, and that's bolstered by revenue from our brand new products that we've been able to layer in across that. $750,000 in revenue in Q2. We're expecting to almost double that to 1.3 million in Q4. This is our go-to-market strategy right now. We're focusing on the IYP, newspaper, interactive agencies, SEO agencies, CMRs, and platform providers across Canada and the US. We work with key consultancies to gain introductions to decision makers at these large organizations, as well as participating in industry events and providing thought leadership. The key business development and sales success that we're having is in a very tight-knit set of industry circles. At the same time, we're building out an agency-focused sales force to go after small and mid-market agencies. In a very short period of time, we've been able to elevate ourselves to a market leader in this space. That's just in the past year and a half, and with this investment, we'll be able to accelerate our innovation even faster. Product revenue is growing from 550,000 in 2011 to an expected 2.2 million in 2012. We expect that to grow to $10 million next year. And you can see our margins are very impressive. And so just to conclude, our success stems from many years of experience in this space, leveraging industry-leading platforms, being able to forge partnerships with some of the largest institutions across Canada and the US. And this $8 million investment, we would look forward to growing our success in the future. And that was the pitch. And I think I did that in less than 10 minutes. I think it was 8.
Fabulous.
Thank you so much, Jeff, for walking us through that pitch. And just for those that are watching on the Zoom call, the room started filling up as he was going, and he was such a professional that he didn't even, but not phased at all, and just kept going through his presentation. Yeah, he's when you've done these pitches a lot of times, right? I'm sure you've seen it all when it comes to an audience, right?
Worked with a lot of different audiences, and both like big investors and stuffy boardrooms, and yeah, you learn to try to block things out. But anyway, it's
yeah. So you mentioned at the beginning that this is actually the deck for your second raise. So tell us a little bit about that first raise. Like, how much was it, and how did you get it?
Yeah, like we got it with a serious horseshoe up our ass. Legitimately, when I look back on it, our very first office was here in Innovation Place when we started out, and so we had many Friday afternoons here in Boffins, drinking a pint or two. But when we started VendAsta in 2008, we were able to start the company because we landed a contract. I alluded to in this deck that we had a track record in the heavy equipment space, and so we had a big contract with Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers to build some proprietary software for them, and to help them do appraisals out in the field. And that was a $3 million contract, and they prepaid some of it up front. And so we were really lucky. We were able to leverage that relationship to actually be able to eat. And so we started that in January of 2008, and we started working on a plan to build our own thing, because we didn't want to be a consultancy. We wanted to build our own proprietary platform. So we put a plan together, and the first part of luck was that there were a couple of VCs right across the hallway from us in the Atrium building, or no, rather Concourse building here at Innovation Place, and they were with Victoria Park Capital. And Victoria Park Capital was a VC that was investing money on behalf of Investment Saskatchewan at the time. And we got to be really good friends with them. They were looking to broaden their portfolio out. Almost all of their investments were in traditional Saskatchewan industries, heavy ag, heavy energy sector, and they wanted to get into the tech space. So they were motivated to find a deal. And we put together a business plan. We didn't have a product. We didn't even have a reference implementation. We didn't have any customers, no paying customers. So nothing to prove out that our idea would be successful. We really leveraged our track record and the success that we had with Caterpillar and the success we had building up this massive real estate platform. And they believed in us. And we had to get a little creative. It was a bit of a risk because it wasn't a traditional investment. It wasn't a traditional investment deal. We had to sign like the founders of the company. We had to sign a personal guarantee for the money, and so we were really putting our butts in the line.
Wow, that's impressive. One of the things I like so much about that story is how similar your experience was to what happens with TNT, right? Happy hour, having drinks with other investors, other entrepreneurs, and that's how you build those relationships that eventually led to investment. And then that's such an incredible story to hear. One thing I found interesting was like kind of seeing your journey. It's like you've obviously changed a lot since then. You know, I actually went through the VendAsta sales process at one point, so I kind of got some exposure to what the products you're selling now. And why don't you tell us a little bit more about like how it changed going from this round where you're raising 8 million on the deck that you just talked about to raising 40 million on the subsequent round?
Yeah, so we had to evolve our business, and as with anything, you know, I'll give you the super quick background. On the first round, the idea was nothing resembling what our business is today. The original idea was to create like a social network for homeowners to share inspiration about home renovations and home projects and all things home related. And that was on one side. And then on another side, we were going to create a community of home service providers by providing and creating a free reputation management tool for them. And we're going to put the two audiences together and try to monetize transactions. And so very, very quickly as you guys know, you got to be agile and figure out what's working and what's not working in the early days. And the homeowner, the social network really wasn't taking off. But there was this huge demand for online reputation management, and people would pay for it, and we needed to start generating revenue. And there was a clear path to working with a channel rather than building our own massive sales force at the time. So at that point, we pivoted and we just focused on white labeling our reputation management solution, selling it through channel partners. And from that, we built out a suite of products that you saw in this deck. And one of the things that we learned early on is that if you're going to sell through a channel, you have to enable the channel. And so we started building sales tools for the channel so that they could sell these products more efficiently. And that began our path down building the, sorry, I'm not holding this thing right. I apologize to the, I apologize to the guys online. So, so we started building a platform for the channel to leverage to help them sell and market these solutions more effectively. And so we started building a sales and marketing automation platform for them. And so that was in around the 2014 phase. And as we got into 2016 and 17, we were building other products and bolting them on. And we finally realized that we couldn't build all of the products that our customers wanted, but damn it, we tried. And we really extended ourselves further. So we decided at the time to start building a marketplace so that we could integrate other third-party products that our customers wanted to sell. And we wouldn't have to build them all ourselves, but we would handle all of the integration and give their customers one place to log in. And so in 2016, 17, 18, we were focused on building out the marketplace around the platform. And then as we got into 2019 was the year that we raised our $40 million round, and we began focusing on building a complete end-to-end platform. So everything that the channel would need to market, sell, bill, and fulfill SaaS solutions to small and medium businesses. And that's what we're focused on today, and what helped us raise this last round.
So when you're raising those rounds, right? You told us the first round you raised that through people that you got to know locally here that had some representatives locally here in Saskatoon anyway. But how did you raise that 8 million and that 40 million round? Where did you have to go to find the investors for that? And what was it like to pitch probably a few times on both of those rounds?
Yeah, we like all over the place, like literally, like when you're in business, you really have to focus on building out your network, especially when you're in a startup space and you're raising money. And you think that your path to growth is going to be through venture or some sort of investment like that. You really have to focus on and make time for building out your network. So we reached out to a lot of different investment companies across Canada. We went down in the States. We were in pitch competitions down in San Francisco, down in San Diego, to get people to know us. Luckily, the types of companies that we were partnering with or bringing on as customers, they were really, really large media institutions. Through them, we got to know other people in the investment space, and through some of the events we were going to find customers. They also introduced us to investment opportunities, and that took us to places like New York to pitch, Miami, Little Rock, Arkansas, of all places. Stevens Capital was down there. So we pitched all over the place, and we did a ton of pitches. And if I was to pass on advice to people, no matter what stage that you're on, don't get discouraged by the no's. This one deck, I'm sure that we pitched that to 60 different investors, and probably every round we went, dozens and dozens and dozens of pitches. All of the investors have a different type of the way that they shape their portfolio. They have different investment theses. So what might appeal to one investor does not appeal to another, and it's nothing wrong with you. Well, it could be something wrong with you. You could have a really bad idea, and that's no way around that. But a lot of times, it may not be you. It's just the way that they look at the world and the bucket of things that they'll put into their investments, and you may not fit into that. And don't get discouraged by it. Just keep pitching.
Just keep pitching. I love that. Leading into our pitches tonight. You got any kind of horror stories of a pitch where maybe you thought going in it was going to go one way and it all of a sudden went a completely different way, or maybe even the opposite where you came in thinking it was maybe a disaster and you came out and the investor was like, yeah, at the end of the day they ended up putting some money in?
Yeah. So actually, that Little Rock, Arkansas was a little bit of an interesting one. Company was called Stevens Capital, so they were pretty big conglomerate, but their head office was in Little Rock, and there was a big tower in Little Rock, and they were on the very top of it, and they had an absolutely epic boardroom looking over the river, and we were pretty gobsmacked, but when we walked into this massive boardroom, really old institution, old money, and I remember after we were done pitching, almost like barn doors opened up and they had a table set for lunch and like 6 servers standing around. It was I felt like I do not belong here. But the weird thing about that was we were testing the waters, pitching ourselves with another company that we were dabbling with the idea of merging with, and we went in with the pitch with them, and these guys felt that they had a much stronger track record, and if anyone was going to get the deal done, it was going to be them. And as we did it felt a little disjointed a little bit because we were trying to pitch the 2 companies, but as an entity. And halfway through the pitch, the gentleman at Stevens Capital looked across the table and he said, "I understand what you guys do," pointing to us, "and the value that you bring. I don't understand how you guys add any value to this equation," pointing to the other people that we were with. And then it created this really awkward dynamic after that. But since that, we didn't do anything of the sort.
Wow. I mean, that's an interesting experience. Thanks for sharing that with us. I thought it was fascinating too. You mentioned the boardroom, because having been in VendAsta's newest boardroom, you have a pretty epic view of the river here in Saskatchewan as well. Maybe you took a little inspiration from that. This is someone who like is probably spent a lot of time looking at other pitches. Like, what are sort of the core things that you in a pitch that you feel like maybe the 3 things you really got to make sure that you get across in your pitch?
Oh, good question. I think so. It depends on the stage and the level that you're looking at, right? Like, so early stage, very early stage, you want to really make sure that you've proven out your idea, that you've got the market research, and you've got something there, and there's going to be demand for whatever you're going to be selling. The second part is you really want to make sure that you can prove out that you can not only you can generate demand, and you can do so in some sort of efficient manner, and you can successfully close customers. So like the early stage, you're proving out, hey, I've got product market fit for some sort of idea. So I've got product market fit, and then I've got go-to-market fit. Even if the economics of it aren't quite like wicked, you have to show that you can at least efficiently generate demand and you can generate sales. And so in this pitch deck, one of the reasons why we were successful is because, in a year and a half period of time, we were able to really ramp sales. And what challenged us is we had a confusing business model because we were selling through a channel, and it was always challenging for us to communicate that to other people. So maybe the other piece I'd layer on to that is really work on your story. And I'll share, what do I have for time? I'll share just a really quick thing. We put on a conference every year, and one of our conferences that we had I think in 2019 was in Banff, and we had a gentleman from a company called Corporate Visions come and speak to us. And if you ever want to look up information and sales strategies, Corporate Visions is a great company. They have a lot of amazing material. Anyways, he told a story in his pitch as he gave a framework for a really successful sales pitch to get people to make decisions. And one of the biggest challenges when you're pitching a customer is trying to get them to make some decision, because most deals die with no decision being made. People get comfortable with the way things are, the status quo. And he told the story at the beginning where Malcolm Gladwell wrote the book called The Tipping Point. The concept It's a great book, and everyone should read The Tipping Point. But the concept of the tipping point, as this Tim Reister told the story, the concept of the tipping point was actually founded decades and decades before by a gentleman by the name of Daniel Kahneman. And he wrote about the concept of the tipping point. He published articles about it. He even called it the tipping point. But when you look back on his career, he sort of lived and died in academic obscurity. And then Malcolm Gladwell comes around. He writes a story on the tipping point and gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for a speaking engagement. And what's the difference? And their point was, the difference is, as they argued anyways, was that Malcolm Gladwell told a better story. And story matters. And as you think about the problem that you're solving in your early pitches, you have to tell a compelling story.
Great. Yeah. Fabulous. Thanks for sharing that. Just one real quick thing to kind of wrap us home here is we're celebrating the prairies here today and some startups that have grown themselves here in the prairies. And clearly, you know, you've made it to a whole different level than some of the startups that are going to be pitching tonight. And how has it been growing your startup both here in Saskatoon, in Saskatchewan, and then in the prairies?
So it's been awesome, actually. As we've gone through the landscape of investors, we've often had the question put to us, when are you guys considering relocating your office? Because a lot of investors assumed, hey, you guys should be, if you really want to be successful, you need to be in the Valley, or you need to be out in New York area, or in Toronto, or at least in Vancouver, and right, and you know, we've told them all throughout the years that we've got a lot of advantages here. Number one, there's this hyper competition for talent out in places like the Bay Area, where you hire people and they just jump from company to company every couple of years, or every year or so. Number two, the cost of your fixed costs, number one, your buildings and your people costs are so much higher than anywhere else in the world, but especially higher than Saskatchewan. And number three, we have access to some of the most amazing talent coming right out of the University of Saskatchewan here. And the people that come to work for us that are mostly a local sales force, they come to work for us because they want to be in Saskatchewan because this is home for them. And it actually represents a massive advantage for us. So
You're that straight from Jeff. Being in the prairies is a massive advantage for being in the tech startup world. Just to bring us home here real quick, VendAsta, what's next for VendAsta? What's exciting news that's coming up? I know you guys just acquired a new company. Anything else that maybe a little inside info you want to share with us today?
No inside information. We've got a little bit of money we got to put to work, so we've got some growing to do.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jeff. And yeah, give it up one more time for Jeff and VendAsta, everybody. Cheers. So many insightful little tidbits to share there, and check out the recording after the fact if you weren't able to pick up all of them, because there was so much to learn from that. And I believe we're going to be throwing it over to Emily Rendell-Watson, who is going to be jumping on with a fireside chat with Paul Singh over in Edmonton there. Oh, we got Zach though. But we can't hear you, Zach. No, we got no sound, unfortunately. Guess I'll just have to little. Oh, there we go. We had it for a second. Yep. Yeah, what's up, Zach?
Hello. I'm back.
How was that for you over there in Edmonton?
Life is good here. People are showing up. The crowd is growing. The anticipation is killing us. We can't wait for the pitches, but we got one more great presenter coming up. And I'm really excited to have Emily Rendell-Watson here, Jesse. She is the writer of the Tech Roundup from Taproot Edmonton, a weekly roundup of tech information here in Edmonton. And she's a great interviewer. She's actually done a podcast about Startup TNT before. Did you know that?
Cool. That's fabulous. We're actually going to record a podcast with Innovation Place tomorrow.
Are you? Okay. Well, if you're looking for a good podcast host, look no further than Emily Rendell-Watson. think she needs a few minutes to get her bar stool set up. So I guess you and I are just going to chat for a second.
Yeah. Or maybe they just took me off the screen. It's just you now, Zach. It's all you.
I think we're good to go. All right, I just got the word. We're good to go. Emily Rendell Watson is going to take over. She's talking to a very special guest we're happy to have back. And Emily, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm very high maintenance. All right. I had no idea this was a fireside chat. I have one of those like portable little fires that you can bring with you, and Zach, that you had told me that this was a fireside chat, I would have brought it. Anyway, all right. Well, as Zach mentioned, my name is Emily Rendell Watson. I am the editorial lead and community manager of Taproot Edmonton, and I also write the Tech Roundup and did host the podcast that Zach so nicely was part of all last fall in the lead up to the summit last fall. And for those of you who don't know about Taproot Edmonton, we're a publication that seeks to help our community understand itself better. And we're looking to build what comes next in local media. So ultimately with the goal to serve communities through sustainably funded acts of journalism that are facilitated by technology. And you can find out more about what we do at taprootedmonton.ca. All right, so I have a phenomenal guest here today to share his expertise all the way from Virginia, DC. I had the chance to touch base with him earlier this week, and he has lots of great insight to share. As we're chatting, if questions come up that you want to hear him touch on, please throw those in the Zoom chat. If I'm looking at my screen, it's because I'm also on the Zoom, and the chat is on here as well, so I'll keep an eye on that, and I'll do my best to get to those before we wrap up. So without further ado, Paul Singh runs an investment firm called Results Junkies, and he's also the co-founder of Bump Health. Each year, he commits to investing in 200 deals, as you may have been tipped off on by the title of this segment. So hello, Paul.
Oh, hey, hello. I thought I had like 10 more seconds there. Hey, how are you?
Good. Thank you so much for joining us. So I want to start off, but sorry, what was that?
I'm sorry, there was a delay. I didn't mean to talk over you. I said, thanks for having me here.
I can see like the side of your face right now. So I'll do my best not to talk over you. So before we dive in, why 200?
It seemed like more than 100, I guess. No, the truth of it is that, and it's a long story, so I will not bore you guys to death. The gist of it is that I wanted to invest in private companies starting about 15 years ago, but I wanted to reduce my chance of completely losing it all. And so I can give you as much detail as you want, but the gist of it was that I wanted to create an index of startup investments, with lots of little checks to start, and then use that as a way to then, have a seat at the table when inevitably some of them, or hopefully more than some of them, make it to the next level, and I could double down, triple down, that sort of thing. So, yeah, despite it's half. Despite it sounds crazy, it's actually the least risky way to, I think, to invest in this asset class.
Okay, well, tell me more about what got you interested in investing and learning about new companies. Have you always had an eye out for a good deal, or where did that start?
Oh man. Okay, so first off, I know that people can ask questions in the chat. I would say heckling is also welcome here, by the way. It'll keep me on my toes. So I can bring on the heat as I talk about this. So, here's the thing. I didn't really know what entrepreneurship was early on. I was raised here in Virginia, rural-ish, dairy farming, kind of a small town way back when. And just to fast forward the story here, the point is that I didn't really know what a startup was. I grew up thinking that the way you made money was that you traded time for money, or you traded a thing for money, like a job, right? My dad had a construction company. We made patios. My mom worked at a bank, and, there's hourly wages and that sort of thing. And just to fast forward here for the sake of time, I ended up getting a internship at a startup, which, by the way, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what that was. I just knew that the people that seemed to work for this company always had more money than anybody else in town. They'd buy like fancy cars, and the rest of us had pickup trucks and, you know, dusty boots and stuff. Turned out that startup was called AOL. America Online, way back when. And just to be very clear, I didn't have any major job. I worked as an intern for free for a summer. But the point is, by the end of that summer, I realized that the internet was special and that you could build things and sell them to people anywhere, despite where you lived. You know, which today is probably not that big of a deal, but in the mid to late 90s, that was a huge deal, you know. And then the second thing I learned is that entrepreneurship was not reserved for rich people or wealthy people or smart people. It was reserved for anybody willing to, you know, sell. You know, and so anyway, I lasted by the end to the end of my internship and realized that I could start something, and I started selling websites, you know, which again, today, probably not a great business, but in the late 90s, that was kind of the right time, right place. And that's it. No venture funding, you know, just started building a hosting company, started out that way, moved into larger data centers that we ended up building. I say we to make it sound bigger. It's just my wife and I these days, you know, there's nothing else. We've got the staff that runs it. And then now to get to your question, you know, by the end of 2004, the company was doing really well, 6 large data centers here in Northern Virginia. And I didn't know what to do next. And so I stumbled around, did some consulting. I worked at the White House for a little bit. And by 2008, I just kind of decided that the thing that I seemed to understand better than anything else was just other entrepreneurs. Like I've always been an entrepreneur. I've always been an operator. I don't know how else to be any other way. And so by 2008, I started kind of learning more about this thing called venture capital. I don't know what it means, but it seems like that's the cool thing. And so anyway, just to fast forward here even further, I just decided I would go to these things called demo days, which today, again, not a big deal. Everybody knows what those are, but back then that was the thing. And I would just jump on an airplane from here to wherever the demo day was. And I would just, I hesitate because I can't read people's faces and you guys are going to think I'm crazy. I just mathematically, it made sense to me. It made sense to me that I felt more comfortable betting on other entrepreneurs that I could look in the eye. And the math behind this venture model that I was building made sense to me. And that's it. And so the super secret model, if you will, was I would meet as many entrepreneurs as I could every week, and I would just invest in the least worst pitch. It sounds ridiculous, I realize, but I mean, look, the other side of this, by the way, is if I knew who the winners would be, I wouldn't have made the other investments, you know, but the truth is nobody knows. And anyway, the point is though, is that like, I think of my investing as a large portfolio theory. For the investors in the room, I think a lot about the fact that as an industry, we need to be considered portfolio constructors, not deal pickers. And I think for the entrepreneurs in the room, you know, raising money, just to really simplify it, I think raising money is about understanding the portfolio theory of that particular investor and making sure you pitch to that, you know. Let me pause there because I feel like I'm rambling and we'll take it whichever direction you think is most useful.
Well, no, I want to hear more about that, Joe. So when you're looking at a startup or an entrepreneur, aside from the least worst deal that what do you look at or what catches your attention when you're considering investing? Yeah,
well, I'm trying to be articulate, but I don't know that I can be. But anyway, you know, look, there's a couple of things. Okay, there's definitely a lot of things that are immediate, you know, deal breakers. But to answer your question specifically, a couple things. You know, first off, I look for founders that are what I would call not romantic about how they make their money, meaning they have a very clear understanding of what value they're trying to create, who they're selling it to, and they're just going to like iterate, and it's easier for me to define what that doesn't mean. So like, you know, one of the common things, a common red flag is people say, I'm going to change the way. When they say change the way, you should just run. Like people don't want to change. So I look for people that are not romantic about how they make their money. The second thing I think about is I really look for founders that are relentlessly resourceful. Like whether they're going to find it out via Google, or they're going to like go on YouTube, or they're going to call 300 other entrepreneurs and cold email them and try to figure out some answer. Not much is going to stop them. I just kind of look for these behaviors where they're what's the word, like I just look for people that just are very, very clear about what they are. They know what they don't know. They're not afraid to say that. And you can just kind of tell when they have that authenticity.
The word when we spoke earlier this week was ruthlessly self-aware, I think.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like they're ruthlessly self-aware about like what they don't know, and they're not afraid to say it. A lot of times the startup world is full of so much bravado. People that like they try to like overcompensate with so much confidence, and that's not really good for anybody. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I mean, I can kind of probably keep rambling there, but I think the reality is, again, I can't stress enough, if everyone knew who was going to go on to be successful, all of this would be a lot easier. And the truth is we don't. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of the companies we've invested in the early days, the products were not, like you almost would like laugh at the prototypes were awful. The first customer might be paying like a very deep discount. But what has always been true though is that the founders, what I like to tell people is that the best companies succeed despite their investors, not because of them. And I don't know. I think there's a lot of hope in that too. So anyway, let me pause there. We'll take it any direction you guys want to go.
So when you think about how entrepreneurs have to share their story in a way that a larger audience can understand, especially in an event like this where you're pitching, yes, to investors, but certainly there's also people in the audience that can result in other deals. What are some tips that you could share with entrepreneurs about how they can do that in terms of sharing their story and be more visible to investors that way?
Yeah. And keep me honest here if I kind of go off track here for a second. I think the best way for me to answer this is to kind of talk about it the way I talk about it with our, newest portfolio companies every week. And that is to say that, I usually start with a question for them, and I'll just pose it as a rhetorical one here and then talk about it. The question I always ask founders is how would your pitch have to change if I now said to you that you're not allowed to take any meetings with any investors within 500 miles of your home? And that, usually people, when I start with that question, people, think I'm joking, and that's okay. And then a few seconds later, that dawns on them that I'm still not talking. So now I'm waiting for them to answer it. And inevitably, where we end up with that question is sort of this realization, usually very quickly by the founder, that founder or founders, that they have to learn the art of storytelling. They have to learn to speak to a wider audience. They have to not rely on an intro from a friend of a friend if they're lucky enough to have that. And so that's a long-winded way of saying that, for founders, you really have to embrace the idea of storytelling. And when you really start to think about what that means, what you inevitably will realize quickly, I think, is that storytelling ability, that muscle almost that you have to grow, is not only going to be useful to you when you're fundraising, but it will become useful as you start to learn how to recruit, as you learn how to speak to the press, maybe to potential customers. That art of storytelling is, in many ways, I would say the most undervalued but most important way to stand out of a noisy crowd. Yeah, I mean, I will say, just as an example, by the way, for the founders in the room, one of the easiest things you can be doing, and maybe this is true for the community, builders there in the audience too, is that one of the simplest but most valuable things you could be doing is watching the live streams of demo days from venture firms like 500 or Techstars or Y Combinator. But don't pay too much attention to the actual companies that are pitching. Pay more attention to how those founders speak, what their slides specifically are about, what metrics they kind of talk about, where the inflections are, where the pauses are. It sounds kind of strange, but it's so important, more important than you realize. So let me just pause there again. My superpower is to ramble, so let me stop.
We're getting a question through Zoom. I have another question for you, but this is a good question. Tommy P wants to know if you can give a range of your initial investment in companies. Obviously, investing in 200 a year is a awfully large number. So what are you looking at in terms of what you're initially investing?
By the way, I think it's interesting. And by the way, Tommy P, what I'm about to say is I'm going to answer your question and I'm not going to pick on you, but I do think it's interesting that everybody gravitates to that number like it's like a crazy big number. And at some point, if it makes sense, we should talk about that, because 200 is big in the context of what everybody knows, which is like the average VC is going to write like 5 checks a year. Lord knows what the hell they do for 360 days a year. But anyway, back to your question. Initial check size is typically between $25,000 and $50,000. Really depends on the denomination, in currency, depending on what country we might be investing in. And then it scales up based on, frankly, how much allocation we can get into future rounds. So, for example, we had 3 companies in our portfolio just this week go to a Series A. We committed $250K to each one of those this week. So 25 to 50K on that initial check. I would say it averages out to about 250K for that next round. And then for the third round, typically it depends on what that, frankly, it depends on how friendly or unfriendly the other investors are going to be. But in that third round, it'll be anywhere between $500K and $1 million. For some of our later stage investments, as they go further and further, we have done, $5 and $10 million checks into our Series C's and D's, and in some cases E's and stuff like that. So we like to be a full life cycle venture firm. Firm. By the way, I keep saying we. It's just my wife and I. I guess I say we to make it sound bigger, but it's just the two of us, and we're investing our own capital. There's no outside, LPs or anything like that. But I do want to go back to this other idea of 200. The fact is that I don't know. I think that maybe this is not a topic we should discuss in this moment, but I want to plant the seed with everybody. I think we should question why other angels and VCs only do, single digits of investments per year, and sometimes like even 10 or 20 deals a year. Like why? I mean, we're all used to investing in mutual funds and ETFs that in some cases have hundreds of investments in them. But, when you start talking about startups, everybody gets a little leery when you talk about anything more than 10 or 12 deals a year. So question everything. I think this is a big opportunity for the angels in the room, by the way. You don't need a lot of capital anymore to do this. You could build a portfolio of 200 deals a year if you really wanted to, just by, being the fastest but last $1,000 into AngelList syndicates. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to crack the nut here. Again, I'm happy to go any direction you want here. Whatever's useful for you guys, you in the audience there.
We have another question from Zoom, but I'll ask that in a second. So the majority of our audience, I don't think, knows this, but you have a great story about living out of an RV with your family, spending time in communities across North America. Can you tell me a bit about why you decided to do that? And just, spoiler alert, obviously, in terms of the startup communities you were able to visit, but what are some of the traits of successful startup communities that you visited through doing that, especially the ones that have grown significantly over the past decade?
Yeah. Okay. So the context is that from 2008 to 2014 or so, I spent a lot of time on airplanes. I did not want to spend a lot of time in larger cities like New York or San Francisco. Not that I have anything against those cities, but I just kind of like everywhere else, and that sort of thing. And by 2014, I had my first kid, and I started to kind of struggle with this thing of this internal tension of like, well, I want to keep meeting entrepreneurs everywhere else. I want to keep investing, but I don't want to be away from my family, and I don't want to drag my kid and my family with me. Yeah, it's hard on them. And so in a stroke of brilliance, I decided to buy an RV. Separate story for later. I didn't tell my wife about it at the time. I just sort of brought it. And we're still together. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Anyway, the way it goes is that I decided that the best way to go everywhere else was to move there and live there for a week at a time and take the family with me and not, run back and forth to airports. And so the unimaginative name for it was the Results Junkies Tech Tour. I'm not a naming or branding guy, as you can tell. But yeah, the idea was that we would live in one city a week for as long as we could, one city a week, and keep doing it for as long as we could. And the idea was that it might be the best way for us to learn how to live, work, and play in each of these communities and really solve the biggest problem that I have and still have as an angel, which is how do you get visibility to startups everywhere else? There's really no answer, no good answer, even now in 2021, but we'll get there. So anyway, I did that. We thought we'd do it for a year. We did it for 3.5 years. Got a little harder with baby number 2. We got baby number 3 now, so even harder. But to your question, like, what have we seen with those communities? What I've found, and again, I say this, with a disclaimer that, this is obviously anecdotal. I'm not a researcher or, whatever. But it seems to me that the most entrepreneurially friendly cities, you would think, like I like going into the tour, I thought, gosh, the bigger the city, probably the more likely it is to have like a strong startups community. That actually was not my observation. What I kind of discovered, at least in my own travels, almost 200 cities, that sort of thing, was that, entrepreneurially friendly cities tended to have 4 key building blocks, regardless of where they were and regardless of what size they were. So those 4 building blocks, in no, order or no favorite order or whatever, is they tended to have a co-working space. Big or small didn't really matter, but they had a place where people could go if they didn't want an office or wanted to get out of their house. So they had a co-working space. Second thing they almost always had was an angel group. Now, that angel group may or may not be writing a lot of checks, but they had at least something like that there. The third is that they had some sort of code school, some sort of entity that would help, be sort of the on-ramp for generally adults that wanted to kind of transition into technology jobs. And the fourth sort of building block was some sort of community. It could be an individual organizer who just really cared deeply and, ran an event every 2 weeks or something. Or in other cases, it was like, larger nonprofits in some cities that really kind of helped bring those entrepreneurial communities together. So, yeah, I mean, all that to say, though, that size didn't really matter. It really mattered more about like the people there and those 4 building blocks. And it led me to finally come to the conclusion as an entrepreneur and as an investor that if you can't start a company wherever you live, moving rarely is the answer, which, could get me in trouble here, I realize, but it's sort of the awkward truth is that if you can't start a company wherever you live now, like moving's not the answer. So let me pause there and see where we go with it.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, Paul. Okay, we're coming up on time here. So a couple more questions. This is like rapid fire segment from the Zoom. From Dale, who's with SiteSense by IntelliWave, wants to know if you have a return for your portfolio or return target as an average percentage per year over time, and what's a good target?
Dale, I'm going to guess Dale is an investor too. Anyway, that's a good question. So, first off, okay, I'll give you the numbers, but I'm going to just start with a disclaimer. This is not financial advice, yada, yada, be careful. Whatever the lawyers would say, I should say, those are my disclaimers. So, the short answer is I will give you the numbers, but we don't have targets, But we at Results Junkies, we measure our portfolio just like any other VC would, just to have discipline. So what we do right now is we internally divide our investments into vintages. So I'm guessing since Dale asked that question, he'll understand this. But the gist is that even though we're just investing from our shared account, Dana and I, the reality is what we do is we bucket them by year. And so we treat them almost like funds, like venture funds will have like fund 1, fund 2, fund 3. We don't have that. So what we do is we just bunch them up by year. And then on a quarterly basis, we mark them up or down just like any other VC would, and then use that to calculate internal rates of return, but also to track total TVPI, or total value paid in over time. So I may or may not regret this. We'll see how it goes. So right now, what we're seeing is that right around the 5-year mark. So just like any other investor, our companies tend to be illiquid, early on. Let me just cut to the chase. We target 30% IRR. We target 10x TVPI. In our experience with our portfolio, we have not been able to do that faster than 5 years, and more realistically, it's been 8 to 9 years. So like, in other words, if I showed you, bad example, but if I showed you this year's investments, just like any other firm, it's got the J curve. So because most of those companies have not exited, the internal rate of return is like low, right? Because nothing's exited. But if I go all the way back to like 2008, we're at something like, I'm just pulling it up on our little screen here, but 2008, just where, if I'm reading it right, we're like at 34, looks like 34.4% IRR, net IRR, and then TVPI is at 15.29x. And then I can give it to you by year, but Dale, we act with the discipline and the allocation strategy of a VC, but with the flexibility of an angel. And I want to stress for the other investors in the room, anybody can do this. You do not need a lot of capital to do this. You could do this with $10,000 a year. You could do it with $10 million a year. It just depends on what you want to do.
Thanks, Paul. We just have to wrap up here. There's one more question in the chat, but I'm going to let you answer it in there about how many pitches you see in a given year. But just before we do wrap up and I hand this back to Zach, for all the entrepreneurs that are pitching tonight and everyone who's watching, do you have any parting advice for them across the prairies before you take off?
I would just say, okay, well, anyway, you guys are going to either laugh or, hate me on this. First of all, just don't be weird. Everybody gets so uptight about pitches. Just talk like a human, be normal, talk about your business, just like you would talk to your friend about it. Like when you start to get into jargon, people start talking about technology, blockchain, this, that, and the other, you've already lost, you're going to lose off a lot of people. Talk like a human, talk about the customer, talk about the value you provide, and just be normal. The goal of tonight's pitches is just to get the conversation started. That's it. And so maybe that's a long way of just saying, have fun. We always tell our portfolio companies that the goal is to optimize for fun and profit in that order. It sounds like a joke maybe, but we really, really mean it. Starting and building companies is hard. You might as well enjoy it.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Paul. Thanks for joining us all the way from DC, and have a great rest of your evening. Hopefully,
likewise. My pleasure. And if anybody, if you have any questions afterwards, I'm just pulsing on Twitter or Paul at Results Junkies. Happy to help. I will try to stay on and watch as many of the pitches as I can, although I got 3 kids that are getting ready for dinner here on the East Coast. So we'll see how long I last.
All right. Thanks, Paul.
All righty. Have a good day, guys.
Well, I think I'm going to hand things back here in a very awkward fashion to.
I don't think so.
Let me just get off my stool.
Gosh. Thank you, Emily. I love hearing from Paul Singh. Just so you know, on a personal note, I've read a lot of Paul Singh's philosophies. I've watched him speak many times, and I take a lot of his philosophy right to heart. So I'm really happy to have Paul joining us to share his advice and his experience. But you know what, guys? It's just about time to start the pitches. Guys, bring it in. Bring it in, Edmonton. Oh, yeah. Bring it in, Saskatoon. Bring it in, Calgary. Get up close. Let's get comfortable.
Got the clicker?
Okay, look.
Ready?
We're gonna, yeah, is that Jade? Jade and Jesse.
Yeah, we're here, we're ready. Gotta look at the camera.
Get them in there. Get them in there. All right.
Everyone's eating. We got to bring them up. Bring them up. Bring them up. Bring them up. Everybody up.
Getting close. Getting close. It's really important that when your local company is pitching, that you're giving them the energy. You know, don't forget how much, you know, you're putting out on the line when you pitch your company. So bring it in, cheer them on, give them your full attention. And before we started, which we're about to do, let's do a quick land acknowledgement for all of us. Okay, I'm going to kick us off, guys. Let's not forget where we are tonight. Tonight, we honor those elders whose stories this land carries, and we acknowledge that this land is the traditional territory of the people of the Treaty 6 and Treaty 7. Can you guys keep it down? We're doing the middle of the land acknowledgement. Bring it in close, bring it in close, bring it in close, bring it in close. We acknowledge that this land was a traditional meeting grounds, gathering place and traveling routes to the Cree, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, the Métis, the Dene, and Nakota Sioux, the Siksaka, the Piikani, the Kainai, and the Tsuut'ina. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who have walked on this land before us, and we aim to create a safe space for all Indigenous communities at TNT. Tonight, we honor their mission to gather the community and share stories. Jesse, I'm going to hand it over to you. You want to do a quick land acknowledgement for our friends in Saskatoon?
Yeah, this is what I want to acknowledge that we're here on Treaty 6 territory in Saskatoon, and he said it exactly right that we're here to tell stories and celebrate that, but not forget that that we're a part of this community and that there's more than just us here today that need our support and help to build great businesses. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. What about Jade and Neil down in Treaty 7? Quick land acknowledgement.
Yes, thank you, Zach. The Indigenous Territory, the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Treaty 7 of Southern Alberta, and in Calgary, the Treaty 3 Métis Nation. So we want to acknowledge the land that we are on right now. So thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. I've got a quick opening slide deck before we get started to remind everybody how it's going to work tonight, what we're up to, and what's happened. Because, keep in mind that tonight is the culmination of a long process. It's not just a one-off pitch competition. It's 8 weeks of due diligence and deal screening. This is the investment summit. This is what it's all about. I can't tell you how excited I am to do this in person with blinding lights in my eyes.
Oh yeah, there's so many people here. I can't see them, but they're here.
Okay, listen, Startup TNT, look at that portfolio. I want to do one take-home message from this portfolio. $3.9 million, that's actually not the take-home message. The take-home message is that is a diverse group of companies that you see in that portfolio. Med tech, deep tech, pet tech.
B2B SaaS, B2C.
Yeah, what else is there? What are you missing? FinTech.
Oh yeah, the whole crew. We got, cultured meat.
Cultured meat. Listen, startups from across the prairies, from all jurisdictions, all sectors, they can raise money at Startup TNT, and that's what we're all about, opening up the arms, being approachable, and raising money for our local startups from local investors. So quick reminder on how this process works. This is a culmination of 8 weeks of due diligence, and the investors have committed up front to putting the money in to at least one company from their region. So you're going to see minimum 3 companies raising money tonight. They're going to make their decision live before our very eyes. What does that decision-making process look like, Tim?
So all the investors are going to be voting. There's 5 companies from each region. The investors have to rank. So if you're an Edmonton investor, they're ranking number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the company that has the best score at the end gets the investment.
It's a ranked voting process. It's a lot of fun. And, part of our philosophy on all of this is that we're not a winner-take-all business plan competition. We're looking for and trying to raise money for local, credible deals from local angel investors. That's what it's all about. So we love to see when the investors get excited about more than one deal, can't make up their minds, and end up putting money into multiple deals. We'll see if it happens tonight.
It's for sure happening tonight.
Tim says it's for sure happening. He knows best. He's our deal man. Working the last 24 hours to close all these deals. And so I'm really looking forward to the next 2.5 hours All right, so what's going to happen? We're got 15 pitches. We're going to run sequentially, okay? We're going to do Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatchewan, Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatchewan, just like that. Make sure to give a lot of noise, okay? So Edmonton, I want to test you out right now. When somebody comes on stage, let's do a quick test. Up next, we'll do Tim as our test. I want to see how the crowd's going to handle this. Up next, Tim Lin from Startup TNT. Woo! Yeah! How you doing? That's how you do it. That's a pretty good test. That's a pretty good test. All right, so we want to hear that from every local community. And the pitchers have 5 minutes plus 3 minutes of questions. And the questions are actually going to be facilitated by some of the investors that are joining us here tonight. Each company is assigned a lead investor, kind of leads the due diligence process. Pretty much all of them have agreed that they can hang out tonight with us and facilitate those questions. And then the investment decision happens live, and the announcement is going to be at 7:30 p.m. And one thing that I would like to remind all of us, which is super important, finance, capital, that's one way that we can support companies. Let's all think about how we can support these companies in all the different ways that they need support. Introductions to customers, mentors, consultants, partners. Not everyone's going to raise money tonight, but everyone needs our support. And I know that a lot of you watching or locally here can support these companies.
I also just want to make sure that it's really clear. So these companies are going to be pitching from 4 to 6:30-ish. The investors are going to go away for an hour in order to decide which companies are going to win and which companies they want to do deals in. And then we're going to come back at 7:30 and announce. So during that hour, you're probably going to talk about it a little bit, but don't go away. The most important part is at 7:30 where we announce how much money is being invested into a lot of these companies.
The event does 6:30. It's just getting started. It's just getting started.
And for all those SK folks on the Zoom call and in person, it's an hour extra time on that. So big up for SK.
Yeah. Thank you, Jesse, for reminding us. We've got 2 time zones participating. That's freaking amazing, Jesse. We got 2 time zones participating. Here's your agenda. I'm actually already 2 minutes over time. We have to wrap this up. We're supposed to start at 4:05, the first pitch. Okay, listen, the after parties keep going. You can also, in Edmonton, you're going to stay right here at Polar Park. In Calgary, you're going to stay right there at Platform Innovation Center. And you guys at Innovation Place, you know what's going on. You're going to stay there at Boffin's. Over in Regina, you're going to make a small trek over to Cathedral, Social Hall. I just want to check in. Jade and Jesse and Neil, are we ready to do this? What's going on?
Yeah, in Calgary, we're definitely ready to do this, right? We got, 40 people in the audience now? Everybody
Make some noise, make some noise.
Yeah.
We want to hear your audience. We want to hear your audience down in Calgary.
Sounds great.
That's how we show up, Edmonton.
Okay, listen, we can't do it alone. I want to make sure that we give, a proper shout out to all of our sponsors, and we're going to do that throughout the night. One thing that I love about our sponsors is they actually come in and help us announce the companies, present the companies. The first one's going to be Innovate Edmonton, who's going to join the stage in just a moment. And I think, is there anything else we want to acknowledge here before we get these pitches started? Are you ready to do this?
You didn't let me see the show notes, so I have no idea.
I don't show Tim the show notes. I just tell him to join me up here and wing it. All right. Well, the last thing we do is we have community supporters. We also have beer sponsors. We got a lot of people to recognize tonight. And the first and most important group to recognize are the entrepreneurs. So are we ready to hear some pitches?
Let's get some pitches going.
Let's get some pitches going. Okay. The first, you're going to find out in a second. But the first investor facilitating questions is Andrew Liu. And now we're happy to be joined by none other than Dawn from Innovate Edmonton. I want to give a quick introduction to Innovate Edmonton. Startup TNT and Innovate Edmonton work very, very closely together. They're one of our regional partners. We co-chair the eRIN steering committee together. We run some joint programming together. We work out of the Startup Edmonton co-working space that is run by Innovate Edmonton. And Dawn is here from a brand new division at Innovate Edmonton called
Accelerate Edmonton. So Accelerate Edmonton is our newest program division. I'm really excited that we're partnering with Platform Calgary on a pre-accelerator open to founders across the province. And applications for our first cohort are open now. So albertapreaccelerator.com. You also can help us name that pre-accelerator. So where there's a contest open for that. But we're also through Innovate Edmonton funding the scale-up accelerators through the Alberta Growth and Scale-up Accelerator program. So we're helping to bring to Edmonton Plug and Play, 500 Global, and our homegrown CSW accelerator powered by Alchemist. So really exciting opportunities for founders, startups, and scale-ups to be able to access more programming.
Yeah, I think it's really special that right now we're at this point where I personally view our startup community as really taking off. And now we've got all these world-class accelerators showing up, ready to introduce all these companies to their global networks. And with Innovate Edmonton's support, we've assured that they have headquarters or personnel in both Edmonton and Calgary. So we're all working together here in Alberta as one big community. Okay, Dawn, are we ready to introduce our first speaker?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Who's up first, Dawn?
So up first is Blaine from Dryrun. And Dryrun is revolutionizing business advisory with uniquely powerful financial modeling and cash management software. Take it away, Blaine.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to share my screen here and seem to be having a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Sorry about that. Can you guys confirm that you can see my slide here? Little nod or something? Anyone? Okay, I'm gonna assume you can hear and see me because I can't actually tell.
Blaine, you're looking beautiful up there right now. You're looking.
Okay, and you can see my screen?
We're excited about it. I know you got a lot of exciting updates. I've been watching attentively about all the enthusiasm you've been sharing on Slack. So let's hear it, Blaine, man.
All right. Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Hi, my name is Blaine Birch, and I'm co-founder and CEO at Dryrun. And here at Dryrun, we're revolutionizing business advisory with uniquely powerful financial modeling and cash management software. Being selected as a top 10 new app by Intuit and part of the AI CPA Accelerator equipped us to identify and target our new accounting firm channel, which has grown 360% since January alone. Our go-to-market strategy targets the $3.6 billion market of 600,000 US-based accountants to gain traction fast. But we have bigger aspirations as we solidify ourselves as the financial professional's tool of choice. Automation is disrupting the accounting profession, rapidly replacing tax and compliance services. Business advisory is a saving grace, but firms aren't equipped to change. CPAs and CFOs jump from tool to tool and toil in spreadsheets for hours, fighting to offer value to their clients. With Dryrun, business advisors save 80% of their time and deliver collaborative, actionable data to their clients on a weekly basis. They're able to model, manage, and monitor financial outcomes for multiple clients within the integrated, intuitive platform. Dryrun's unique blend of sophisticated financial modeling capabilities tied with cash management functionality makes it a highly efficient and powerful tool for operational and planning duties. Dryrun ties automation with an unmatched level of flexibility, truly replacing the spreadsheet, and a host of limited cloud-based tools. It's built to drive advisory services for firms' most valuable and profitable clients. Dryrun differs in 3 key ways. First, it delivers a holistic view of finances, tying together tomorrow's models with today's cash flow. Second, it's automated, keeping data up to date, accurate, and fast access. And third, Dryrun offers an unmatched level of flexibility, keeping you out of a spreadsheet and in the highly visual and collaborative platform. Dryrun's unique modular architecture gives us a massive advantage to rapidly evolve the platform to meet market demands and lead the industry. We are experiencing incredible momentum since we raised our round last year and changed our focus to the pro market. Our goal is to reach a 1 million annual recurring revenue run rate in 12 to 18 months, positioning us for our next round of financing and scale. Our move up market has led to rapid growth in monthly recurring revenue, a huge increase in average sale price, and offers us a land and expand model within accounting firms. We are predicting a continued increase in our average sale price and have an opportunity for additional growth through upsells as partners add additional seats and purchase premium offerings. We're a perfect acquisition to fill the forward-looking gap in accounting software. The market is highly active, and our unique approach, tied with traction in the mid-market, makes us highly attractive to potential acquirers. We're raising a $500,000 round to augment our sales and marketing to accelerate our growth towards that 1 million in ARR and that next round of financing. We have a lead investor in place, additional funds committed, set terms, and several soft commitments since opening the bridge round this fall. My co-founder, Tarek Bacchus, and I initially bootstrapped Dryrun to validate the market, but now we're ready to scale fast. Our experienced management team includes the leading salesperson from Intuit and the national marketing director from Mercedes-Benz. We recruited Jeremy Burke, Intuit's first business development manager, to drive our customer acquisition. And Jay Owen brings extensive experience in marketing strategy and implementation, along with operational know-how critical for fast growth. And Barb Easter drives our client success, ensuring that our partners are onboarded effectively, but she also spearheads our advisor academy that keeps our partners up to date on the latest systems and processes that they can use to move their advisory business forward. We're revolutionizing business advisory with uniquely powerful financial modeling and cash management software. Again, I'm Blaine Birch. I would love to hear from you, and please reach out if you'd like to learn more about a round or see if Dryrun might even be a fit for you. Thanks so much.
Blaine, thank you for your pitch. Fantastic. I've had the privilege for everybody else of working with Blaine these past few weeks and learning more about Dryrun. And if anybody has any more questions, please throw them up in the chat so I can give them to Blaine. One of my questions for you, Blaine, to start off, you mentioned modular platform. So what do you mean by modular platform?
Well, the way we built Dryrun, a lot of times companies will build it to bring the data in, you make a graph, and then you're kind of stuck with it. We actually built Dryrun originally to have the flexibility we needed to do all the financial modeling we wanted to do. So in other words, you can build anything completely manually, or you can actually import data and have it fully automatic. But the way we built it to be able to build things out manually means that we can actually adjust and add functionality really rapidly. So as we're talking with our customers, we're always talking with them and trying to find out what's really going to help them make, a monumental shift in their business, and is that something that can help a lot of our customers? And if it is, we can build it in, and it's not trying to start from scratch. We can just rapidly evolve the product.
Awesome. You mentioned you changed your focus to the pro market, and I wouldn't be surprised. You probably learned a lot of lessons throughout this pandemic. What do you think has your biggest lesson been?
Well, it brought us a lot of discipline because we saw so many small businesses struggle early on in the pandemic. We saw businesses like slamming the brakes on their, trying to cut costs at every corner. And we had already been talking with the pro community and kind of figuring out if we were a good fit there and how would we do that. And suddenly we realized all of these smaller businesses, medium-sized businesses that are independently owned, were struggling with their finances, and they needed a professional to help them, whether it was internal or external. And we realized we could be the ones to actually equip those pros to be able to serve a lot of those clients really efficiently, which means they're able to do it. And we can bring basically CFO level expertise to a lot more businesses and a lot more entrepreneurs.
Right on. And I'm curious, what do your customers tell you they love most about Dryrun?
Sorry, what do they which?
What do your customers tell you they love most about Dryrun?
Love most about Dryrun. We actually, one of the customers list last week, we've heard this a lot. They just say it's easy to use. It's easy to get up and running, and they can kind of understand it. So that ease of use is so important. But we've also heard how easy it is to understand what they're looking at. And so that's the other side. You can make all these models up, but when you're explaining things, if the people you're talking with don't understand them, you can really struggle. So that's that ease of use and that flexibility is such a big thing amongst our customers.
Right on, Blaine. Thanks a lot. It's a privilege to work with you, and thanks again for a great pitch.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate your time and your support.
Let's give it up for Blaine and Andrew working together as a team. This is what I love. Andrew, first-time investor with us, also runs his own startup company, taking the lead role, facilitating questions. Thanks so much, Andrew. Startup TNT is a place for both entrepreneurs and investors to get their feet wet in the process. and build a great community together. So, and you know what? We're not just doing it here in Edmonton, we're doing it in Calgary too. Jade and Neil, are you ready for the next company that's going to join us in Calgary? What's going on?
Absolutely. We got 5 amazing Calgary companies, and the first one up is WaitWell. Although Mr. John Fisher with CBRE is going to give the real introduction to them, he's been a great supporter and friend of Startup TNT for a long time, an investor with us, and this is our 3rd time doing this and first time in person, so it's nice to actually meet him after this. But with that, I'll let John take over.
Thank you. 3rd time lucky for sure. It's I've been waiting after 3 years to do one of these in person, so very nice to see everybody here and so excited to get y'all. As Neil mentioned, we're a supporter of TNT and all the entrepreneurs. We're TBRE is and myself particularly, we're a real estate agent for tech companies, if you're wondering what we do, but also an investor. And looking forward, we've seen the 5 great companies in Calgary, and I'm really excited to see the rest in Edmonton and Saskatchewan, and really, really excited to be here. They say good things are worth waiting for. Well, this company disagrees. WaitWell is all about line management, and I think it's Alina that is taking us from here. Alina, are you ready to roll?
I'm ready to go.
All right, welcome Alina. Big round of applause, everybody.
I'm getting a few tips. Welcome. I'm excited. I don't know about you guys. So just give me a minute. I'm just going to make sure that my slides are okay. Perfect. I'm Alina Martin. I'm the CEO of WaitWell today. Joining me is our co-founder team, Steve Drew, who's our technical co-founder, and Shannon and Steve Vandermeulen, co-founders. So please say hello. We're also walking around with little buttons on our lapels. So if you bug us, we'll give you one later. Anyway, let's sort of dive right in. I'm here today to tell you about why you should choose WaitWell as your winner of Startup TNT. So to do a bit of a recap, we have built a proprietary queue management system that provides virtual ticketing for queuing, appointment, and crowd control management. Our platform also provides deep customer journey insights for the organizations that use it. Why are we better? How are we winning against our competitors? We have 2 pieces to our platform that makes us the winner. That's our data, and that's our analytics module. We capture more data and analytic data points than anybody else. Our workflow also is much more efficient than any other platform on the market. How do we know this? Because we keep winning against our competitors. So who do we sell to? Let me tell you a little story. In October of 2020, we launched WaitWell. We launched WaitWell because Shannon, our founder, had a problem with lineups. So she spoke to her husband, Steve, and the other Steve, Steve Drew, and they built a platform. They sold it before they launched it. That's how we knew we were onto something. This behind me is our target market. We have customers in every one of those markets. We are now focusing on finding our beachhead in that market, and that's what we're doing right now. Why do we keep winning? Well, in the last 8 weeks since we've seen you, we have sent out $57,000 in proposals. We win because we have deeper insights than anyone else. We win because we have a deeper feature set, and we win because we have a deeper service set. None of our competitors do that. This is a case study of the East Calgary Registry. You'll see that little yellow arrow right there. That's when we turned on a little feature inside the platform for Google reviews. Since then, since that 12 months, East Calgary Registry has seen a 3,300% increase in their Google reviews. What does that mean? In plain layman's terms, that means we're driving more customers to the business. That means we're driving more revenue. You can also see that there's been an increase in profit as well. So over the last 8 weeks, last time I saw you, we had 1.6 million users in our platform. Today, we have 1.9. We move quick. With your investment, we will move quicker. We've had a lot of conversation, and we've been asked a very big question. Is WaitWell a unicorn? The simple answer is no, but that's not important, and here's why. There are 600 unicorn companies in the world. Less than 2% of them make it. At WaitWell, we believe that we offer a better risk versus reward ratio. And here's why. We've hit $480,000 in sales. It's actually a little bit higher as of this morning. Our platform is built. We're ready to go. We're not an idea. We're in the market. We're borderless. We're highly scalable. Our languages right now on the platform are in English and French. Maybe in 3 months, it'll be in Mandarin. And we're highly profitable. We operate at about an 80% gross margin. Now that's a good opportunity. What's our exit? We have $19 million we believe we can hit by 2026. 9.5 of that in EBITDA. You times that by a 10.5 multiple, and you get us to a $100 million valuation. That's our goalpost. Who do we exit to? Probably a competitor. Where we do have unicorns is on our leadership team. All 4 of us have built and scaled. 2 of us had exited 6- and 7-figure exited of technology companies. We know what we're doing. Why WaitWell? So this is actually the most important slide that you'll see today. I want you to know about the values. I want you to get a return for your money, but I want you to know who we are. We value family, we value transparency, and we value hard work. Those are our values. Our ask today, we are opening our round at 1.3 million. That's to scale. Our term sheets are ready, and so are we. Want to come along? Thank you.
All right, we have some questions coming from Edon Shoham for Alina here.
All right, so covering for Noel, who can't actually be here today, we've got a few questions for you.
Sounds good.
All right, so the first obvious question is you're trying to raise quite a bit of money, $1.3 million.
Yes.
What are you going to do with that?
It's all for scaling. So as we talked about, our platform is built. This is not going into building technology. This is really for our sales and marketing strategy. So to layer upon that and for a little bit of cash flow and operational capital, this is now a sales and marketing engine. That's what we need to focus on.
All right, cool. And I have been involved in a due diligence on you guys. So I know you've picked up a few customers in the last few weeks while this startup TNT process has been going on. Who'd you sign?
Yeah, so I'm happy to announce actually today we signed Telespark. So that's very exciting. We also signed Canmore Rec Center. So one of the interesting things about our product is it has multiple applications. Thanks, you guys. It's pretty cool. Being a startup, right? Revenue's oxygen. The other one, gosh, it just thought we signed 3 in the last week. Oh yeah, McMaster. So we do lots of work in academic as well.
All right, good to know. And you're selling, and I have done due diligence. I know you don't actually have a sales team. Who the heck is selling this stuff?
So I want to point out something called the network effect. So one of the ways that WaitWell's been able to scale so quickly, and I'll just give you a quick example. If you go to Shannon's registry and you get in line, you will use our WaitWell app and you will know that it's being powered by WaitWell. That's been a very powerful network effect. We have garnered an enormous amount of business with people seeing WaitWell and using WaitWell. And I like to think of it as a bit of a snowball, right? Just sort of starts and just rolls. So that's how we've been able to capture a whole bunch of market.
All right, last question.
Sure.
How are you marketing this? I mean, I think you just told me one thing that you're doing, which is the network effect. How else are you marketing?
Yeah, so maybe I'll touch a little bit about our marketing budget. So over the last 12 months, you know, we spent $20,000 on marketing. So that's not a lot. We've got a very aggressive marketing budget here for the next year. So a little bit of pay-per-click advertising. We just turned on our e-commerce engine this week. It's really important to WaitWell that we really become that sort of customer insights advocacy. I like to use the word we want to deliver that customer experience, but be subject matter experts in that space. So influencer marketing, a bunch of things like that.
All right, I think we're at time.
We're at time. Thank you.
Thanks.
What a great story. I told you there's 5 great Calgary companies. Thanks, Alina. All right, with that, I think we're going to kick it off to Jesse to introduce the first Saskatchewan company next. Just going to give him a minute to figure out the sound, but it looks like he's ready. He's looking good.
Can you hear me now?
Sorry, we're having some difficulty with the sound over here. Apologies for that.
Oh, we just lost everything.
Yeah. Well, we can't see you guys, but
Jesse.
I think we'll be okay. Up next here, we've got our first company for SK, StoreToDoor.
Hey, we're gonna have a minute here with the Calgary folks. Just so you know, there's 2 washrooms upstairs here, and there's a washroom down here. First aid kit.
Hey, you're back.
All right, some technical difficulties here in Saskatchewan. Apologies for that. But yeah, as I said, we've got StoreToDoor coming to us from Regina, and Kenzie, the lead investor, will be doing the Q&A. And first up, we've got Dal from CBRE here in Saskatchewan to give us a little info about what CBRE does and how they've been helping VendAsta and 7Ships find space here in Sydney.
Yeah, excellent. Well, I just want to say thanks for being here. I'll keep this quite brief, but my name's Dallin Kaprowski. I'm with CBRE. I'm a financial analyst there. As Jesse alluded to, we are a commercial real estate brokerage. Most recently, we've been active. We've been fortunate to work with both VendAsta and 7Ships to secure space here in Saskatoon. So I won't take any more time, but I'm happy to present or to lead into StoreToDoor. StoreToDoor is a cost-effective white label last mile same day delivery platform for retailers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Love, who is the co-founder of StoreToDoor.
Thanks, Dallin. Appreciate it. I'm just going to share my screen here. It'll just be a moment. Can you see my screen? Anybody? We're all good? Okay, thank you so much, Startup TNT, for this opportunity. My name is Scott Love, founder and CEO of StoreToDoor, and I'm so proud to showcase our strong and diverse team. We're a team of serial entrepreneurs that have built numerous go-to-market strategies. We have numerous years of experience in the retail industry and are laser focused on the goal of solving the last mile challenge for brick and mortar retail. In the late 2019, with the rise of e-commerce, I recognized that brick and mortar retailers were in for a rough patch. CEOs and owners were recognizing the increasing demand for e-commerce convenience. Brick and mortar retailers are struggling to compete with convenience of Amazon delivery, which has local retailers on the defensive. They also are concerned with the rise of third-party apps and how the costs are eroding their margins. StoreToDoor's platform provides a competitive edge for local retailers by giving them the ability to compete in their local trade area by providing a faster, more reliable same-day delivery solution, giving back the advantage to local brick and mortar retailers when competing with e-commerce giants. Consumers are gravitating to third-party marketplaces like Amazon, Instacart, and Uber rather than transacting directly with the stores. StoreToDoor gives the advantage back by enabling retailers to give their customers a direct-to-door same-day delivery experience. Since we launched 11 months ago, doing a total of 10 deliveries in the month of January, we have grown over 390 times, most recently exceeding 3,900 deliveries in the month of October. We're doubling our deliveries every 60 days, and our monthly recurring revenue hit $46,000 last month, and we are on track to eclipse 60,000 MRR by year end. Our bundling revenue model is strong and attractive, as we have built it to not impact the bottom line of retailers while maintaining a high gross margin. There's a huge potential market in Canada. However, we are laser focused on our ideal customer profile, such as pharmacy, boutique grocery, cannabis, and retail. We have amazing clients such as Jump.ca, Sunterra Market, Farmer Jane, and Medicine Shop, to name a few. They have all improved their customer experience and productivity with our platform. We also have a robust pipeline with major retailers that will accelerate our growth. This gives us a confidence in our projected growth in 2022. We're currently operating in 5 cities in Western Canada, while we also have an aggressive plan to expand across Canada, including the GTA and BC's Lower Mainland. StoreToDoor has a lot of features that give the retailer advantages, such as the ability to integrate with existing e-commerce checkouts such as Shopify. There's no need for an app, as we provide SMS messaging with web links to access our tracking and communication. We white label all the interactions with our retailers' clients with their brand to keep consistent and build trust. We have per package pricing structure and a scalable fulfillment capacity using our network of delivery drivers. With this raise, we'll hit these near-term milestones. We'll double month-over-month delivery growth, double our client onboarding capacity, exceed 200,000 in monthly revenue, and expand to an additional 10 Canadian markets. We're raising a growth capital of $2 million in this round. This is a price round for Common A shares. We're looking for key partners to help continue our aggressive growth. We'll also be able to provide a 45% tax credit through STSI for Saskatchewan investors. StoreToDoor delivery volume is growing daily. We have rapid revenue growth, experienced leadership team, and we're scaling across Canada. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present StoreToDoor, and welcome anyone who wants to jump on our rocket ship. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Any
Scott.
questions? Hey,
Awesome
Kenzie, how's it
job.
going? Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about that potential advantage with the white labeling. There's been potential competitors in the marketplace in the news today that aren't doing that strategy. So I'm just kind of curious on the feedback that you've heard with an advantage on the white labeling piece.
Sure. Yeah, so, it's one of those things that the retailers keep talking to us about, specifically about how they're so concerned about losing their customers to third-party marketplaces. They work so hard and spend so much money marketing to these customers, and just to pass them off to a third-party marketplace. So in order for us to brand it and continue that message consistency through from every touch point to their end clients is super important, and that is one of the key value propositions that we have.
Yeah, I see that. I also find it very interesting, the approach to going both east and west. Curious on the timing. So is it going to be east and then west both at the same time? And then what are both key advantages to those different regions?
We'll be hitting Ontario actually here in the first couple of weeks of December. We have a key client, High Tide, that we're working with. They're a big cannabis retailer that we'll be launching in the Ontario region with. So the advantage for us is to go into these regions with key retailers to give us deliveries right off the hop. We're not out there just trying to develop our brand. They're taking us to these regions, and we're going to automatically have delivery volume with those retailers. Shortly thereafter, in Q1, we'll be venturing into the BC market.
Any opportunity for going south or elsewhere
Yes.
internationally?
And we hope High Tide will actually be one of the first retailers to draw us to the south. We've had discussions and been talking to them aggressively about that. It's part of their master plan. It's also part of ours. So I see us seeing some US marketplace probably within Q2 of 2022.
Awesome. Super excited about the growth. Thanks, Scott. That was a great pitch.
Thanks, Kenzie. Appreciate it. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you, Kenzie, and thank you, Scott and CBRE for introducing that pitch. Yeah, we're good. Coming up next, we're back to Edmonton, and Zach's going to tell us a bit about what we got coming up next.
We are ready to roll, Jesse. Awesome pitches. I love the quality of the pitches going on right now. I also just checked in with our tech team. We did a quick estimation between Zoom, YouTube, and all of you live viewers in person. We're at like 280 people. There's a lot of people signed in right now. Let's make some noise here. Hey, yo. And here to introduce the next presenter is one of our great sponsors, Jeremy Deeks, also an investor with us. He works at CBRE here in Edmonton. Jeremy, tell us a little about what you're seeing right now in terms of the office market. Are people going back to the office? What's going on?
Well, yeah, that's a big topic. I mean, every day I have the same conversation, and we've heard enough about the CBRE so far. So obviously, we'll talk a little bit more about what's going on. But it's funny, every company from two-person company to the Stantec's of the world and the Enbridges, everyone, they don't know what's happening. They don't know. They don't know what's going to happen. And it's funny because we don't know what if people want to go back to the office, they want to work from home. So that's a big part of our discussions on a daily basis. Is really saying like, okay, if you're going to go back, here's how we protect you on that side, and here's how you can work with your landlord. And landlords need to get their heads out of their to make sure that they protect people and help people out. So yeah, there you go.
Are people mostly looking to move into the downtown area in Edmonton, or like do you have any thoughts on the importance of having us kind of concentrated within a region as a startup?
Yeah, I would say as a startup community, I'd say the majority of the companies are moving to the downtown core. I mean, obviously when we were working with Bitcoin Well, that was one of their things is started looking at White Ave and kind of ended up thinking the downtown core would make a lot of sense. That and the other thing we're seeing a lot of activity in is actually in the lab space. And obviously we see that with the kind of groups that are here. We're seeing a lot of lab users out there, and that's an amazing thing about Edmonton.
Laboratory space in Edmonton, love to see that happening. I know you've also worked with another local success story, Granify. What's the range of company sizes you guys work with?
Oh, anywhere from I have an idea at I'm one person company all the way up to the company that needs 100 to 200 people. So we're happy to talk to anyone in that range. So.
All right, and how are you enjoying the experience as an investor, Jeremy?
Oh, it's been amazing. It's a lot. I was overwhelmed with what, but you know what? I learned so much from it. This is my first time. Kind of just threw it in there, and then I couldn't believe how smart everyone is and how much smarter everyone is than me. And I'm just learning so much from everyone here. So.
All right, well, I think we're ready for the next presentation. I know that one of our investors, James Freeman, will be taking over moderating the questions for our next presenter. Jeremy, are you ready? Tell everyone who the next presenter is.
I am. We have Quinn from Rogue 7 up next. Quinn,
let's hear it for Quinn, everybody. Bring it together. Bring it together. Quinn, I see you on stage. How you feeling, Quinn?
I'm doing awesome, man. Thank you.
Quinn, thanks for joining. Take it away.
Okay, just give me a second here. I'm just going to share my screen. And I'm just going to fire it up here. Hi, I'm Quinn Goretzky, a CEO of Rogue 7. With our software, we deliver more product with less energy. The problem that we've been tackling is that Canada's pipeline capacity is underutilized at this point in time. The solution that we've come up with is how do we get more capacity into it by squeezing it out of our existing infrastructure? And the way we do it is through data. What we've built is Rogue Intuition, a platform that lies outside the control loop. It's, as we call it, SCADA adjacent. It's adjacent to the control system for pipelines. What we've built is a product that is a digital assistant for operators. And as you can see on the screen on the far right, we can create predictions that can show an operator better ways to operate their pipeline in the near future. So by adjusting the set points in the bottom right corner, you can create all sorts of different scenarios that will lead you to a better way to increase throughput, as well as generate a range of environmental and safety benefits. The market that we anticipate just in Alberta alone is if we were able to install our product in the fleet of pipelines for the 6 companies in the bottom corner, we would generate well over $1 billion in value. And if we just took 10% of that, that would be $100 million a year in revenue for us. But wait, there's more. The other even more interesting value is the fact that we can smooth out pressure swings in the pipeline. We can actually reduce stress in the pipelines and improve pipeline integrity, which then means you're going to have less maintenance, which means less land disturbance. And best of all, we can reduce the energy that's used per barrel that's moved for that pipeline, thus reducing greenhouse gases as well. Presently, we are involved in 3 major RFPs. We are waiting for a major export pipeline to give us the green light for a pilot this fall. We are also there's even more exciting news. We've taken our platform and applied it to a new problem. And the problem that we've applied it to is water distribution at the municipal level. Through a partnership that we've struck with a group called the Hydraulic Analysis Group out of Leeds, London, they provide a real-time simulator of a water distribution system. We provide a real-time optimizer of the real-time system. And together we've created a revolutionary joint offering for the global water market. Think of it this way: we can reduce power consumption by 10% with the water pumps. If you think of it this way, that a given city has 20% of its energy going towards moving water around, reducing any of that power is a significant impact on the bottom line for any municipal government. Finally, we anticipate next year that our expenses and our revenue are going to separate about mid-year. And from there, we're going to continue to keep adding customers, both in the oil and the water markets, and keep growing from there. How do we do this? We install our product either on an ML server that we've built that can be installed on premise, or we can deliver it through the cloud. Our platform, Rogue Intuition, gathers data, communicates this information or this data up into product modules that are focused on a variety of problems for either water or oil. And then from there, we support our customers for our monthly subscription fee. The competition that we see out in the market primarily is Crux OCM. Their point is to roboticize the pipeline. Our point is to optimize and improve the decision-making of pipeline operators. We come at it from two different directions, but with the same intent. Our other big competitors are SCADA providers. They're looking to add machine learning to their SCADA products, but we see this as a high cost and technically risky option for customers. It's much easier to go with modules like ours. And then finally, in all these pipeline companies, we're encountering data scientists and machine learning people who are building projects, not products at this point in time, who are maybe internal competition today, but we see them as future allies. Our team, we've got over 50 years of experience in industrial automation, as well as over 40 years in sales and business development. And we're very confident that this group of talented individuals can deliver interest per annum with a 20% discount if we do $1 million raise in the future, and there's a 3-year maturity on it. On top of that, we're going to be deepening our relationship with HAG, or pardon me, the Hydraulic Analysis Group. In the next couple of weeks, we are going to be formalizing a couple of business agreements with them.
Quinn, can you hear us? You're cutting in and
Yes,
out.
Hi, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, Quinn, I think your Wi-Fi is a little slow. Maybe cut your video.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and Zach, I think we're good to go with questions.
Yeah, James, take it away. Take it away.
Yeah, you bet. So Quinn, thank you very much for the presentation. I know as somebody who's run SCADA in the cloud in the oil and gas space, I was quite excited to be part of the due diligence on the team. I know from the due diligence process, you're really excited about the partnership with the Hydraulic Analysis Group, both for what it can do for product development and also for your sales strategy. So do you want to just, oh, and the other thing I should mention for investors, there was a great write-up about this by Edmonton Global on October 5th. And Quinn, you may want to post the link in the chat, but just talk a little bit more about what this means for your company. Quinn? Okay, we see Quinn, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep, yeah, we can hear you now. Did you hear the question?
So you were asking about the HAG relationship, is that correct?
Yeah, and I mean, what it's going to do for you from a product development perspective and also from a sales strategy perspective. Maybe just talk a little bit more, be brief, because we're running out of time.
Sure. Let me start with sales. First off, it allows us to have a bundled sales approach, integrating our two products together. Their real-time simulator with our real-time optimizer means that we can do joint sales together. So that means we can do revenue sharing agreements. Secondly, in the sales front, from an international coverage standpoint, we've got North America covered. They've got a lot of penetration in Europe, Middle East, and Asia. So we can upsell on both fronts there. And then finally, in terms of improving the product, we are presently using the Verisim simulator to improve our machine learning model. So it's enhancing our product at this point in time.
Quinn, quickly, pricing. How are you thinking about pricing, and what kind of recurring revenue can you generate from your machine learning as a service model?
Sure. So pricing, there's an initial fee for install and setup and configuration, as well as a monthly subscription after that. We call that machine learning as a service. We anticipate average prices for an oil pipeline will be about $7,000 to $9,000 a month. But keep in mind, your typical midstream company has probably 20 or more pipelines. So we're talking about the entire fleet. Each pipeline will be paying that on a monthly basis.
Okay, final one for investors, exit.
Oh, very simple. We're in the large industrial space. We anticipate at some point one of the large strategics is going to come along, knock on our door and say, we want to make a strategic investment in you, which we will think is the first step towards an acquisition down the road. And
awesome.
We've already actually talked to a couple firms like Aviva and Yokogawa, not in terms of acquisition, but just engagement and showing them our product. So we see that in the future. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Quinn. Polar Park, back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Quinn. Great presentation, despite the Wi-Fi challenges, Quinn. No worries. And James, always great to have you facilitating questions for us. All right, we're going to send it back over to the Calgary team. Jade and Neil, what's on the docket for us over in Calgary?
Well, we're actually under crowd organization right now. We got so many people here, so many loud people here, right? Let's hear it up. Woo!
Oh, we can hear them now. We can hear them now. It is a big crowd.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. First of all, the next one up is moovez with Simon, but I am going to introduce the EB here. They're with BDC. Not only are they a supportive of TNT, but they are huge supporters of startups all over Canada. So EB, check in Simon.
Hey everyone, I'm EB. Great to be here in person, and certainly great to be part of another investment summit here. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to everyone at Startup TNT. They've obviously hosted a great event as per usual. Just a little bit of a background about BDC. We support entrepreneurs across Canada with access to non-dilutive capital, venture capital, and access to advisory services. But we'll move on to the next contestant here. So we've got Simon from moovez. Simon, you're up next. Check. Let me just make sure this is working. Okay, I'm the weirdo trying to start a tech company and I'm using cue cards. So here we go. Hello, my name is Simon Bullard and I am the founder of moovez. moovez is a fully automated on-demand moving and delivery service. We've created an online platform for last mile heavy logistics where people and businesses can get a delivery vehicle of any size on demand. For people, this means no more, For people, this means no more driving to the closest U-Haul dealer, waiting in long lines, filling out paperwork, driving the vehicle home, and then breaking your back packing up the U-Haul. For business, this means leaving logistics to us, and you get to focus on what you do best, and that's running your business. By utilizing the whole network of moving and delivery vehicles on the road, we will be able to reduce wasted travel and eliminate backhauling on empty loads. Machine learning and AI will help to create smarter routes and lead to better overall optimization of the entire network. Our platform will auto dispatch to drivers and our customers will be able to track them in real time. Okay, here's a couple scenarios for you. Have you ever gone to IKEA to buy a couch or to try and buy a couch on an online platform like Kijiji, and that couch wouldn't fit in your vehicle. Or the pickup location was completely on the other side of the city. Here's another scenario. You're a construction company owner and you want to keep your crew on site completing the work instead of stuck in traffic, picking up materials from the Home Depot. If it's big and bulky and it needs to be delivered, leave it to moovez. Over the last decade, young people in urban areas have chosen to either not own a vehicle or own a smaller vehicle for day-to-day city travel. moovez is a complementary service to other crowdsourced services that have become a part of everyday life. The last mile delivery market is projected to grow by $44 billion in North America between 2020 and 2024. Same-day delivery is projected to grow by 20 to 40% and instant delivery by 10%. Last mile heavy logistics is on the rise and there are no signs of it slowing down. Here are a couple more tangible numbers to sink your teeth into. Right now, as we speak in Alberta, there are 47,000 furniture items for sale. Across Canada, there are 265,000. There are 3,000 furniture stores, and there are over 375,000 construction companies. These are just a small sample size of a few target markets we have identified that will find value in our service. So what's our progress so far? We launched our MVP in January. Since then, we've completed over 500 successful moves and deliveries. We have achieved an average MRR of $10,000 since April. We have a mix of B2C and B2B clients. The core of our business is based here in Calgary, but we've done jobs throughout Alberta, into BC, and as of this week, as far as Manitoba. We won the Alberta Innovates Digital Attraction Grant. We have started development on our mobile apps, and we have done this almost entirely through organic traction. 1 minute, okay, that means hurry. We use a commission-based business model where 80% goes to the driver and 20% comes to the platform, us, for every order. We've divided our service into two categories, moving and delivery. For delivery, we use a flat rate pricing model, which is based on the vehicle size you choose, the size of the load, and then also the distance between pickup and drop off. For moving, we use a simple hourly pricing model where smaller vehicles have a lower hourly rate than the bigger vehicles. Here's an overview of our team. I'm gonna kind of skip this because I'm running out of time. Yeah, we're down to the final slide here, and this is our ask. We're currently doing a $500,000 seed round. The funds will be used for expansion into new markets, new hires, marketing spend, and of course, runway as we continue to refine our product market fit. That's all, folks. Thanks for listening. Thanks to Startup TNT for giving us this platform. And yeah, thanks for your interest in moovez.
Thank you, Simon. My fault at the beginning. I forgot to, this man needs no introduction, but Dave Filio is going to answer the questions.
Okay, go easy on me.
First off, excellent work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My heart's pounding.
I've had the opportunity over the last few weeks to work with Simon and his team on the due diligence side, and we've had a great learning. Simon, you've had some great success so far, the 10,000 monthly revenue. Now, can you talk a little more about some of the neat opportunities you see both on the supply side and on the demand side for this business going forward?
Yeah, so some of our B2B clients, we've definitely found opportunity in kind of the construction industry with big heavy loads. We're working quite a lot with some flooring stores in the city. You know, their customers need the flooring dropped off. They're either doing like home renos, that type of thing, and they don't have the vehicle for it. So we found a lot of opportunity in the construction industry, smaller businesses as well, where they have their crews on site and they need wood picked up or they need drywall picked up, that sort of stuff. So on the B2B side, construction industry, as well as home decorators, interior design, they're constantly going into condos having to, or
or houses and having to drop off furniture to kind of make it look nice before trying to sell the house. So different opportunities like that, like big and bulky items that wouldn't fit in their vehicles. We've kind of found an opportunity there.
Excellent. You and I were talking a little earlier about maybe some of the different companies in different industries that you're trying to model after or follow after. You talked to Uber starting out, but maybe a little more about, some of the things you've been working on to model after other successful companies.
Yeah, so obviously Uber in the on-demand ride-sharing space, they're a clear-cut winner in that space. So kind of learning about their story and how they've done it. My background was actually in Asia and China, and this type of industry has really exploded in China. And so my 8.5 years there, I kind of saw it start from its infancy to become the biggest company in the heavy logistics industry in China is worth $10 billion now. And China is a little bit different where people either don't own vehicles, so they really have to outsource moving around to third-party companies. And so that being said, I thought there was still an opportunity here in North America for convenience sake, or people that do have smaller vehicles. I thought there was still opportunity in North America
Great.
for that.
And I think you're proving that with the success of the model so far. I think we're getting the hook here, Simon, but excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, Simon. Good job, Dave. Zach, back to you in Edmonton.
Wait a second. We're going to Jesse. We're going to Jesse.
Yeah, we're coming to Saskatchewan over here. Very excited.
Jesse. Let's hear it for Saskatchewan people. Let's hear it.
Yeah, we got quite the crowd out here. I don't know if you can hear them, but they're loud.
Get it going.
And, I'm very excited to announce our next pitchers. Our next pitch and Q&A is all going to be virtual. We got Nanogram coming up next, and then to introduce the founder, we've got Tommy from BDC, and our Q&A will be hosted by Paul Cairns, the lead investor, who's been doing a lot of great work with Stephanie from Nanogram, and I'm so excited to hear more about the pitch. So Tommy, are you there?
You betcha. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Tommy, loud and clear. Tell us a little bit about what BDC has been doing lately here in Saskatchewan. It's some exciting stuff.
Yeah, you betcha. No, thanks again for having me, Jesse, and the TNT team. It's always excited to be here representing BDC in Saskatchewan and the Saskatoon market. As my colleague Evie already mentioned, BDC is a bank dedicated exclusively for entrepreneurs. And in fact, we are also your non-dilutive tech partner. Post-seed investment, pre-series A is where we typically fit. We come in right after product market acceptance when there's revenue traction to help fuel that additional growth before the next fundraising round. And some interesting facts, we provided tech companies with close to $3 billion in capital investments to date, which has ultimately enabled them to grow their teams, expand their service or product offerings, and ultimately increase sales.
Let's say that again, $3 billion. That's an exciting number. Wow.
And growing. So
and growing.
You betcha. Saskatchewan market is definitely adding to that, so it's exciting to be here.
Fantastic.
So without further ado, I'm honored to get the opportunity to introduce the next company on stage. Presenting next is Stephanie from Nanogram Pharmaceuticals, who is maximizing efficiency and profit in pharmacy compounding operations. Take it away, Stephanie.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me. I have a bit of a cold, so I apologize if there's any coughing throughout this presentation. I will just share my screen now. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it, Stephanie.
Okay, great. Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Stephanie Aboa, the founder of Nanogram Pharmaceuticals, and we're bringing prescription compounding into the 21st century. So a little recap from my last pitch. A compound is medication a pharmacist creates that does not exist commercially. Now, I'm a compounding pharmacist by trade with 10 years of experience. I recently sold my successful compounding pharmacy practice outside Victoria, BC to Rubicon Pharmacies. Nanogram is not an online pharmacy. It's a unique, full-service B2B compounding pharmacy focused on selling high-quality custom medications to pharmacies and veterinarians using an easy online platform so they can generate a profit and retain their patients. So there's a window of opportunity here. Beginning August 2022, there are stringent but necessary regulations coming to the Canadian pharmacy industry. It requires pharmacies who want to compound beyond a basic level to undergo expensive renovations, have specially trained staff, a full set of operating procedures, and carry the necessary inventory. So pharmacies will have three options. They can undergo the renovations and become compliant, order compounds from a compounding pharmacy, or send patients away to a compounding pharmacy and risk losing them due to inconvenience. So right now, most pharmacists actually don't want to compound. A 2019 survey of Saskatchewan pharmacies indicated 65% of pharmacists would completely opt out of all compounding if they had the choice. The market for compounded products in Canada is a diverse and growing sector. Profit margins on compounds are higher than standard prescriptions, and based on Saskatchewan data alone, annual gross sales of compounded prescriptions are estimated to exceed $50 million and exceed 1.36 billion Canada-wide. That's not including veterinary or hospital prepared compounds. There are a few key problems with compounding in Canada. There are lots of pharmacies making expensive, low volume compounds, which leaves money tied up and resources. When a prescription for a compound comes into a regular pharmacy, it's a huge workflow disruption, and ordering that compound is time consuming and difficult. Second, compounding equipment and highly trained staff are expensive. So with the cost prohibitive regulations coming next year, most pharmacies won't be able to justify the cost to retrofit. And lastly, there's a lack of standardization. A patient can take their compound prescription to 2 different pharmacies and receive very different products. The solution is clients receive high quality, standardized products without the overhead through a secure online platform and vast database, providing everything the recipient business needs to confidently dispense the product, and fast delivery across Saskatchewan for pharmacies and across Canada for all other applicable healthcare providers. And that includes to remote communities. Key points on how this business model differs from a standard compounding pharmacy are efficiency, reduced cost per unit due to economies of scale, a secure online platform, and several exclusive formulas with the aim of patent protection. The goal is to have a Nanogram pharmacy in every province within the next 5 years. This increases exposure and allows access to Nanogram's compounds by all healthcare providers and patients. There are pharmacies that offer B2B compounding across Canada. However, the process is expensive, difficult, time-consuming, and products are not standardized. The online platform is an important piece of the operation. From the user's perspective, it will be simple, transparent, and seamless. This opens the door to better patient care and tailored medication solutions when commercially available options fail. The software will be a cloud-based e-commerce platform with user roles to ensure specific users have access only to the drugs they're allowed to order, advanced search functions to filter through the vast database of formulas, customer customization of the compounds with dynamic pricing, an integrated shipping tool, online payment, and access to their regulatory paperwork anytime. Online access makes compounded medication readily available to healthcare providers who need it, and better patient access to medications benefits the entire healthcare system. So a lot has happened since the October 7th TNT pitch. Nanogram's now incorporated. We have an upcoming lease, drawings for permit, IT hardware and pharmacy equipment secure, a soft marketing plan, and online platform investigation is underway. Revenue projections from the budget indicate the Saskatoon flagship location, operating at approximately 40% capacity, will exceed 480,000 pre-tax net revenue, and at maximum capacity, pre-tax net revenue exceeds 1.4 million. That's from compounding alone. Nanogram will have revenue streams through compounding services, both patient and B2B online, regular prescriptions, and flexibility to offer any other professional service a pharmacy can offer. Pharmaceutical compounding is an essential service, and it crosses all species. Access to the right medicine has real impacts in people's lives. For the deal structure, I'm looking for up to $600,000 as a convertible note with 5% interest rate, 20% discount at a 2.8 million valuation cap on a 36-month maturation date. And thanks for listening.
Thanks, Stephanie. This is Paul. And that was an awesome presentation. Thanks for doing that. It's been a real pleasure working with you over the last 6 weeks. Awesome. I have 3 questions for you. You talked about your expanding, and how would you do that? And because I understand that we'll start out strictly in Saskatchewan.
Correct. Yep, that's exactly right. So Saskatchewan location is set to open late April 2022. And then once the software has been proven, the workflow has been established, new locations will start opening, starting with BC and then moving west. So BC set to open in 2023.
Thank you. Another question for you. What's the typical turnaround time for a compound at a traditional compounding pharmacy versus Nanogram?
Yeah, so typically your regular community compounding pharmacy turnaround times anywhere from 2 days, which is pretty fast, to 5 to 7, which is more of a normal turnaround time. So at Nanogram, we're hoping to reduce that turnaround time to the same business day or next business day, just with a better prediction model, and batching our highly requested compounds, so making them a batch of them rather than making them one at a time.
Okay, thank you. One other question. What's stopping other players from duplicating this area?
Yeah, so there are barriers to entering this particular area. You need an experienced compounding pharmacist who understands the market. It is a niche within pharmacy, so there's liability for people who do it incorrectly. Since you're making the medication from scratch, you're assuming the liability rather than a drug manufacturer. And a number of big box stores are actually loss leaders. So this would be an unlikely venture for them. Pardon me. And then most existing community pharmacies use compounding to sort of complement their business rather than it is their business. So if you walk into a pharmacy, they do everything. They have gift cards, they do injections, they do regular prescriptions, they just do everything. And then compounding sort of complements their service. So they would have to, they have a successful revenue generating strategy to sort of turn that around. They need to renovate or get a new facility. They need to find and train staff. So pharmacies tend to focus on everything to bring as many people in as they can, whereas Nanogram is focusing on one part of pharmacy and delivering that to customers.
Okay, thank you again.
Thanks, Paul.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul, and thanks, Stephanie, for that great pitch and Q&A. We're going to go right back to Edmonton now, and Zach's going to tell us what we got up next. Also, Tim's there too. Look at that.
Tim's there too. Thank you, Jess. Look at this. Look at this. Tim's
having fun
with his laptop. Let's hear it, Edmonton. Crowd is growing. I don't know. We're like 40 to 50 people now. We're getting it going. It's getting exciting. Tim, what was that number you just said was in our bank account?
$400,000.
$400,000. That's the minimum we're spending tonight as investors. That's just us getting started. Unbelievable.
Speaking of getting started, we got the party started right here tonight.
The party started. You know, there's a fun thing we like to do at TNT, which is invite people to sponsor beers for the community. Who has sponsored beers tonight, Tim?
Do you want me to just rattle off the list?
Just
Zach?
rattle off the list.
All right.
Recognize them.
I don't know how to pronounce it. The Barry's company, BASAC Consulting Services.
Barry, new beer sponsor. I don't know Barry.
Love this guy. Adrian Mitchell smashed it with the pitches blind.
Adrian Mitchell, here everywhere.
Trading fish pictures for beers.
There you go. There you go.
Crystal Phillips.
Crystal Phillips is going to be at VC Pitch Night. She's from Thin Air Labs.
Oh,
amazing.
Wicked. Aisha. That's it. That's the whole name, just like Cher.
Aisha, just a one word, just mic drop. Aisha, love it.
Done. Alicia Nage.
A new friend, Alicia Nage. I don't think I know Alicia.
Yeah, and Mitchell Eaton.
Mitchell Eaton. Do you remember Mitchell Eaton? That's the guy that dresses just like me that was at Startup TNT 2 years ago for his company, Prototype Hubs. That was it. Thank you, Mitchell. Hope you're watching at home, and maybe you can join us tonight.
And 4 more people who just said, "Nah, I'll donate, but I don't want the shout out."
4 anonymous donors. I love those anonymous donors. They're usually from the government, just so you know. Listen, we've got our next sponsor here to introduce. The Edmonton company is none other than Justin Russo, my absolutely favorite accountant from KRP. Justin, here you are. How's it going?
Doing great, Zach. How are you?
I'm doing amazing, Justin.
Awesome.
Give us a little rundown. What do you guys do over at KRP?
Yeah, KRP, we're an accounting firm based out of Edmonton, offering services in obviously accounting, auditing, tax, valuation, cross-border work. We do it all. We work with a number of tech startup companies in all different stages as well. Actually, developed and actually work with a number of the success stories coming out of startup TNT as well.
Yeah, and KRP, you're not a national brand, but how big are you right here in Edmonton? Because I see a building downtown with your name on it, which means to me something big is going on. What's the history of KRP in Edmonton?
Yeah, absolutely. KRP's been around in Edmonton for 75 years, actually. We've got about 175 people total working with us. And like I said, in all different areas of accounting, doing a little bit of everything.
Well, one thing that I like about Justin, I've said this before and it bears repeating, whenever I send Justin an email, he responds in a few minutes. Maybe 10 is like a long response. And I ask a lot of really dumb questions to my accountant, and they always make me feel like I'm asking a really smart question. So I appreciate that, Justin. Thanks for the help and the support in the community. Who's our next presenter, Justin?
Yeah, absolutely. Our next presenter is Sayre. He's the CRO and co-founder of Flawless Labs. At a very, very high level, Flawless Labs provides digital transformation services for organizations that want to grow through channel or franchise programs. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to Sayre.
Let's hear it for Sayre, everybody. Let's hear it for Sayre, calling in on the phone.
Thank you, team. And today I'm going to speak to you about an exciting opportunity. And it's actually a partner relationship management platform that we're building. We're going to speak about why this platform, why now, our go-to-market strategy, the management team, and the ask. So first of all, why sometimes companies need a partner relationship management software. I want you to think about smaller companies who now are struggling to grow and they don't have the budget to hire sales reps and marketing team. And they decided that they want to do it the smarter way by reselling through channel. So they need resellers who are in different organizations. They need strategic partners, distributors, and franchise. The second thing that they're struggling with is the technology layer to be able to connect resellers who work in other organizations with their own CRM. So what we're bringing really is a single platform that can connect this client with the resellers who exist in different organizations. The third thing is those clients want to now manage the revenue that's coming from their resellers to ensure it's an indirect resell. Can we actually manage and monitor the recurring revenue that's coming from our resellers? But you know what? This is not only our opinion. Actually, Forrester is saying that this is a big opportunity right now, and we have a window for the next 6 to 8 years. And there are a lot of organizations right now that decided actually to look into a partner relation management platform so that they can grow and expand the smart way. Not only that, Forrester said that the market for this platform is growing dramatically, especially because COVID is forcing a lot of people to stop hiring internally more salespeople, but actually use channel to grow, to the point that Forrester is forecasting that this market might be a $5 billion in potential transactions by 2026. Now, we believe that with the right execution, we can start attracting 20% of that market. So how would a platform like this look like? I want you now to imagine that I am a reseller working in a company called OpenDrive. I'm actually reselling some of the core company, a company called, let's say, Diverse Field. My name is Josh, and now I'm creating a new opportunity. And as you can see here, I'm trying to work a lot of things and understand what's the core company is selling. So what the platform will do, first of all, it will help me to understand how many deals did I close for the mother company, for this company who I'm reselling the service for. I will understand the average deal size and understand the total value of deals that I brought to this company so far. But then at the same time, I don't have marketing and branding. I'm trying to resell their service, but I'm very small. I don't have their marketing and branding. This platform will help me to co-brand in a minute and start building marketing material for that. Not only that, I don't have time to fly somewhere and be in a meeting to learn how can I sell their products and services. So we'll be launching a small training layer platform for this PRM solution. But the real question right now is, how are we going to do that? We designed a go-to-market strategy that's very specific so that we're not shooting in the dark. We have an existing list of potential prospects. That's 20% of our existing book of business. That's 600 organizations in North America that we're going to focus on. And then we decided that we're going to launch in a couple of phases. Phase one, we have a strategic relationship with a gigantic platform called HubSpot, where they are growing in rapidly. HubSpot is a very famous CRM and marketing automation tool that's growing 45% year over year. And then as soon as we grow with HubSpot, that will not stop us there, because now we can connect our PRM to other large platforms like Oracle, NetSuite, and Salesforce. Not only that, we are forecasting that in 24 months, we will be hitting $1 million in ARR with those target 600 clients. And we're speaking with HubSpot right now as a venture fund that will come in after 36 months from now to be one of the priced rounds for us. But who's going to do all this work? So the core company is Flawless and Bound. We have been in operation for 7+ years, nationally in Canada and the US, with 22 team members. We're already generating top-line revenue with a very healthy EBITDA. But the key point where we're launching is our relationship with HubSpot and with Oracle NetSuite. We have an amazing executive team who have done this before and who are already operating in Flawless and Bound. So we have our relationship with our clients already. We're not just waiting to build the list and hope that our marketing campaigns will attract those markets. Now, what we're asking for is a $200K convertible note with a 6% interest, 3-year term, and on conversion, we are going to give a 20% discount on the share price. What are we going to do with this $200K? We'll focus almost 70% of that money on building the MVP, and then we'll apply some of it in marketing and in sales. I would like you to join this journey. It's an exciting journey to be able to help this small business grow and use our platform so that we can all grow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar. Let's hear it for Sahar. And we have one of our investors, Rob Davey, here to ask questions for Sahar. Take it away, Rob.
Thanks for that, Sahar. And I just wanted to thank you again for your responsiveness and your openness to suggestions during the due diligence process. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. One of the really things that we're really excited about, this isn't your first rodeo. You know, you've started a company, you've grown it to Flawless Inbound quite big. Can you tell us a little bit about that journey, the ups and downs you've been through?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So Flawless and Bound, we have been in operation for 7+ years. We're national, and we kind of had almost 2 near-death experience. One of them, of course, the oil market kind of crisis, oil and gas market crisis, and then COVID. But we were able to bounce back and actually grow and tremendously grow as well. So what we're hoping for is that now we take this expertise and our relationship with HubSpot to automatically deploy in Flawless Labs and be able to grow and expand from there, because it's going to be the same team who we know, we hired, we have a process and system in place, and we can launch from there.
No, absolutely awesome. You've got that pretty extensive relationship with HubSpot, which is going to be really, really important for growing Flawless Labs. Can you tell us a little bit more about that relationship and how you're going to leverage it?
Absolutely. So HubSpot have been monitoring us for some time now. They know that we are building this platform, and we have relationship with the executive management team, senior executive who reports to the CEO directly. We also confirm that they're not really investing in other platforms like that. So the way how we are going to be building this is that we're going to always be sharing our roadmaps with them, and we're going to be writing our software code to natively integrate with their core CRM platform, because we know at least for the first 3 to 4 years, they're not going there. Then from there can be 2 options of exit. Either they will invest as one of the leading VC firms because they have a venture capital fund for companies like us in 2 to 3 years from now, or they can maybe acquire us completely in 3 to 4 years from now.
Awesome. One of the unique things that you guys are doing, because there are other people in the PRM space, obviously, you guys are going after a slightly different sector that most people are going after. What makes your offering unique to them, and why you're going to win their business?
See, one of the things, one of the things that we have seen is that sometimes the small side of that business, they really don't have budget to invest in more complex platform PRM solutions. So the first one will be our pricing. We're pricing it to cater to small business. Number two, our relationship with HubSpot. No other organization is having this depth of relationship. And then number three, our core target market. The feature function that we're going to be launching in the first while are very specific to the pain point of a small to medium-sized business.
Awesome. Thanks, Sahir, again. Awesome deck. We're really, really excited to be working with you and looking forward to the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it for Sahir and Rob Davey. Thanks so much, guys. I got a new beer. Thanks to our beer sponsors. How about a quick cheers to the beer sponsors and all the sponsors tonight? We're going to send it back over to Jade and Neil in Calgary. Jade and
Hey,
Neil.
thanks, Zach. And it's good to be back here. And I know we're running behind time, so I'm not supposed to make too many jokes. But the next company up is our second of the third female-founded companies. And to introduce them was Kevin. And Kevin sent me an introduction that was about 7 paragraphs long.
Whoa. I don't remember saying
And I'm
that.
not going to read that, KD. So you can do a quick little introduction.
I don't remember sending that email, but if you have it, then it must be true. Yeah, my name's Kevin Dahl. I'm with Platform Calgary. Platform Calgary brings together the resources of Calgary's innovation community to support entrepreneurs in launching and growing their businesses at every step of the journey. We're focused on helping to make every part of the ecosystem better resourced, more efficient, more effective, and more prominent. And it doesn't get much more prominent than 52,000 square feet of space in downtown Calgary. And that's what this building is. It's an opportunity to bring the community together, create a focal point for the community for awesome events like this, and many more that we plan to do as we actually open the building officially early in the new year. So with that, I'm going to keep it short. I know Dawn from Innovate Edmonton announced earlier and talked about the Alberta Pre-Accelerator program, the APA program that we've partnered on. So I just want to remind everybody that applications are open, and I want to remind everybody that we haven't actually chosen a name for it. So there's a $1,000 winner-take-all naming opportunity that's in place right now for that program. All right, so the new Pre-Accelerator is actually replacing our current Junction program that's been around for the last 3 years, and we're currently wrapping up cohort 7. And in cohort 7 are the next presenters. So I'd like to talk about Rallie. Rallie is a female-focused financial technology company providing users with affordable access to automated investing, advising, and education. I'd like to ask Meredith to take the stage and give us your pitch.
Thank you. I'm Meredith Wozni, CEO and co-founder of Rallie, and we're a female-focused investing app helping women to build wealth. A woman is 80% more likely to face poverty in retirement than a man. And so why is this? Well, in addition to things like, barriers like the pay gap, women are also not investing their money. Existing financial products are gender neutral, or what the industry calls gender neutral. And in reality, this means defaulting to male preferences like salaries, career paths, and their lifespans. As a woman, we make less money, we take maternity leaves, and we live longer. So we need a different investing strategy and more money upon retirement. So I started Rallie because in my early 20s, I was married. By the time I hit my 30s, I found myself divorced and with full financial autonomy for the first time in over 7 years. I quickly realized how much time I had lost to build wealth and how many women were in similar positions to me. I talked to over 150 women, and I realized that when it came to investing in financial services, women are a massively underserved market. So Rallie is an app to make investing straightforward. Simply open an account, tell us about your financial situation and your goals, and you'll receive a tailored investment portfolio. After that, you can just add funds and watch your money grow. So we're aware that an app alone is not going to solve the problem. Education is your best defense to protect yourself from unforeseen circumstances that can impact your financial future, like a divorce or a pandemic. So we're committed to giving unbiased and practical financial education. As well, community builds confidence. So we're building a community of women who talk about finance, who increase their financial knowledge and support each other in building their wealth. We believe these three things together will create financially powerful women. Myself and my co-founder are passionate about this problem. We've surrounded ourselves with individuals who have deep experience in wealth management, in financial services, and in the tech sector. We're currently hiring for our Chief Technology Officer and our Chief Investment Officer and our Community Manager, and we're planning to fill these roles by the end of the year. Our revenue model is subscription with other early revenue streams such as flat fee services, events, and merchandise. And we chose this model because it's predictable, giving us cash flow consistency from day one. It's also transparent because our users don't want hard to understand or hidden fees. Subscription models are known for high retention and loyalty, and they unlock other revenue streams as we grow. So why now? Well, the wealth transfer is happening, and over the next 40 years, there'll be an unsurpassed wealth transfer of over $68 trillion in North America alone. Women will control almost 50% of the wealth in Canada by 2026. And so investor demographics are changing, and they're going to favor women because we are living longer and we're inheriting the bulk of that wealth. Which brings me to our Canadian market opportunity. So we have the potential for 15 billion in assets under management with a gross annual revenue of over 200 million. Each of these key competitors have a primarily male user base. None of them target women directly on a regular basis, and they all have a heavy gender bias in their financial advertising, often portraying women as naive or weak when it comes to money. So we have two different target markets. So women who are early in their careers, because when it comes to building wealth, time is the biggest asset on your side. As well, women who are midlife, because often major life changes happen at this time, and women are looking for a place to put their money and to increase their financial knowledge. We're currently in phase 1 of our go-to-market, where we're establishing key partnerships with network leaders and launching our community. We'll launch into phase 2 in early 2022, where we'll release our newsletter, the weekly Rally, continue to build our community, and launch our educational events. After that, we'll go into our phase 3, where we'll launch our product. We're excited because we launched our website today, werally.com, so follow our social channels and be sure to join our community. We're in the middle of our pre-seed raise right now. So we've raised 250,000 from one angel investor. We're trying to raise 750,000 by the end of the year, and we'll be using these funds to grow our team, to build our product, and to grow our community. So we believe there's no gender equality without economic equality. And for that to happen, we need women to have more money. So it's time to rally. Thank you.
Great job, Meredith. Great job. I know everybody's nervous when they get up here, so awesome. And great job, Leanne, the other co-founders here too. So a team effort. I want you to spend a little time talking about the community that you want to build. I think that's so important when you talked about whether it be divorced or single. How are you going to educate the women out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I started to invest myself, I was predominantly talking to all my male friends because a lot of women I knew weren't investing yet, and they had an appetite, but they didn't know where to go or who to talk to. So community is such a big part of our company because we need to be able to have a place to build confidence, talk about money, learn about finance, and grow that. So we'll be working with different organizations, female-focused organizations in Canada, nonprofits, financial influencers, and other leaders in the industry to leverage their networks, amplify our voice, and build really strong relationships.
Is this going to be in the app, or is it going to be a combo outside the app and in the app?
So that is in our roadmap to be able to add a social networking option into our actual investing app. We won't be launching for about a year. So as we get there, we'll first be building that community through events, educational events, networking events, and through our social channels.
And if I was a girl I'm a dude with a girl's name, but how would I go about, like, how am I going to get into it? How am I going to pay for it?
So So we are a female-focused app, so we are targeting women, but anyone can really use the app. But our marketing and our efforts will be focused on women for the foreseeable future, because we do believe that that's how we have to solve the problem, is to really be focused on that problem.
And is it going to be a subscription-based model, or how are you going to make money?
Yeah, it's a subscription-based model with other early revenues, such as events and merchandise. So we'll be launching that in a few months, but it will be a subscription model, which is different than our competitors who all charge on a basis points fee model.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Meredith and Leanne.
Thanks, Jade.
All right, thank you guys. Back to you.
What's going on? Welcome back to Saskatchewan. We're excited. We got a really big pitch up next, our first in-person pitch of the evening. And we got our best friends over at Sereda coming up to tell us a little, to introduce that pitch. And Matt Steen is going to be doing the Q&A after. So I'm going to bring up the CEO of Sereda to talk a little bit more about what they do and why they're supporting us here this evening. Alex Fallon, come on up. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse. You're doing a great. All right. Thanks, Jesse. Good to see everyone in person. This is fantastic. Street is actually really pleased to be presenting this award. And this is a true story. 5 years ago, we were sat on a couch in the Street office. It was one of those terrible couches from the brick, just $100 couch. And we had this idea, and we said, we want to do an awards event for the tech community and the science and innovation community in Saskatoon. And someone looked at me and said, impossible. That industry is not big enough. We tried it. It'll never work. And so 5 years ago, we started the Stick Awards. Some of you have been to that. There's some award winners in the house, and it's coming up again soon. So we can't wait for the Stick event. We also had an idea about, wouldn't it be amazing if we could take some Saskatoon tech entrepreneurs, early stages, to San Francisco and get them pitching to investors, meeting other companies, bringing back ideas and growing in Saskatoon. And again, people said, you can't do that. They said, you can't fly a bunch of people to San Francisco, Alex, you can't. And we did it. And I think we're in our second or third year. We've had companies like Kirby and Salon Scale and Better Cart and others do that. So we're pleased to support the tech industry in Saskatoon. I'm even more excited and a little bit nervous because I get to introduce Dirk. And Dirk I've known for a long time, and I love what this guy is doing, because some of us aren't brave enough to do it. He actually jumped on the roller coaster, this scary roller coaster of entrepreneurship, started his company doing immigration, and the ups and downs of running your own business, family, and doing all these crazy spins on the roller coaster. And then he had this idea about matching it up with tech, and he's going to tell you about that, but I love it. Because if you think about his company, he is actually changing people's lives. Can you imagine pick a country, you want to get to Canada, you want to get to Saskatchewan, and you want to change your life for yourself, your family, and that's what Dirk does. So please introduce him to talk about his company, Immigrate.
Oh, that's on purpose. Just 1 second here. It is the build-up, everybody. It's the build-up. Let's see if this one works here. All right, we're good. Well, this isn't going to be as good as I thought, but that's okay. All right. So I'm going to wing this one because I don't have my notes. But anyways, my name's Dirk Propp, CEO, founder of Immigrate Software. Very happy to be here today and Been doing immigration for a long time, and if you've had a business or if you know of any business owner, you'll notice that there's this extreme labor shortage in Canada right now, and it's not going away. And what we're finding here is that it's touching everybody's lives in some way or another. And whether it's people trying to come to Canada or businesses trying to get people here, it's not going away. And essentially, it's in the news every day, and the stats aren't going to lie. Most business owners are really suffering in their staff. The business owners are working extra hours. They're extremely stressed, and they're not able to find anybody that has any skills. They aren't able to find anybody, and they're hiring whoever they can get that has a great attitude and they're willing to train them. And with that, there's a serious problem in the industry, and luckily we've found a solution. Our product starts off with a journey where when you first hit our platform, we match you with an immigration expert, and with that expert, they go through your options, and that's when the automation starts. With that, we work with the applicant to prepare the application. We collect the data, and with that, we can make an application super fast, and it's accurate. And that's what people really need, is to get an application made properly, accurately, because any mistake that you make in an application can cost you months, if not years, or you might not be able to come at all. And with that, for employers, and that's one of our main targets, because with the pandemic, we had to pivot ourselves. We had to change the direction that we were going. We wanted to take our product, take it international, and let anybody anywhere in the world get expert help. And when Canada closed their doors during the pandemic, we were able to shift our gears, focus on Canadian employers, and make sure that we could bring the people and keep the people that are currently here. And with that, we have amazing software that does that for employers, where you can easily shortlist applicants, you can screen them, you can have video interviews, and then you can hire them simply through our platform. So why Immigrate? Well, we're fast and we're accurate. And that's what you need. When you're dealing with people's lives and you have multiple applications for while they're going through the process, it's really critical that the data stays the same and consistent throughout the entire process. And with that, it's a $13 billion industry in Canada, and it's growing. The Canadian government just announced recently that they're taking all their applications online. They've had to shift gears because all those applications were being done at home or at an office, and they had to take them and put them in people's houses, and they had to make it a secure way. And with that, they're able to now put them all online. Well, Immigrate's been automating the industry for 3 years. We've been doing online applications in Saskatchewan, BC, Ontario, and federal government applications already. So we're ahead of the game and we're ready to take over. Our business model is, right now, we focus on enterprise clients, in businesses that have 5 to 50 businesses, because it's a massive multiplier of revenue for us, because they need a lot of different applications. Most employers, when they start out, need one application. That application then goes where they hire 3 or 4 people. But when they hire those people that are coming to Canada, and some people may be in the audience that are not from Canada, they come here, they get a work permit, then the spouse wants to get a work permit, and the kids need a study permit. Well, there's 4 already. After that's done, then they need to get their permanent residence. Once the permanent residence is done, then they need to get their citizenship. And often they need to get extensions of those permits. If the data is not accurate, they'll get refused. Refusals are misrepresentation, and it kicks them out of the country. So it's super critical to have that specific data so that you can go through this process. And one example that we've dealt with is we were working with one client out in British Columbia during the pandemic of all times. They started with 1 application, then they got 20 more. That was in 2019. In 2020, they went and got 2 applications and ended up getting 65. Now this year, they got 4 applications. Now they've done 85 applications with us for getting work permits, getting extensions, and keeping the people permanent. And how it's done is through technology. Technology is changing the game. Through our that's not me, right? But anyways, so based on that, we have significant traction. We're working with, we've targeted our large enterprise clients. We already have 10 in place right now. We've been working with Tim Hortons. We have 50 that we just signed up in Atlanta, Canada just last week. They just put 27 applications to our platform this week. We've just signed up nearly 50 applications this week alone. That's almost $80,000 worth of revenue. What we're doing is changing people's lives. We're improving the lives of the business owners. We're relieving the stress. We're bringing the talent in. We're changing the families' lives, and we're helping the families get to Canada. Not only getting the families here, but getting the parents here, getting spouses here, and getting everybody here. And it's really, really critical during this industry and during this time when Canada is the #1 place in the world to live, that we bring the people here and we use the technology to do it. With this, we've been in this industry for 3+ years. When we first started, I had a successful immigration practice. I've been doing this for 16 years. It's a long time, but I'm an expert in the industry. I'm one of the best in Canada at what I do, but I only specialize in specific things. In each place, you need a specific expert in each different province for each different type. And that's what we've done. We've brought in experts from all across the country so we can service nationwide clients and we can help anybody anywhere in the world. We've taken a 40-hour process and we've turned it into 3 hours. And what that's done over the last years is it's taken it from a people-eccentric process to a tech-heavy process. And that tech-heavy process is where we're going today, and that's the future. With what we've been doing, we started off in 2018, we made $165. Woo, awesome. Well, today we've almost hit $1 million ARR. These clients buy every year. Most clients buy not one application, they buy 5, 6, 7. Enterprises buy multiple applications yearly. They start with one, they like it, they buy more and more and more. What we're looking at here is we received an investment in February for $300,000. We were able to double that investor's money in under 10 months. And if you're interested in investing in us, we plan to double and double and double again. There is competitors. There are consultants in the industry. There's lawyers in the industry that do this. And that's great. The more people that can help people, the better. But we can help people on a large scale. These other companies can't. With our software, you can track things in real time with a mobile phone, and you can actually see where people are at because we reverse engineered what the processing times on the government's website so you know exactly when your labor is going to arrive. And when the life cycle of a foreign worker is about 2 years, so there's residual income. There's repeat revenue because when they're done, they move on, you need to refill it. Then they're bringing family, they do more. And our closest competitor is a company called Applyboard. They started in Canada, they did a really great job, they moved international, now they're worth $2 billion. So the other advantage that we have is we have an absolutely amazing team, and some of them are here today. I'm so proud of them. We have tons of experience in our team, and we have people from 10 different countries that we've used our software to bring them ourselves. They're the best of the best. We get the best talent, and I build the best teams. I'm very proud of the fact that we have 25 people working for us. We're making money, and we're doing it with minimal amount of investment, and we're making way more. And the fact is that we have 14 different languages spoken. We have a person that's Métis, and we also have nearly 50% of our team is female, and we have a co-founder that's female. Our company is doing so well that people are so excited that we were able to attract amazing talent, even locally, of 4 previous tech founders. Our ask is we're looking to raise $500,000 so that we can build our product up. We just got a just under $250,000 grant from the government so we can finish building the product to where we need it to go so we can further reduce the processing times and get things to the next level. And with that, the terms are, we're looking at a favorable term for you guys, 6.5 million with a 6% and at 25,000 per piece. Thank you so much. I look forward to hopefully having a great time. No notes. Woo!
So Dirk, we only got time for about one question right now. So maybe let's just touch on, you had some wins over this last week, some new customers you brought on. Maybe just touch briefly on who those are and just how you monetize those, like what that means for the business with just what you brought on this week.
Well, if you're a regular sized business or a small business, you just can't handle this quantity. It's that simple. The fact is we were able to onboard nearly 47 applications this week in hours. It was absolutely incredible. Our team is fantastic, and we're able to do this in like unbelievable time. And on top of that, getting the government grant, it's been an absolute roller coaster that's going absolutely straight up.
Awesome. So we only got one question. Give it up for Dirk.
Jesse, I don't know what happened, but I can't hear you. Can everyone hear me? What's going on? Jesse, I can't hear you. What's going on? I need the handoff, Jesse. I'm just going to go with the live crowd can hear us. Listen, we're back in Edmonton. We've got our first live presentation coming up. Let's hear it, crowd. Let's hear it. What's going on? Woo! It's getting late tonight. The crowd is growing. The anticipation is killing me. But
Did we just lose everybody? Do we still have the Zoom call? Can everybody hear me? I don't know what's going on right now. I think we've lost Calgary and Edmonton. Calgary, Jade, if you could jump in, you're just on mute right now, but if you could jump in and maybe take us to the next one, that'd be fantastic. There, Jade, I think you're good.
Hear me. Awesome.
Technical difficulties, all part of the experience. And Zach is back. Look at that.
Are we live again? Are we live again?
You're back now.
We're back now. We're back now. I was telling the Edmonton crowd how we started Startup TNT, which I'll give you the cliff notes. It was my 35th birthday party, and I said I want to throw a party for myself every week for a year. And my wife said, "That's okay. You can do that because you're 35 now." So it's been awesome. And you know what? Here we are. We got 15 pitches. We're actually like 2/3 of the way through, or we're over halfway through. And we've got all kinds of great sponsors, including Carissa from AM/FM, who's been helping us out with our own communications and marketing strategy. Carissa, tell us a little bit about your stories launching AM/FM.
Oh, wow. That was, we're in our 8th year. So it's been a ride through COVID for sure. And those startup years, we know what that's like with budgets and team building and operations, and it goes on and on and on. So it's incredible.
And what are the key services you provide to entrepreneurs and other clients?
We definitely become an extension of their team. So if it's with marketing communication, social media management, brand development, website, digital, anything that you need. Yeah.
And I can speak to that firsthand experience. We have a Slack channel, and Carissa's team is on our Slack channel. We're sharing notes. They're helping us recruit media sponsors to come here. Carissa, are you ready to introduce the next speaker?
I am. I'm really excited to introduce Dr. Nir, co-founder and CEO of PulseMedica, a unique platform that combines laser technology and machine learning to treat retinal disease. Incredible.
Thank you, Carissa. Let's hear it for Nir and PulseMedica. They're here live. Take it away, Nir.
Okay, hi everyone. Thanks everyone for coming here tonight, and especially all my team. So big portion of the team is here. So my name is Nir Kaczynski, CEO and co-founder of PulseMedica. and I'm super excited to tell you about our company tonight. Oh, there you go. So there's over 500 million people worldwide suffering from retinal disease. As an example, if you're 65 or older, your chances of getting macular degeneration, which is a blindness condition, it leads to blindness, it's 10%, and if you're 75 or older, it's 30%. There you go. So we're addressing a multi-billion-dollar untapped market opportunity. We're estimating that our total addressable market size is $10 billion, and with our platform technology, we intend to tackle any of these conditions, from macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, floaters, tears, detachments, and vitreomacular traction. So you're probably asking yourself, what's wrong with the current standard of care? So first, a lot of eye disease isn't treatable. And then most eye disease is treated using a very invasive treatment method. So as an example, diabetic retinopathy, if you suffer from that condition, you get an injection into your eye once a month for the rest of your life or until you go blind. So that's not great. And these injections are extremely expensive as well. Oh, there you go. So although lasers are very effective at stopping disease progression, the technology that's available today for imaging and targeting your eye is very archaic and it's imprecise, which leads to blindness. So what's our solution? So we're building the only platform that lets you image and treat any location in the eye. It's the only platform that's machine learning based to provide fully automated treatment planning and treatment. And we've also developed proprietary image tracking technology that lets us do a treatment using a non-contact lens design that makes it much more comfortable for the patient to get treatment. Our platform also integrates with current laser technology called photocoagulation, as well as next generation femtosecond laser technology. So we've built a really superstar team with deep technology and commercial expertise, as well as regulatory expertise. They bring a ton of experience in the medical device space, AI commercialization, as well as helping us with the regulatory hurdles that's going to come up down the road. So over the last 15 months, with $1 million investment, we've done a ton of progress. So just some examples here. We've really worked on beefing up our IP portfolio. We have 1 granted patents, 4 pending, 1 PCT application. We're filing additional patents as we speak, and we're going to continue filing more and more patents in this space. We're in discussions with leading multinationals in the space of ophthalmology, paving the way for potential acquisition down the road. We developed a machine learning technology for automatic disease detection that really spans well beyond the world of ophthalmology as well. And lastly, we're paving the way towards developing treatment for floaters, which is going to let us open up into the market of floaters, which is really an untapped resource. So in terms of milestones, this year, one of our milestones is to do our first trial on humans with retinal imaging and tracking, which will lead us to next year, where we're going to do our first laser treatment clinical trials. So these are going to involve 10 to 15 patients. It's about 2 months timeline, where we're going to demonstrate our technology for the first time in humans. And then in 2023, we're going to start shifting towards productization and building a mass-produced device. And then in 2024 is when we estimate our first device sales. And our first device is going to involve the current laser technology photocoagulation for treatment of diabetic retinopathy, retinal tears, detachments. In terms of business models, so we predict 3 main sources of revenue. So device sales, software subscription, and capture of data. But in addition to that, we've estimated that the clinics that are going to use our device is actually going to increase their revenue sources, as well as massive cost savings to the healthcare system, because these injections are extremely expensive. And then the most exciting part is that those untapped markets, right? Vitreous floaters, dry AMD. So these are things that we're going to start working on with our femtosecond laser technology. So we're raising $2 million, $8 million pre-money valuation. We've already subscribed about half of it, just over half. And the biggest milestone for us is to complete our first in human trials on diabetic retinopathy patients here in Edmonton. So that's next year. It's going to last us about 12 months. And then some of the other milestones are continued product development, customer development, as well as beefing our IP portfolio as well. And that's it. Thanks for everyone for listening, and happy to tell you more about it. Come ask me some questions.
Nir, welcome. Awesome presentation. Nir, you have a PhD, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Dr. Nir, meet Dr. Nicholas Field, a medical doctor here to ask questions.
Thank you.
Great to work with throughout the whole due diligence period. You've had huge success in a short period of time, which I think speaks highly to the team experts that you've brought together who are here tonight, which is great to see. Can you just speak briefly to how the current trend of treating vitreoretinal disease is currently shifting?
Yeah, this is a fantastic question. It seems like from talking to many KOLs and some multinationals that there's a big shift towards wanting image-guided retinal treatment, or sorry, I guess the ophthalmic treatment. So this is what everyone is about today. That's what they're trying to push more towards, because they understand there's just a massive amount of patients that have to come back to the clinic every day, and they need to offer a better solution. And so everyone is starting to shift to that, and then we're really at the forefront of that technology. So there isn't really many other companies that are doing that today.
Fantastic. You've worked closely with the retina specialists at Alberta Retina Consultants. How excited are they about the prototype that you currently have?
Yeah, so they work really closely with us, as well as invested in us in the last round and then this round as well. And they came to our lab to see our device and how it performs, and they're extremely excited about it. The first thing they said is, you got to put this in our clinic. We need to test it on patients, and so there's a lot of excitement. They're working with us closely to put this in their clinic to test it and do the trials next year as well.
Fantastic. You've always mentioned the improvement in quality of life for patients. You talked about how it's going to reduce frequency of visits. Can you also talk about maybe how that might help clinics in terms of their bottom line as well going forward?
Yeah, so we've modeled the business of the clinic. We think that if we develop new technology in this space, we got to make sure it makes sense for the ophthalmologist. And so we've modeled this, and I think we predicted about $500,000 in additional revenue per year for an average clinic. And then in terms of patient burdens, today it's mostly aging population that's going into the clinic once a month, waiting in line, getting injections, can't see for the rest of the day, and maybe irritated for another week. It's just a massive burden, and it's really difficult, and we want to reduce that.
Great. I think we're out of time, but I'll just say that, as a physician, I know many of myself and my colleagues have always dreamed about getting in the early stages of medtech. This is the ideal opportunity where we can be part of this new benchmark treatment in the treatment of vitreoretinal diseases. So that's important for PulseMedica.
Thank you so much.
Nice work, Nir. Woo! Nicholas. Tim, what are we doing next?
I think we're going to Calgary. What's going on,
I think
Neil?
we're going to Calgary. I think we're going to Calgary.
All the way down there.
Yeah, you're going to
All
Calgary.
the way to Calgary.
Bird's eye view, just a nice vantage point. How you doing down there?
We got
Can we
our
hear you?
fourth of our five
I think we're
amazing
losing
Calgary
sound.
Camping Cup. We have Alan from Alberta Enterprise Group, who's going to introduce FOOM, and Mr. Trevor Dufresne, one of our great investors and ambassadors here in with Startup DT, is going to ask questions after.
Right on, thank you. So as said, my name's Alan Campbell. I'm with Alberta Enterprise. So we are a Crown corporation set up in 2008 to create a thriving, self-sustaining venture capital ecosystem in the province. So we do that by investing into venture capital firms, which then invest in turn into the companies that we see here today, hopefully. So if you want to check out our funds, you can go on our website. We have a list of all of the funds there. Make sure you do some research, figure out what ones are investing in your industry, in your vertical, and at your stage. Feel free to reach out to them straight from that site or from their websites. We have so far, through those 23 funds that we've invested in, they have then contributed and invested over $700 million into the Alberta ecosystem. So pretty amazing. Enough about me, enough about AEC. I'm here to bring up Braden to the stage. He's with Fume, and Fume brings the benefits of plants as well as behavioral science and great design. And all of that comes together to help people quit smoking in a natural way.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Right on. So yeah, my name's Braden. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders here at Fume. So smoking is the #1 cause of preventable death. There's over 1 billion smokers in the world, and it's estimated that each of those smokers is losing about 10 years of their life due to smoking. And these aren't just statistics. These are actual people. These are friends. These are relatives who are now dying unnecessarily because of smoking-related illness. So in general, the problem is that people want to quit smoking, yet less than 4% of quit attempts are actually successful. And the solutions on the market right now are either too clinical or keep people addicted with still having nicotine in them. Oftentimes, consumers aren't wanting to trade chemicals for other chemicals in their quitting journey. For us here at Fume, our mission is to be able to help 1 million people quit smoking by 2025. We believe the best way to do that is to be able to have a natural, non-addictive, hand-to-mouth device that combines the benefits of plants, behavioral science, and beautiful design to help people quit smoking. So this is Fume. So Fume is an all-natural wooden inhaler that is 100% pure and natural. There's no vapor or smoke, and it's safe and verified. So you can see there's those little white sticks in the bag there. So those are the cores. So those are plant-infused cores that are made from various plant extracts and essential oils. So the way that the Fume works is pretty much you take those cores and you put those into the Fume, and then it works through pretty much you inhale through the Fume, and then that's bringing the beneficial benefits of plants into your olfactory system, and those flavors are then helping you reduce those nicotine cravings. As well, focused breathing can help you reduce your anxiety and stress. That's often a symptom with people quitting smoking as well. So this here is an excerpt from a study from Jed Rose, who's one of the leading researchers in smoking cessation and was actually a part of creating the nicotine patch. So pretty much they found that black pepper essential oil, when inhaled, can reduce nicotine cravings. So this is some of the research that our product is based on at this point. So since we launched, we've had over 80% of our reviews come back with 5 stars. And we've had awesome testimonials from influencers and thought leaders such as Ben Greenfield. He said, I've been using black pepper to break tobacco and nicotine habits, and it works like gangbusters. So the market opportunity. In the US, there's over 34 million smokers. And it's estimated that over 55% of smokers are trying to quit every year. Overall, the smoking cessation market is estimated to be about $44 billion USD annually. So our company, our current model is direct to consumer. We have a website, and that's where we drive all of our sales at this point. We have a recurring revenue model with a core subscription where you can buy the cores that sort of get used up over time, and you can get those on a monthly basis delivered to your door on an automatic subscription. And we're doing all of that at a 77% profit margin. So here you can see this is a quick overview of sort of how Fume stacks up against some of the other nicotine cessation products on the market. As you can see, we have a really unique niche that we've carved out that's quite different than other products on the market. So this is our current revenue to date. So Fume has driven over $2.6 million in sales and has customers in over 80 countries, and we've bootstrapped this up until this point. So right now we have 2 big opportunities that came to us. One with Juno Pharmaceuticals, which wants to pretty much bring our product into retail stores across Canada, including Walmart, Superstore, and they're looking for an exclusive distributorship and a marketing agreement with Giddy Up, which is another company that's looking to get about 10,000 units a month. Combined, these could drive about 600,000 in revenue. So yeah, this quick trajectory of where we see our sales going. In 2022, we expect to be around 10 million. Quick overview of milestones here. Our big thing we're working on right now and what we're raising money for is the launching of our Fume 2.0 product line, which is going to provide a lot of more benefits to the consumer and an improved product, also be scalable and be the product that we would bring to retail. And then with that, we're also going to be doing clinical trials around smoking cessation to further prove the validity of our product. So this is our awesome team. I think we're running out of time here, so I don't have much time for that. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to raise $3 million for our growth stage funding. And pretty much what that's going to do is that's going to empower us to be able to launch that Fume 2.0 product line into the market and take on some of those retail opportunities. What we're looking for from Startup TNT is a safe, and pretty much that would convert into equity when we raise the rest of that round.
All right. Great job, Braden. It's been a pleasure working with you through this whole process. Congratulations, top 5. Awesome presentation. First question I'll have is, how did you manage to bootstrap up to, $1.6 million per year of revenue?
Yeah, so that's been a big challenge. But yeah, a lot of grit. We have a really awesome team, made a lot of sacrifices in order to be able to get here, but I'm really proud that we've been able to do that. And obviously having an e-commerce model up until this point has also enabled us to do that. But yeah, it hasn't been easy, but I'm really grateful we've made it this far.
Awesome, good work. Second question is just around what do you think is going to kind of propel your future expansion as you look to grow in the future?
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest barriers for us is mostly just explaining our product to customers so that they can understand exactly what it is, so that they can understand it's not a vape or different things. But yeah, as far as that for accelerating us forward, it's going to be getting a lot more in front of a lot more eyes and having a lot more people understand our product on a greater stage.
Excellent. And what markets are you in currently beyond just Canada? And how do you see that growing in the future?
Yeah, so right now, about 80% of our customers are actually in the US, 10% are here in Canada, and then about 10% all over the world. So obviously Canada and the US are our focuses right now, but then as we continue to expand, Southeast Asia and Europe would be kind of the next spots we'd concentrate on.
Cool. And you brought a little package here, but you didn't really talk about it.
Yeah, so I got our limited edition holiday box here. For somebody that remembers what our mission is, the first person to call it out, you get this. There we go.
Excellent. Let's give it up for Braden and Fume. Great job.
Great work, Braden. And with that, I think we're going back to Saskatchewan. Jesse.
What's up, Neil? How you doing over there? Yeah, we're coming back to Saskatchewan. Hey guys, quiet down. Back in Saskatchewan. We're so loud here. They're so excited. We're having such a great time. Coming up next, we've got a fantastic music startup, and I'm really excited to be able to be the lead investor on this startup, and I'll be doing the Q&A after. But first up, we've got a local lawyer from McKercher, Joe Gill, who is not only the lawyer to most of the startups in this province, but has also been helping us get our paperwork sorted out for the summit. And we're so happy to have his support and sponsorship and all of the work that he's done for us. So come on up, Joe, and introduce our next company. Thank you.
This thing on? There we go. Well, you ruined all my good points. So, hey everybody, I'm Joe Gill. Some people occasionally refer to me as oh, I'm looking over. Where am I? Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, we did this wrong already. There we go. I'm not photogenic. So, there's a camera right there. Anyways, good to see everybody this evening. As Jesse said, I'm Joe Gill. I'm a lawyer with the McKercher Law Firm and poor man's Ted Lasso, thanks to this mustache. I'm again just pleased to be here tonight. Startup TNT has been good enough to give me a quick thing to introduce Chris over here, who we'll get to in a second. You can listen to me shut up and move on to that. But again, I think as Jesse said, we've been fortunate enough to act as the legal counsel to a number of startups in the ecosystem, particularly the small to medium-sized technology and innovation companies in Saskatchewan and throughout the prairies, honestly, on that. So again, happy to see a number of the founders around here. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I could go into all the boring sort of lawyer things that we do and that clients have put up with. But what we really do at the end of the day is, and the best part of my day, is sitting down with founders, listening to them about their journey and working with them to try and accelerate opportunities and solve problems. And I'm at my best when I'm listening to people, sitting down, learning about the business and helping you sort of succeed. And I could go on at that, but there's LinkedIn and Twitter and all that other junk to sort of figure out what I actually do at the end of the day. But we've been fortunate enough to work with great organizations like Startup TNT and Collabs, who's also here today. And we're going to continue doing that and helping companies grow and scale. But with that, I'm pleased to introduce Chris Earhart, the founder of Toonly, which is revolutionizing the music consumer and music production industries. And I want everybody to sort of think about the way the world is right now with your consumption of music and potentially the way that music is produced. And I had the opportunity just before this to talk with Chris, and it's really amazing just to sort of think of the reimagining that's particularly happened in the last while when he's been working and his team have been working on Toonly. And I think it's going to sort of, we're going to see something revolutionary in this space. And I'm just going to turn it over to Chris and let's hear the pitch.
Thank you for the introduction. I'll probably just clip it on here, right? Spotlight is on when I'm trying to clip me up here. All right. I assume I'm a host on here, so I can share my screen. Perfect. It's not like we're late already, right? Just 20. Okay, so that's not too bad. All right, so this seems to be working. Let's get into presenter mode. All righty. Sorry about that. Well, I gotta turn on the sound. If I want to share sound, I should turn on my sound. That might be a good idea. Sound doesn't seem to be working. All right, everybody, welcome to Toonly without sound today. We're just gonna wing it somehow. Yeah, I had a nice little intro song here that kind of hype everybody up, but I have to do it manually, I guess. So round of applause. I want to hear everybody from Edmonton, from Calgary, and from here. All right. So normally when sound works, on the next slide, I would play a song. It's a country song. Now you can't hear. I mean, let me see if maybe this one works, but I doubt it. No. If I sing it, everybody's gonna run away. So I would play a song here, and you would just listen to the song. It's a country song, and at the end of the song, I would ask you a question. I would simply ask you if you like the song. No, that's somebody else's song. Come on. I don't know my pitch on it. So I would just ask you if you like the song. You would give me a thumbs up, you'd give me an applause. You can still do it if you want to, but you haven't heard the song, so it wouldn't make any sense. But we got so used to this, like with American Idol and The Voice, where we just listen to music and kind of give our opinion. Do we like it or do we not like it? But the way you would have experienced this song on the presentation is completely different than how you would experience it on American Idol, The Voice, YouTube, or even Spotify. Because when we go to those platforms, we get distracted. We get distracted by who's the artist? Who else already likes that artist? How many likes do they have? How many streams do they already have? And, you know, we forget the essential, which is the song. We basically just like what other people already like. So what we did here at Toonly is we created the first music discovery platform that focuses on music only. And how that works is if you're an independent songwriter, you can upload your song on Toonly, and we stream your song alongside other independent songwriters, but also alongside, you know, Beyonce and Ed Sheeran and all the big names out there. But we remove all identifying information. So, you know, we don't have any artist names on the platform. We don't have any images or public likes or streaming numbers on the platform. So if you go to Toonly, and you can already do it, it's live, right? You can go to Toonly and listen to music, and you have no idea if you're listening to Ed Sheeran or somebody you have never heard of. Now, if you like a song, you can give it a star. If you don't like the song, you just skip to the next one. What we do with all these listener insights is we compile a monthly the monthly top hit list of independent songwriters. And those are the songs that we sign to exclusive publishing deals. And then we place those songs in film, TV, and ads in order to generate royalties. And that taps us into the $6.4 billion music publishing market in North America alone. Now, why am I so confident that we can actually place those songs in film, TV, and ads? Simple, because we have great partnerships. Number one, Spirit Music Group. They're the largest independent music publisher out there. When I say that we sign those songs to independent publishing deals, it's us in cooperation with Spirit. We already started talking to Warner for a similar deal, and we will eventually reach out to Universal. I just don't have an in. So if anybody has an in to Universal, let me know. But in addition to that, we also have great advisors, and they really know their stuff in the music industry. Harvey Mason Jr., he is the CEO of the Grammy Awards down in Los Angeles. And Matthew Knowles, he is the dad of no other than Beyonce. Both have joined our team back in 2018. Let's quickly talk about where we came from. We launched Tunely in 2017 as an online recording studio connecting songwriters to session musicians. By 2019, we already completed over 3,000 songs, which we doubled by now. In 2020, we generated about $250,000 in revenue alone. And this year, just a few months ago, we launched a music discovery app for listeners. We've had Billboard, Forbes, Digital Music News all talk about Tunely in the past. And where we're going next is more exciting. In 2020, we want to launch a listener reward system. By 2023, we want to be a $6 million company. And by 2024, we will serve 10 million music listeners and fans on the Tunely platform. I want to quickly talk about some of the catalogs that have sold in recent years. Bob Dylan, he sold his 600-song catalog for $400 million. Taylor Swift, she sold her 120-song catalog for $300 million, not voluntarily, somebody did it for her. And you might have heard that in the news. And Ryan Tedder, just 2 years ago, he sold his 500-song catalog for $200 million. Now, our catalog by 2025 will be over 5,000 songs. And I'm confident that about 10% of those songs will be on the level of Ryan Tedder's, which put just our catalog at about a $200 million valuation, without even the tech or the music production side of things. Now we're raising a seed plus round of $1 million. We're already pretty much 80% subscribed or closed. It's on a safe $4.5 million pre-money valuation. Most of it will go into user and client acquisition. So yeah, if you want to talk to me about this, just hit me up after the pitch. Now, this is the funny part of the presentation. Hold up. So normally I do that spiel at the end where I say, okay, now getting into Tunely on a $4.5 million pre-money valuation is obviously a good deal, because if you look at Spotify or some of the catalogs that have been acquired, it's obviously a steal. So if I was an investor and if I was asked if I want to invest, I would say, hell yeah, because now I play an audio that says, I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. And who else doesn't want to do that? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks so much, Chris, for that awesome presentation and for going with the flow there with the tech issues. That was very impressive. And you have a great voice, honestly. We really enjoyed that. Just one quick question, because we're running a little late, and kind of addressing the elephant in the room. What do you see as kind of the reason why like Tunely can do this, whereas like Spotify, Apple Music, and all these other platforms that are already kind of in the space won't be pursuing this route going forward?
Sure. I'm going to keep the microphone a little bit up because otherwise it looks like I have a virtual microphone. The reason why Spotify and Apple Music will not get into this is because it changes their complete business models. Apple Music and Spotify, their business model is to get consumers on their platform, have them pay monthly subscription, but they don't sign any rights. And our business model is we sign the rights to some of the most promising songs on our platform and place them in film, TV, and ads for royalty. So it's a complete different business model that Spotify would have no interest in, and they won't change their business model because one, little Tunely startup is going to change the way we do, we sign music and publishing. By the time that they will care, we're going to be too big, and they might just have to acquire us, which is a good exit strategy for all you investors in here.
Fabulous. That's so exciting. And I look forward to hearing what happens at the end with all these deliberations. Got some great startups here in Saskatchewan to think through. Thanks so much, Chris. Cheers. If you got more questions for Chris, throw them in the chat. He'll be answering them after this. And we got to throw it back to Zach and Tim in Edmonton. What's going on? No sound.
Thank you, Jesse.
There we go.
We froze again. As soon as you throw it back to Zach, we freeze. All right, we're good. No, we're good. We're good. We've got one more pitch in Edmonton. This is the home stretch. Last 3 pitches of the night. Tim's not here. That's okay. Listen, I want to give a shout out to some of our sponsors. Tim, where are you? Tim, what organization do you work for, Tim? Other than Startup TNT, what's the other organization that you work for?
Opus.
Opus!
And Dave.
And what do you guys do at Opus?
Well, a little bit of consulting, a little bit of finance, a little bit of strategy, a little bit of tech consulting.
They work with startups every day, working through problems. Thank you, Tim.
Anytime.
Anytime. And Tim, do you know who made these T-shirts for us?
City of Champs. That's Sean.
City of Champs Sportswear here in Edmonton.
Oh yeah, he's clutch. Call him up. If you want swag, he's great.
Now listen, before we introduce the next pitch, I want to introduce someone who's very special to us at TNT because she was our very first intern. Her name is Yasmin. She is now an analyst with the Accelerate Fund. Yasmin, welcome to the stage. What's going on? A big round of applause for Yasmin. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Thank you. Hello. Happy to be here.
How does it feel to be a venture capitalist?
So I feel like I've graduated all over again. I don't know what it is, but I love it. But I love meeting the companies more than anything. That's my favorite part.
It's like getting paid to drink beer and have fun with entrepreneurs.
Kinda.
Okay, there's some big news at Accelerate Fund. What just happened? I saw it on LinkedIn. What just happened?
Yes. So if you watch the news on LinkedIn, we just got a new funding from the City of Calgary, $6 million awarded to our Accelerate Fund from Opportunity Investment Calgary Fund, OSIF. So our now fund is $23 million to go back into the community of startups like yourselves.
23 million. Now, as I recall, Accelerate Fund 2 a year ago or 2 years ago was only 10 million.
Only 10.
So you guys have more than doubled in size. How many deals are you going to do with a $22 million fund? How many deals are we talking
Well,
about?
you're taking away from my pitch later, but we'll do about 25 to 30 deals altogether.
Yasmin's going to be here for VC Pitch Night. Maybe we'll stop it there. She'll be back on stage for that.
Sounds good.
Just want to reiterate, Yasmin used to work for us a year ago at Startup TNT. Now she's a venture capitalist. That's what I'm talking about. Who is our final presenter?
Well, we have a very special presenter finally here in Edmonton. This is Shelby with Fly and Fetch. So if you ever had trouble with your international shipping, she's the girl to talk to. Shelby, come on up.
Shelby, get up here. Hey, yo, big round of applause. You might remember Shelby from 2 years ago. She joined us for the inaugural summit. She's back with Fly and Fetch. Thank you, Shelby.
Thank you.
Good to go.
Should I sing? Perfect. Thank you. Hi, I'm Shelby, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Fly and Fetch, your modern shipping provider. This is my team. Shane is our CTO, Victoria is our COO, and together we've hacked international shipping. So international shipping is very expensive or slow. For me to ship that package to my mom to the Philippines would cost around $300 and would take at least 10 business days to get there. And that's because traditional courier companies have high infrastructure costs, they have many employees to pay, and they have logistical burden. And that's the reason why we created Fly and Fetch. And our mission is simple: cheaper, faster, and friendlier shipping. Today, Fly and Fetch offers 80% cheaper shipping. Our price starts at $25 per pound. We offer twice as fast delivery. Within 2 to 4 days, your package arrives internationally, and we don't have any infrastructure or capital costs. Now, how do we do this? Well, we hire travelers to transport packages for us. Our deal with them is that we give them free flight tickets in exchange for their luggage space. And yes, it's legal. So all of the packages we receive are unsealed, and we require travelers to inspect the packages that are in their luggages, and we follow customs protocols, and fees are paid. Now, let me walk you through how it works. So a sender would go to our website and register their package. Then they drop it off at our hub manager in the origin city. They inspect the packages and give it to the traveler one day before their trip. Then the traveler travels to the destination and drop it off at our hub in the destination, which will then be dispatched locally. And I hear you, Zach. How about drugs and explosives? Well, earlier next year, we will be putting X-ray parcel scanners to ensure that we detect drugs and explosives before we even give it to our travelers. So as mentioned, our pricing starts at $25 per pound, and that is comparable to $150 per pound from our competitors. And with that pricing, our profit margin is at 40%. Our target audience are immigrants and penetrating US and Canada first. That is worth $42 billion annually. We validated our business model and we've shipped to 5 different countries. We generate 30,000 worth of sales and 71% of our shipments are all sold out. Our community is growing organically. We now have 7.6 thousand people in our platform and 6,000 travelers in our wait list. We have satisfied customers. In fact, if you Google us right now, we have 5-star rating. We also went viral on social media. One of our first posts reached 1 million organic traction in social media. We've also participated in some accelerators. Last summer, I went to Silicon Valley at Draper University, and they ended up funding our company. We've also garnered achievements and awards through the years. The media love us, and they want to share our stories. And speaking of stories, last month, we earned $5,000. This month, we're on track for $6,000. Next month, $25,000. And if this goes on, we're going to be cash flow positive by August of 2022. Our vision is to hack international shipping, and we want to be recognized as an alternative for international shipping and hopefully catering to other shippers such as e-commerce businesses and other senders outside of the immigrant population. We've raised $158,000 so far, and some deals are pending. Today, we're raising $400,000. 50% just got committed 2 days ago, so that's good. And we'll use this fund for our flight inventory, for platform, and for security, and this will hopefully gain us $1.6 million of sales the next year. So what are you waiting for? Touch the world with us. Together, we can make shipping cheaper, faster, and friendlier. Thank you.
Awesome pitch, Shelby. And you know what? We have our most well-traveled investor here to ask questions. David Jensen, welcome to ask questions to Shelby. Take it away.
So, Shelby, you're an aviation company coming out of COVID.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that experience and how you've rebounded?
Yeah, COVID was definitely hard for Fly and Fetch, especially we're, I guess, highly dependent on travel, but we use that time to learn a lot from our customers, to be stronger as a team, and as well as learn all the bottlenecks that we could have in the future. And now we're stronger than ever.
Awesome. And can you talk a little bit about which routes are really working for you now and which routes you want to add in the near term?
Yeah, so we're doing really well with Canada to the Philippines and back, and we're also doing Pakistan. So we're hoping to open India soon, both in US to India and coming back, and US to Pakistan and US to the Philippines. So those are 3 countries that we are focusing.
Awesome. And can you talk about some of the volume you've seen and like, how are you handling those safe packages? You're saying you're inspecting them, but what has that process been like? Are people suspicious?
With the volume of travelers, or?
Yeah, well, when travelers sign up, are they worried? How do you handle that process of getting them onboarded?
Our travelers are pretty organic for us. We're giving them free flight tickets, and usually everyone loves that. And once we explain to them that they're allowed to see all the packages inside, they feel comfortable using in our platform. Yeah.
Cool. Well, congrats on the $200,000. That's a huge accomplishment.
Thank you.
Fly and Fetch, everybody.
Thank you.
What a great, fun pitch to end the night on. Thank you, Shelby, for bringing that energy, and thank you, crowd. Listen, I want to give a quick shout out to a very special friend of ours called Deal Closer. How many deals have we closed on Deal Closer?
So to date, so probably there's 18 deals that we've syndicated, but that required like 500 plus checks. There's no way that we could have done this without deal.
Without deal closer, we would be like literally like taking paper checks and trying to like sign them, and it would be a painful experience.
Oh, yeah, game over.
If you know Amir Rashif, he's probably tuning in. I don't think he's here tonight, but an amazing guy, an amazing company, legal tech firm, deal closer, sponsors us here at TNT. Thank you, Amir. Yeah. And you know what? I'm going to hand it back to Calgary. One of our hosts at Calgary. Actually, yeah, big round of applause. Let's just like round it up. Round of applause. Thank you, Amir. Thank you, Edmonton. Actually, before we go to you guys in Calgary, Neil, I want to give a shout out to a great local company in Calgary called Peer Guidance. Do you guys know who runs Peer Guidance down in Calgary, Neil? Who runs it?
I don't know. Does anybody know who runs Peer Guidance?
Does anyone know who runs Peer Guidance? It's some guy. He looks a little disheveled. He's got big glasses. Like, should I take this guy seriously?
Great shoes and his J.
Not you. It's not me. 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 There he is. There he is. All right. Peer Guidance. All right, Neil, over to you in Calgary. Who's our last pitch from Calgary?
All right, we got last but definitely not least is Danica with Normative. Normative is a complicated company, and they are setting out to validate scientifically female health gaps in the scientific community. I don't know if I did justice to that, but she will let you know.
That was a pretty good explanation. Yeah, I'll take that. All right, let's take a look. Fabulous. I'll start a timer because I can talk about this for hours. Hi, my name is Danica Kelly, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Normative. Normative is a female-focused health platform disrupting the gender data gap through technical innovation. Perfect. Okay, so as we enter into an era in which precision medicine is becoming more and more common in how we do our medical practices, one of the things that we cannot still grapple with due to the impacts around scalability and cost is actually the impact of sex and gender. And the impacts of female hormones on our populations are significant. It impacts every major system in the body, from our brain health to our bone health to our skeletal or to our heart health. And that's really important. And so if we can get a handle on grasping those things sooner, we can prevent negative health outcomes. And if you think about that, that's 51% of the population at least who is currently underserved or not served or controlled for in how we prevent or how we provide health to our populations. And so if we can address that, even at a small scale, the market opportunity is huge. The good news is that people are already tracking their health. The bad news is that it's actually perpetuating and furthering the gender data gap, because all of these people are being tracked as a percentage of a 20 to 30-year-old white male who weighs approximately 70 kilograms. So any templates that don't exist in that body, hint, hint, a pregnant body, cannot be accounted for in those systems. And so how Normative helps overcome this is we take those kind of in-market products and we layer over them a female-focused lens for interpreting and validating that information. And we combine that with predictive measures around their self-reported wellness indicators. And so the model goes as thus. We take clinically validated algorithms and machine learning and data sets. We work with our strategic partners in different research and development spaces and in hardware spaces to help them more easily incorporate and scale their female inclusion. Our beachhead, for a multitude of reasons, is 18 to 35-year-old women who are cisgendered, eumenorrheic, which means has a fairly consistent menstrual cycle, and active, who are participating in some sort of female-focused health tracking intervention. And the reason for this is really, really simple. It's the largest cohort, and currently the tech we have serves less than 15% of that population. So it's a big opportunity. Right now we're in phase 1, so we're doing a B2B2C model. We launched our kind of initial app earlier this year, which was very exciting, to some great email conversion off of our waitlist. We're currently at 600 downloads just off of kind of some organic traction, which is great. And in September, we launched our first strategic partnerships with universities across North America and hardware companies also across North America. And because of that, we have great user buildup that is starting to occur with low churn and great habit building. And so our team is composed predominantly of experts in the field, both in that biostatistical modeling space and the female physiology arena. What's great is that so far, the clinical trials and the partnerships that we've established are funded by grants. So as we move into this pre-seed round, the funding that we raise is around the commercialization of that IP and technology that we're building. Our advisors are built out to kind of support us as we grow our team and open those doors that as scientists that Renee and I are, we're learning to navigate and build. So the big difference between what we do and what current technologies and availability on the market are is basically this. We don't require wet lab work to determine where you are in your cycle and what phase you're in. And that's really, really important and really valuable. This means that we can more accurately represent where you are on the softwares, because right now everything just assumes a 28 to 32 day cycle. It means that we can make it more easy for companies to scale and include female persons in their studies in research and development, which is currently the #1 cited reason that females get dropped from studies, is that complication of hormones. The other really big opportunity, obviously, is around the lack of need for exogenous hormone use, which is cost prohibitive and requires incredible patient burden. We see things like 50% to 80% drop-off rates in studies because of the level of challenge around actually attracting and keeping that data. So like I mentioned, kind of over the next year, really what we're focusing on is that clinical validation that we've started that is funded, building out our team with key players who are going to help us move forward in that commercial development space, and converting some of our early strategic partnerships into subscriptions and licensing deals. And that's what we're raising our pre-seed round for. Thank you very much for your time. And that's 4:49.
Thanks, Danica. May I say it's been a pleasure working with you on this, and hello to Renee too, the co-founder. It's great to see a company with such a strong purpose. So I got one question I don't want to screw up. Can you give some examples of how tracking hormonal shifts helps prevent negative health outcomes?
Yeah, so there are some short-term examples I think that we can all think of, and then there are some long-term examples. So when we look at early diagnosis of things like PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, or endometriosis, an ability to identify those things through variability in your hormones at early stages is really important. And the other one is kind of based off of that unopposed estrogen hypothesis, which basically looks like if we can see early on enough that you are having some of these kind of unexpected fluctuations, we can actually start to predict cancer outcomes and kind of cancer happening. Wow, words went in the wrong order there.
So during the due diligence process, we noticed you're targeting about 400,000 users, 35,000 subscribers by 2025. How are you going to get there?
This is a really good question. So I think there can be broken down into a couple of points. So the first of which is that is based off of a lot of industry standards around. So that's a very kind of average to conservative model that we've built out. And what that's really looking at is the strategic leverage and efficacy that we're generating through our partners. So large cohort studies, hardware companies that have large existing data sets. And then also kind of the third part is as you get that clinically validated information and people say, this works for me, and it's accurate, there's that kind of network effect that starts to occur with that personal sampling after.
And as you begin to commercialize and grow, what do you think's your biggest obstacle, and what are you planning to do about it?
I would say it's what stopped people from getting to this point so far. So in some of those early conversations we're having with leading hardware companies, qualifying clinically that data set and the machine learning and AI that you've built out is expensive and it takes time. And that is the thing that we have almost fully funded at this point. So it is both the biggest barrier because it is hard and it's costly, but it's also the thing we've made the most progress on the fastest. And so that sets us up really well for the future.
Great. Thanks, Danica.
Thank you.
Congratulations on making the top 5.
Great work, Danica. And thanks, Chris. So that wraps it up for the Calgary. So I think we're off to Saskatchewan again.
Coming one more time from Calgary. It's been so much fun, Neil. We're coming to the last pitch here of the evening in Saskatchewan. How excited are you there, Neil?
Oh,
last pitch.
It's gonna be super fun.
Super pumped. All right. Taking us home here in Saskatchewan, we've got a fantastic local startup from right here in Innovation Place, went through collabs. And to introduce the company, we have our great friends here at Innovation Place coming up. And after, we're going to have Colton Wiegers doing our Q&A. And I'm so thankful that we have Mike Wolsfeld coming up next to talk a little bit more about Innovation Place and all the great work they're doing. And we're just so thankful to have them be our hosts for this evening and give us all this great food that we've been having here in Saskatchewan. So come on up, Mike.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And for those of you who haven't been here before, welcome to Boffins at Innovation Place. We're excited to have you here. Super excited to be part of this event. Super excited to be working with Jesse and the TNT team. If you're not familiar with Innovation Place, so we operate tech parks here in Saskatoon and Regina. We're here to help grow the Saskatchewan tech sector. So we get really flexible with early stage startups and scale ups. We've got about 1.8 million square feet of office, lab, greenhouse, pretty much whatever you need to get rolling with any variety of tech startup here in Saskatchewan. We offer a wide variety of programming, different help from things to talent acquisition, marketing, financials, all that sort of stuff, and over $310,000 in partnerships with a variety of our different partners such as Amazon, Google Cloud, HubSpot, and a bunch of different other ones. So I am super excited to help bring up the next presenting startup here today, not only because they are a member company here at Innovation Place, but also because I'm a customer. They help me renovate my bathroom. They help me make sure my house doesn't start on fire because they figured out my electrical problems. Here is Dave from Omnee.
Thanks, Mike. I'm glad you.
Good, we can hear you.
You have a
we just
safe
can't
house.
See you yet. There we go, Dave.
Okay. Who can share? Let me see here. I'm trying to share my screen. Are we good? Can you see it? Just waiting for confirmation there. I can't see. I assume you can see my screen. All right.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right. Homeowners in Canada and the US spend an average of $8,800 per year on home maintenance and improvement. That number goes up to over $10,000 in the year that they move from one home to the next. It's no wonder that the total annual market is $500 billion in North America. So why do we spend so much on our properties? Why are they usually the biggest investment of our lives? Maybe it's not so much about improving and maintaining a property, but more about investing in a home. When homeowners spend thousands on maintenance and improvement, maybe it's because home really is where the heart is, where they can be their true selves, and where moments and memories are made. But when trying to improve and take care of their homes, 80% of people experience stress, anxiety, financial loss, and worst of all, wasted time and effort. So that means missed moments and bitter memories. At Omnee, we're not going to let that happen. We're all about taking away that negativity and giving that time back to every homeowner, contractor, and realtor that we serve. Omnee is a technology-based home improvement solution, redefining how we get things done. Here's how it typically works. A realtor shares their unique Omnee code with their client. Their client sees the realtor's branding on the Omnee app, where they can get quotes and hire our top performing local pros. Omnee does all of the work that contractors are notoriously bad at, like quoting, administration, communication, and follow-up. We act as the virtual project manager, and our pros focused on doing what they do best, the on-site work. Best of all, it's free for the homeowner, the realtor, and the contractor, who only pays us 10% of the job while saving 20 to 30% of their time. Until now, our product has been built around making jobs and projects effortless. But to increase the value and deepen the relationship with homeowners, we're launching a new hub for our mobile app. Every property will now get a digital profile documenting all of the home's serviceable components. It'll come with a personalized maintenance plan with timely reminders and educational content on how and when to properly maintain the property. By next summer, we'll also be launching subscription plans where homeowners can select the regular maintenance jobs they'd rather have someone else do, and the cost can be spread throughout the year. It's like paying an affordable condo fee for your home. This also expands the value that we can deliver to realtors. Now they can list a home with its own digital profile, documentation, and a customized maintenance plan. They can upload the home inspection report, and Omnee will create quotes for the listed repairs. And it's all transferable to the buyer, who can now enter their new home armed with knowledge, support, and a one-stop home improvement solution at their fingertips. Although our product works for any homeowner, there's a reason why we're going to market through realtors. We're building our business through partnership where relationship and credibility are already established, rather than throwing money at digital ads and being a part of the noise. For several months, we've been developing a partnership with the fastest growing real estate brand in the world. eXp Realty has an aggressive growth plan to reach 500,000 agents in the next 5 years. Based on last year alone, if Omnee was used by even 10% of eXp's clients, it would have brought in roughly 180 million in gross sales. The unit economics point to a 10x return on our cost of user acquisition within the first year alone, compounding after that. We just returned from 4 days in Las Vegas at eXp's annual conference, and we now have over 500 agents signed up with us. One of eXp's top 3 agents has asked to invest as a part of our current round and wants to push us out to 8,000 realtors on their team. We're on our 3rd meeting with eXp's executive board about formalizing our partnership as their exclusive provider of home services in North America. The opportunity is absolutely enormous and will lead to explosive growth in both revenue and reach in the coming days. We've just launched a $1 million seed round with $400K of public funding already raised and $600K to be raised on convertible note. The funds will be used as a bridge to get to a much, much higher valuation next year. We'll be building out the teams that we need to meet the demand, the wave of demand that we've already started to build across the US and Canada. You may have heard the analogy before that people don't want a 1/4-inch drill bit. They want a 1/4-inch hole. So as much as we're proud of how far we've come and where we're going, and as much as we love our product, the truth is people don't want an app for home maintenance and improvement. They want more time in their day for creating moments that matter. They want to avoid stress and loss. This is why Omnee exists. And every move we're making is to deliver tangible value to each individual and family that we serve. Our focus will always be improving lives as we improve homes. We invite you to join us as we bring effortless home improvement to North America and beyond. Thank you.
Dave, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hey, Colton.
Perfect. I saw Dave actually at the last summit, and I have to say it's made some awesome progress with the company. Glad to see you back, Dave. I'm trying to do the whole like look at you, but look at the camera thing. And now I see how people are struggling with this. So it's made some awesome progress. Glad to have you back in the competition again. I know we only have time for one question, and Dave, you're the closer, the anchor of this pitch night. So my question to you, you've seen the pitches so far. This is a pitch competition. Why should Omnee be the #1 pick for the Saskatoon voters today?
That's a very good question, and it's one that I certainly did not prepare to answer. I would have to say we're a winning team. So, you know, sometimes you don't win the first time. And startup journey, like I've been an entrepreneur for 18 years. I've experienced very high highs. I've experienced very low lows. And I think that just us being back here again is an example of the fact that you just can't give up. And, you know, I can guarantee that any partner that gets into business with me and with my team that, they can bank on the fact that we're not going to give up.
Awesome. I love it, Dave. You did great on it. You did great. Well, thank you for the pitch.
Thank you.
Then turning it over to Jesse here.
Thanks, Colton, and thanks, Dave, for that awesome pitch. We're at the end of our top 5 pitches here. Zach, Tim, wrap us up. What's next?
Hey, did we just finish all the pitches? Did we just get through 15 pitches, Jesse?
15 pitches. What a night. So incredible. I know it's been quite the wild ride. A lot of time's gone by.
Like I said at the beginning, we're not done yet.
We're not done yet. Now the investors have an important decision to make. But you know what? Before that decision happens, Jesse, I want to give a shout out to a little company called We Grow Capital. Are you familiar with that company, Jesse?
Yeah, I think I might be familiar with that one. You know?
Is that your company, Jesse? Is that your company?
That is my company. That not just my company, my father and I's company. Actually, we're partners together in that one.
The Weeb family in Saskatchewan runs We Grow Capital. What do you guys do?
Well, we invest in local tech startups and ideally help them grow with services on the financial side, strategic growth opportunities, and sales and marketing.
Just so everyone knows, Jesse joined us about 6 months ago when we were doing our spring summit. He said, I love what this is. I want to do in Saskatchewan. And I was like, I don't know, Jesse, like we're moving a little fast here. What's going on? He's like, dude, I'm ready to go. Are you ready? And I was like, all right, I'm ready to go, Jesse. Let's do it. So thank you, Jesse. He sent me a proposal and said, this is what I'm going to do. He's doing it. Jesse, huge round of applause for bringing this thing to Saskatchewan. Huge round of applause.
To put it into context, my favorite part of this is that he showed up, he signed up during the summit, showed up to the top 20 pitch night, and 2 weeks later we had that conversation. Like, we have to do this in Saskatchewan. You guys are going to go back to in person. I'm going to be left out of this. I have to run one of these. This is great. We got to go. And it's awesome. Jesse, you've smashed it. So this is awesome. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you. And Saskatchewan is so great, and I'm so thankful for the warm community response that we've had here. You know, I'm looking out at a great room full of people here, and I'm so thankful that we get to do this tonight and invest in some great local Saskatchewan companies. I mean, some Alberta companies too.
Jade and Neil, what are your thoughts? We can see you in Calgary. You guys look like you had an incredible evening. What's going on down there? What's going through your mind right now?
No, we had a great night here. 3 female founded companies. I see Liz just walked in, a prior winner, Aerolytics. So we're getting ready to go do some due diligence. We're getting ready to do some mingling. There's some food left. Oh, and lots of whiskey.
Liz from Aerolytics is there. That's it. There's a bunch of money at the summit. Hey, Liz. Okay, listen, I just want to give one final shout out to our community sponsors. Can I read them in rapid succession, Tim? Is that okay?
So fast.
Ashish Bauji, John Pinson, Tim Lynn, the guy with 2 first names right here.
Zach Storms.
LH Jewelry Ventures. Who is that?
That's that guy.
Brendan Hance. He's here in the house tonight. Allo. Who's Allo?
Oh, it's Allo Financial. That's John. Hell.
From Toronto, one of our investors. Future Fields, one of our entrepreneurs pitching in. River City. G2B Optics. Westlink, our sponsor consultant. Also sponsoring us.
Fitting.
Red Ventures, Election Buddy. Just so you know, Dave Bondarchuk is here from Election Buddy. He's also an A100 member. Big round of applause. He's hosting our investors tonight in Edmonton. He's actually be leading us over to his office in just a few minutes.
Is that it?
Who am I missing?
River City Innovations here in Saskatchewan gave us some money.
River City Innovations in Saskatchewan. Thank you, Jess.
Woo! Give it up for Jeff Shirley.
I think we got everybody. Quote to me. Quote to me.
We forgot about Platform Calgary.
VMS, Special Impact VMS. Who else are we missing, guys?
Platform Calgary.
Platform Calgary, our local sponsor down in Calgary. Okay. We're already 35 minutes behind schedule. So we're going to move on to VC Pitch Night. Investors, you need to move to your deliberation room. We're going to come back in an hour with investments announced live on stage. Meanwhile, I have the great pleasure of introducing none other than the executive director of NACO Canada, the National Angel Capital Organization. He is here to host Venture Capital Pitch Night. Claudio, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Zach.
He's in Toronto. It's getting late. Let's give a big round of applause to Claudio for joining us tonight. We're going to start off with a couple of Edmonton pitches. Claudio, I'm going to hand it off to you to introduce yourself and your organization, and we'll be back in about an hour.
Awesome. Thank you, Zach. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to the Startup TNT team. I wish I was there in person in Edmonton. Phenomenal energy. Or in Calgary at the Platform Innovation Center with Terry Rock and his team. Or in Saskatchewan at Innovation Place with Matt from Collabs. Love the energy. And it's awesome to see that Regina is represented at the Path co-working space. I'm Claudio Rojas, CEO of the National Angel Capital Organization. For those of you that aren't familiar with NACO, NACO is Canada's national platform, mobilizing angel investment for Canada's entrepreneurs, all of you. Our 4,000 members have invested $1.12 billion into more than 1,500 Canadian companies, and we intend to do much, much better in the coming years, partnering with extraordinary organizations like Startup TNT and Collabs and many others that are represented here today. To find out more, for free resources, for our common docs, to get access to all the documents that you need to raise capital, visit builtbyangels.com. And we have a ton of resources on raising capital, breaking through regional silos. And our work is to help you access our national network to minimize the frictions of raising capital so that you can build the next world-class success story in Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Regina, and in all regions, provinces, and territories in Canada. Really honored to be here with all of you. And it's so great to see so many of tonight's speakers that are NACO members and partners. And I look forward to working with them and to hearing from them. So to get things moving, I'm going to move at a rapid pace. It's between me and the alcohol and the food. And so I'm going to move very quickly. Let's kick things off with Yasmin Al-Hussein from the Accelerator Fund.
All right, thank you so much. And yeah, the beers do not help. But hey, my name is Yasmin. I'm the investment analyst for Yaletown Partners. I work on Accelerate Funds 2 and 3. And as you heard earlier, our fund is now at $23 million. So that means we're investing in 25 to 30 different companies. What we look for is early stage B2B tech companies that are based here in Alberta. One unique thing about the Accelerate Fund is that we are an angel matching fund. What that means is every dollar that we put in has to be matched 1-to-1 with angels. Our typical first check size is around $250,000, but it can go up or down depending on the stage and life cycle of the company. And that angel matching is so important. That's why we love coming here to Startup TNT for the amazing angel syndicate that you guys have put together so that awesome companies like yourselves can come through our opportunity doors and we can hopefully make something great come together. If you want to learn more about Accelerate Fund, come see myself or our manager here, Arden, and hope to see you all soon. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Yasmin. And congratulations on that capital raise. Really phenomenal. Next up is Mark Benning from Sprout Fund. Mark?
Thanks, Claudio. Hi, I'm Mark Benning from Sprout.vc. We invest in innovative tech startups in the B2B and SaaS markets. We will invest between $200,000 and $300,000 in your seed round with money reserved for later follow-on funding. We'll lead your round or co-invest with other investors. My partners and I can provide substantial mentoring to our invested company founders. As former entrepreneurs ourselves, we're very founder-friendly. We can relate to what you're going through and help you grow your company effectively. Having spent over 20 years in Silicon Valley, I have an extensive investor network there, and my partners are well connected in the Canadian investment world as well. So Sprout actively helps our companies raise their follow-on funding rounds. We ourselves are currently raising our second fund and planning to do a $10 million close in early 2022. Our first fund is trending at nearly 3x return on invested capital in under 3 years, with many of our portfolio companies successfully raising follow-on financing rounds at considerable valuation lifts. If you're an investor or a startup founder, you can contact me at mark@sprout.vc or connect with me on LinkedIn. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. And please say hi to Christina Melke at Sprout VC, who was on our board for a number of years.
Absolutely, I will do so.
Our next speaker actually represents a long-standing NACO partner. For those of you who aren't familiar with the RBC NACO Angel Investee Program, I encourage you to visit builtbyangels.com. Through this program, you can access specialized access to capital from RBC without a personal guarantee if you have received angel investment from a recognized NACO member. Welcome, Chase Christensen from RBCx. It's great to have you here.
Thanks, Claudio. Yeah, so my name's Chase Christensen representing RBCx. I'm a VP Relationship Management, and RBCx was established earlier this year as as RBC really being the better partner to support clients. And so we're doing that in a couple of different ways that are first for RBC, and that's in launching a couple of new lending products that I want to chat about today. The primary one is going to be venture debt, which, very on topic for tonight, can augment a capital raise with a debt solution with the intention that it can extend runway and preserve founder equity and as well achieve higher valuations in the long run. So that's a fantastic product that can really be leveraged to add 1 to 2 quarters of runway. As well as we love to leverage a new product that we launched this year, which was revamping our shred lending products. So really lending against that ITC solution to really untap that capital that's been tied up when investing in R&D in your business that's typically tied up for about 16 months. We can help untap or tap into that early with about 50% leverage on that. So RBCx has a full breadth of solutions that's really designed to help companies scale, and that's the sole focus of the nearly 100-person team coast to coast. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Chase, and led by Sid Paquette from the venture capital community, who I've known for a number of years. So really extraordinary what you're doing at RBCx, and we are privileged to have you as a partner, and thanks for supporting this event. Next up, we have Brian Slauko from MedEquity Equities. Brian?
You want to skip past our friend Brian? I do have Crystal, but if you want to introduce her, or maybe I just did.
Maybe you just did. Okay, I will pass it over to Crystal Phillips from Thin Air Labs.
Thank you. Great to be here. Like mentioned, I'm Crystal from Thin Air Labs, and we are not just a venture capital studio, we call ourselves an ecosystem studio. This is because simply put, we are a studio built by founders. I mean, there's a lot of founders ourselves, and that's a really relatable area for us. So we truly understand, first of all, what it takes to be a founder, someone resilient, someone to be able to build something from the ground up, which is why we focus on that early stage. We also understand that it takes more than capital. It takes an ability to work with the founder, look at all of the potential gaps or areas where they need some support amongst their often small team. And then they also need support with the network. So connecting them into our community and growing their network from 20 plus to connecting them to our network, which is founders and experienced entrepreneurs and business experts with 10, 20 plus years of networking and business experience. So more than a venture capital studio, we are doing a raise right now. So for anyone who's interested in investing in our fund, please talk to me. I am your girl, and I look forward to meeting you. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Crystal. Next up is Jonathan Lipoth from Broadstreet Bulls. Jonathan?
Hi, Claudio. Thank you so much. Great to see you and everyone else here today. So I've prepared the pitch deck and going to talk through real quick Broadstreet Bulls. So we are an early stage investment fund based in Regina, Saskatchewan. We have a very small nimble team. It's myself there on the right side, and then Jason Drummond and Trevor Phoenix. Jason is a serial entrepreneur and a prolific investor here in the prairies. And Trevor has experience as an engineer and has experience and exit in software himself. So the team themselves, we've invested in nearly 20 companies by now, mostly focused on the prairies with some reach outside. We are opportunistic all across North America. So our story, we started with as an investment club with just 13 entrepreneurs and business leaders from Regina, and we now operate a venture capital fund on the prairies. Where we are today is we now operate 2 funds with over 3 million assets under management. We work with over 3 dozen investors across Western Canada, and we've invested nearly 2 million into those 18 innovative companies. Our fund thesis is we focus on pre-seed and seed, we're sector agnostic, and we have a focus on the prairies with a bias to Saskatchewan. Yet again, we're opportunistic across North America. We invest in the founder and or founding team, and we're always looking for the next thing that can scale beyond the prairies. As I mentioned before, we're just a small, nimble, fast-moving team, and between the 3 of us, we can make investment decisions very fast. We provide advisory on governance and subsequent financing rounds, and that's where we like to provide value beyond the check that we actually write. Our check size is around $50,000, so we do play in those angel rounds, but as I mentioned, we do like to help companies get to that next stage where they're raising much more capital. And then, of course, amongst our over 3 dozen angel investors that we work with, we do shoulder tap them and amongst our networks that we can ask them for specific help on industry expertise or to get through their contacts. So that's Broadstreet Bulls. I would love for you to connect with me. You can scan that link there, and that's my LinkedIn profile. It's been great to see all the pitches tonight, and thank you to the organizers for Startup TNT and for all the other VCs pitching here.
Great. Thank you, Jonathan. Now I'll pass it over to Evan Rode at Conexus, doing really phenomenal work in the ag tech sector. Evan, I'm thinking about the news this past summer around Conexus Credit Union and the new ag tech accelerator and incubator, but I'll hand it over to you and let you run with it.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Evan Rode, and I'm an associate with Conexus Venture Capital. So Conexus Venture Capital is a VC firm here in Saskatchewan with 2 firms with 2 funds under management. And so the first fund of which is CVC Fund 1, which is a vintage 2019 fund that we manage. So it's $32 million under the first fund, and it's focused on technology startup companies here in Saskatchewan. And so we've invested so far in about 13 companies here in Saskatchewan, 2 in Winnipeg, 1 in Edmonton, 1 in Vancouver. And we write check size from $300,000 up to $3 million. And in the pre-seed to Series A stage. And so the thesis with really the fund and why it started was that the VC space here in Saskatchewan was certainly lacking, and there was we saw a lot of opportunity here and lots of companies that we could kind of bridge the gap between the angel investing and financing up into the bigger, I guess, VC funds in like Toronto and Montreal and Vancouver. So that's the first fund. So the second fund that we're managing now, so just like 2 years later now, it's called Immigrate, and so it's an agriculture technology fund that was launched just in August, actually. And so we had our initial close at $45 million, and we're going to have our final close at $60 million here in December. And so that fund, is agriculture technology focused, and it really has started from the ground up. And our investor base is all a bunch of farmers and credit unions here in Saskatchewan, lenders, insurance providers, and then there's also other strategic partners that have invested in our fund. And so we'll invest like $500,000 up to $4.5 million on our first check all across Canada. And really, the thesis behind this fund is very similar to the first fund in that we saw an underserved market within the VC space in funding for agriculture technology companies here in Canada. And we thought that, I mean, in Saskatchewan here, we have so much agriculture land and such a big economy for agriculture. There's no better place to have a VC fund located here in Saskatchewan than in Toronto. So that's really what we are. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Evan. And we'll have to catch up offline. I think there's a huge opportunity, a national opportunity in ag tech, and we see that as well. So really great work at Conexus VC. Our next VC pitch comes from Wanda Hunchak from Westcap Management.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Friends and family here. Golden Opportunities Fund is our fund that invests in early stage companies here in the province of Saskatchewan. We've been around for 23 years. We've invested in over 150 companies in Saskatchewan and put more than $1 billion into this market. We have been first money in, scaled, and exited some of Saskatchewan's biggest innovation success stories with billions in valuation upon exit. We dedicate some money towards the pre-Series A space, even though our focus really is post-Series A. And in the pre-Series A space, we invest up to $250,000 in the first tranche, and we'll set aside an equal dollar amount for follow-on investments. I'm going to be your best friend in early stage because I'm going to let Evan and Jonathan at the Bulls ask you the hard questions. My mandate is to leverage their investment capital at these early stages and just invest alongside them. And what I'm really looking for are kick-ass founders solving important problems. And my money can be really, really valuable to you if your problem that you're solving aligns with some of the other companies that we're invested in, because I'm going to bring my network, I'm going to bring my investment partners, I'm going to bring my industry partners to help you scale your company. So if this sounds like something that you're interested in, give us a call at Golden Opportunities Fund, because we love investing in Saskatchewan. Thanks, you guys.
Awesome. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to Brent Matterson from Good News Ventures, based in Toronto.
Thanks, Claudio. So a little bit about Good News Ventures. We are an industry agnostic pre-seed and seed fund, like you said, based in Toronto. We focus on high growth tech companies. Our check size is anywhere from 100 up to 500K, and actually we invest both from our fund and from our AngelList syndicate. So the fund was started by Murat and Mohan, and they are engineers, turned entrepreneurs, exited a couple companies, entered angels, and then turned GPs of Good News Ventures. And the main thing to emphasize about us is the fact that we're helpers. So we really try to leverage, our LPs to help our portfolio companies as much as possible, partner with each other to help solve specific problems that they're facing, and then try to support as much as we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent. It's awesome to see all of these early stage funds here represented tonight. I do know Mohan and Marat, and so please say hello. I know that this week our friends at the CVCA, the Canadian Venture Capital Association, reported another record quarter of venture capital investment. But when you contrast that with what's happening at the earlier stage, we see some concerning numbers. And of course, as you know, it's the angel capital pipeline and the amazing work that Startup TNT and many organizations around the country do. That's what feeds the venture capital pipeline that allows for these record quarters that we're seeing. So I know that there's so much work that angels, angel funds, and others, including my colleagues in the venture capital community, can be doing to ensure that entrepreneurs like the amazing ones that we've heard from today and that I know are represented in the various rooms, to make sure that they can gain access to capital and that they don't have to become professional fundraisers. They can just build kick-ass companies and the capital comes to them. And so look forward to working with you and with everyone that's presented so far on this. So really awesome. Great. Thanks, Brent. And now let's welcome Aubrey Pagano from Alpaca VC. Aubrey, over to you.
Hi there. Thanks for having me, and greetings from New York. It's late here, but was excited to say hello to everyone. Alpaca VC, if you've not heard of it, is an early stage VC. We were founded in 2013 in New York, and we call ourselves Alpaca because we say we're there through the ups and downs of the startup journey with all of our portfolio companies. And so we're alpacas with our herd. We're all former founders and CEOs. So myself and my two other partners were all former operators. And so we have that in our DNA, and we love to keep our fund portfolio pretty tight so that we can take a very concentrated view of those founders and roll up our sleeves and really work tightly with them. So we only invest in about 30 companies per fund. We like to lead and co-lead early stage deals, which for us means mostly seed, but we'll also do pre-seed. We write checks anywhere from 500K to 1.5 million, though these days checks are creeping up in size more and more for seed. And then we'll follow on as well. As far as where we invest, we say that we invest in companies that are using technology to reshape the real world. It's a pretty broad mandate, but what that really focuses on is companies that are the people, processes, and places that are powering modern commerce. So specifically for that, because of our backgrounds in the companies we built, we focus a lot on consumer internet, marketplaces, B2B marketplaces, prop tech, fintech, and a little bit of digital health. And last thing I'll say is that we're super thematic investors. So each of us conducts deep dive research into areas where we think the puck is moving in the world. And you can find those on our Twitter, on our blog, and it's a really great way to keep on top of what we're really interested in and seeking out. So last thing, we're in New York, but we love Canadian companies. We have 2 portfolio companies so far that are in Canada, and we hope to have many more. So definitely don't be shy to reach out. You can find us on LinkedIn, Twitter, DMs open. Very excited to be at this event. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Aubrey. And it's great to have New York represented alongside Toronto, Saskatoon, Regina, Edmonton, Calgary. And now we're going to take it over to Vancouver, where we will hear from Peter Hung at Rhino VC.
Hey everyone, this is Peter from Rhino Ventures. Apologies for not being able to make it there tonight in person. I'm currently on a flight, so I'm sending this pre-recorded video. Zach, hopefully you'll make me sound good on the screen. So Rhino Ventures is an early stage fund based in Vancouver, and we invest in early stage SaaS businesses across Canada. The origin story for Rhino is that the partners were previously founders and hated working with VCs and started Rhino on the premise that they wanted to be the investors that they wish they had back when they were founders. So we recently raised our 3rd fund. Straight down the fairway for us is investing in seed to Series A businesses with first checks between 3 to 5 million. We also have the flexibility of going up or down. So we could also write pre-seed checks around 500,000 or go up beyond 5 million. One of the notable businesses in our portfolio is Thinkific, which became a unicorn earlier this year. This highlights more of our philosophy. We're their sole institutional investor, and we wrote all of their VC checks, wrote a $22 million growth financing check, and then wrote a lead IPO order of $25 million. So what this highlights is that we're not afraid to double down or triple down or even quadruple down on founders. The fund is built around this idea of making high conviction and highly concentrated bets, which gives us the headroom to provide as much or as little support as founders need post-investment. So that's Rhino in a nutshell. If any of this resonates with any of the founders in the crowd tonight, please feel free to reach out to me. My email is peter@rhinovc.com, and it'll be awesome to chat. Enjoy the night, everyone.
Thanks, Peter. Now we have Jessica Wang from INP Capital. We're moving very, very quickly. We're almost at a close. I'll turn it over to you, Jessica.
Thanks, Claudio. Hi, everyone. I'm from INP Capital. INP Capital is a boutique investment firm headquartered in Vancouver with offices in Canada, Australia, and China. We currently manage 5 technology-focused funds at various stages. We focus on we focus on investing in and growing with actually like Alpaca said, entrepreneurs and technologies that will shape tomorrow. We seek to basically invest in evolution, and we want to emerge with greatness. And we do that through our strength is really to turn our global perspective and combine that with local insights. Our investment strategies is 3-pronged. So first we do a top-down analysis, basically cross-region industry examination to identify disruptive technologies and trends. And then we do a bottom-up entrenching ourselves into local innovation ecosystems to proactively seek promising future stars. And then lastly, we are active investors. We grow together, help portfolio companies align global capital, industry, and talent resources, and truly we want to become the enabler on their path to success. We are industry agnostic, although we do have a focus on tech-centric innovation. Currently, our core themes are AI and fintech, biotech, digitization in healthcare and supply chain, ed tech, and a bit of clean tech. So we invest through the full life cycle as unicorns. emerge, targeting, well, we have two targets really, the early stage, usually from C to Series A, where our typical ticket size is between 100K to 500K, with a follow-on investments in future rounds. And then on the late stage side, it usually is for company with either from our own portfolio companies or companies with clear IPO timetable or exit strategies. We typically invest north of $1 million. So if you're a founder, and geographically, we invest in North America, Australia, Southeast Asia, and Greater China. So if you're a founder with a clear vision and unrelenting drive to be the leader of your industry, we'd like to talk to you. You can feel free to either find me on LinkedIn, Jessica Wang, or send your deck to deck@imp-capital.com. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. And I think we are almost at a wrap on our investor pitches for tonight. We, in fact, are. Before I hand it back to the Startup TNT team, I wanted to do a shameless plug and let you know that nominations are now open for our annual Angel of the Year Award. This is a very big deal. It was the award recipient last year was Mark Dobbin, who was one of the early checks into Verifin, a $2.75 billion success story. So we hope to see some great nominations coming from the West. If an angel has supported your company, if you want an angel to support your company, nominate them by visiting builtbyangels.com. And you can nominate the investors that support Startup TNT and that support all of you in this room. So save the date for our announcement on December 8th. If I haven't said it already, visit builtbyangels.com, and I'm going to send it over to you, Jocelyn, and the Startup TNT team.
They're actually listening to me still. Are you having a great night? Throw it in the chat. No one can hear me. Oh, no, Brandon was tricking me. I think he was tricking me. So I hope everyone is having a great night. I am so excited to be introducing our entertainment for this evening. Well, we've got a little bit of a break before the investor deliberation announcements come back. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome up Danica McCann with Teacup DJ, who is incredible. Look at her setup. Hi, Danica. There we go. I am turning it over to her. Thank you for being here, and we'll be back with you all soon.
What's up, everybody? We're back.
We're back.
What's up, Calgary?
I've got speaking notes there that I'm not going to read. Guys, are we ready to hear where the investments are going?
Yes.
We got some champagne up here. Jesse, you ready in Saskatoon?
Yes, totally.
Jade and Neil, you guys ready in Calgary? You guys look the most official.
Yeah, we are just rounding people up. They're starting to come back. Back the house here.
Yeah, round them up, get them back. We got the biggest crowd we've seen all night here in Edmonton. This is amazing. I'm sorry we're delayed, but you know we're delayed for good reasons because the investors are excited. And I just want to maybe preface everything we say with money is but one thing entrepreneurs need. Is that right, Tim?
It's very true.
What else do they need?
And mentorship.
Mentorship.
They need customers.
They need support, partnerships. Remember that, like, not raising money tonight, you should not look at that as a setback. You know, there's companies that come to TNT and then they come back months or years later and you're still welcome here. So I just want to remember all of us to think about that as a community. Not everyone's going to raise money tonight, but money's not the be all end all. This is all about supporting our communities. So just remember that mindset going into this before we make the announcements. So I'm really excited. Before we make the announcements, we have a really special guest. Yeah, she's not here yet. But I am actually extremely excited to introduce for the very first time live on a TNT stage a politician giving official greetings.
Here we are.
Here we are. For the very first time in our lives as a community, we have an official politician ready to come up and speak on behalf of the city of Edmonton to give official greetings. And you know what? You might know her as a local community builder. You might know her as a 4-time investor in Startup TNT summits, including this summit. You might know her as the city councilor for Ward Carrillo. You might know her, if you're Zach Storms, as your beautiful wife, Karen fucking Tang. Councilor Tang, are you ready to come up and give some official greetings? That was all approved by the official comms team at the city of Edmonton.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Can I take this? Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. I hope you're really, really excited. I am. I actually I got a glimpse of what's going to happen. And I'm very, very excited, and not only for Edmonton, but also for Calgary, for the Prairies, for Saskatchewan. So my name is Karen Tang, and I am a 4-time Investment Summit investor. I am a first-time Edmonton City Councilor for Ward Carrillo, which I have to say, I am so grateful for the support of this community, and your support has meant the world to me this election. And I'm also an original champion of Startup TNT. And by original, I mean, I was here when the turnout could be 3-4 people, not like this. I was here when we had the first Kids TNT, before Polar Park was even open for business. I was here when I met Shelby, who told me, hey, guess what? I'm going to be launching a company next week. It's called Fly and Fetch. And she pitched tonight. And I'm so proud of the progress you made in the last couple of years. And so, yeah. And so one of the things I love about this community, and it truly is a community, is that everyone benefits from it. I think you all know that sitting here. And so we are about to announce the winners of Investment Summit number 4. And guaranteed, we're going to want to raise a glass or two to them. And I'm also not being corny or trite when I say that all of the teams and investors that participate in the summit benefit. All 15 companies that pitched today have been part of an 8-week due diligence process where they've been pressed to answer hard questions about their businesses, hone their pitches, and invest in what are proven to become long-term relationships after the summit. And trust me, I've been there. It's a shit ton of work, and it's worth it. It's worth every single minute. And so new investors, like I was a few years ago, have learned how to best evaluate and support our entrepreneurs. And our cities benefit from economic investment, entrepreneur-led problem solving, and the grassroots collaboration that it takes to create startup and scale-up friendly environments. And many of you know that Zach, your host, is also my husband. And he's been known to say that our family is unabashedly pro-Edmonton. But I think we can also extend that to say we're unabashedly pro-prairies. And so each city participating has everything it needs among the greatest cities in the world if we're bold, if we lift each other up, if we set aside our titles and pretenses to see each other for who we are and what we can offer week after week after week, every Thursday. And that is what Startup TNT is all about. And I think we can all agree that it's working. So to the entrepreneurs who journey with us these past 8 weeks, whether or not you walk out of here tonight with direct money, or you walk out here with some supporters, some mentors, people who understand what you're going through, because I get it, it's a lonely place, and hopefully some great friends. And so to everyone here as an investor, consider, or if you're considering being an investor, or to cheer on one or more of these bold entrepreneurs, your support builds confidence, dreams, and cities. So get involved, stay involved, and we'll all enjoy many, many rewards. And titles aside, I hope you'll join me in a drink as your friend, Karen. So now on to our winners.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Would you like to help us do the honors, Councillor Chang? What are we doing?
Oh, we got to check it.
I don't have the best handwriting, so I wanted to make sure she could read it. Councillor Chang, who is the winner of Startup TNT Investment Summit number 4 in Edmonton?
So in Edmonton, our winner is PulseMedica.
Come up on stage, PulseMedica team, or at least near. Come up on stage. And we're going to go straight to our other winners because this is a multi-city event. Calgary, Neil and Jade, what do we got going on in Calgary? Who's our winner?
Well, thanks for the transfer over here. And we also want to, as we all listen to Karen, we just want to thank that all the Calgary people that were the investors, the top 5, the top 20, even the top 38 that applied for this summit. Thank you so much. We wouldn't be here without you. Obviously, Jocelyn up there, she set all this up. Platform Calgary, Andrew, our sound guy, making sure everything is great. And of course, the investors. It's not possible without you and everything. And obviously, the last but not least is Neil, Dave, and Trevor, and myself, the other ambassadors. Thanks everybody for making this possible. So I will pass it over to Neil for the announcement.
All right, and I really debated stretching this out a little bit, but I'm not going to. So we'd like to announce WaitWell as the winners for the Calgary TNT Investment Summit. Congratulations. Come on down for some champagne.
And I guess that means it's off to you in Saskatchewan, Jesse.
Yes, it is. And it was a really tough decision here in Saskatchewan. And to your point, Jade, I wanted to just give a quick couple of thank yous to some folks in the room. Thank you, Ariel, here all night. She's been helping us out with the tech team. We got one of our ambassadors, Kenzie, here tonight. She's been a great help. And thank you to all the investors and to all the sponsors tonight. It's so great. And thanks to all the tech team over in Edmonton and Calgary who's been helping making this all work. And without further ado, our winner for the Saskatchewan Summit is StoreToDoor. Scott, I know you're on the call. I don't know if they've got you spotlighted, ready to go down there in Regina, but it'd be great if the tech team could make that happen and we can get a quick. I know he's on the call. There we are. Oh, there's Scott. Thank you so much. But we got more to announce. Don't go anywhere. There are more deals coming in Saskatchewan. As I said, Saskatchewan was a really tough decision. And our investors are ready to make some side deals. So to talk more about those side deals, Zach.
Are there side deals happening? So many side deals. There's definitely some side deals. Jim promised side deals. I actually want to, can I ask Councillor Tang, are there side deals happening?
There's some side deals.
Councillor Tang says there's side deals happening and she's one of our investors. Do we have the list? You wrote it down. I wrote it down. Where did I put it? It's not on a slide. It's on my handwritten piece of paper here. Guys, I can read this. I wrote it. We have over $1 million in investment commitments. Round of applause. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
There's a lot of money coming inside.
We come here to spend a little bit of money. We come here to spend $1 million. That's what we come here to spend. Here are the deals that the investors want to do, okay? These are pending. They're not finalized, so I'll put that little disclaimer on there. But these are the deals the investors want to do. Dryrun, Fly and Fetch, Immigrate, Omnee, Rallie. Let's hear it.
Omnee. Also getting a side deal. Come on up. Come up here. Come on, you two. Let's go.
If you're in your local area, come up on stage. Let's have some champagne. Let's do this.
And Nanogram. You didn't forget about Nanogram too, right? In Saskatchewan?
Shelby from Fly and Fetch, we'd love to have you up here. Blaine from Dryrun is calling in virtually, so I'll have to give him a cheers.
Super close, guys, honestly.
Near is going to pop some champagne for us here in Edmonton. Yeah, just do it.
But you're still getting money.
Point it right at. Just don't point at someone's eye. It's your first time ever popping champagne. Woo! Woo!
I'm gonna take the bottle. It's all yours.
Just for the Calgary people, so far our total is over 1.1 million in invested, and that total will probably go up as over the next 2 to 3 weeks as we make more side deals and close up other variables that we want to make sure. So it's been a very, very good, and there will be more side deals. We just want to hit a threshold of a certain number before we announce the other ones. So there probably will be more.
There will be. But
who wants some champagne?
Yeah. Okay, you know what? We have a couple of our entrepreneurs would like to say a couple of words. Can we do that? I don't think I put this in our script because I didn't plan properly. Thank you. Thank you. Near from PulseMedica, what would you like to say?
So first of all, thanks so much for the Startup TNT team, the due diligence team. I wanted to say, coming here today, I felt like the program was so amazing and the due diligence was so deep and the questions were so awesome. I came here today thinking whoever wins really, really deserves it, and which is the best feeling in the world. So you guys have done an awesome, awesome work, and I really appreciate that. That was amazing. The other thing I want to say quickly is, first of all, massive thank you to my family who's at home and watching, but the team.
The team is here. The team is here.
They have been putting a ton of work, a ton of time. I'm super proud of you guys and love you, and just thanks. Big, big, big thanks to everyone. Really appreciate it.
Woo! Shelby from Flying Fetch, would you like to say anything?
Sure.
Just as a preface, I met Shelby at Startup TNT week like 7. Just so everybody knows. Shelby, go ahead.
Sure. I think it's amazing to be in Startup TNT like more than 2 years ago. And then now we're here. Amazing. And also, this is great that we're getting this ideal, but we also found our CTO in Startup TNT. So it's not just the funding, it's also a lot of other things. So it's an amazing place to be. Thank you.
I don't make the decision.
Maybe I'll go with Calgary. You guys want to say anything? Entrepreneurs in Calgary? Jade, Neil?
Yeah, we're already celebrating. We're good.
Okay, okay.
We're drinking.
They're happy. They're like, can we get over this whole formal thing and get to the party? Jesse, what about you?
Yeah, I feel like we're right there with Calgary on that one. Time to party.
Okay, listen, I know we're a little over time, so I just want to give a final thanks to everybody. You know, we've got an amazing amount of sponsors. I really want to say one thing on a very personal note. What's happening here tonight? $1 million announced, something like 9 deals announced. All of you here with me here in Edmonton, all of you in Calgary and Saskatchewan, this is personally a dream come true. I'm just going to say that out loud. This is Zach Storm's dream come true. This is how I want to spend my life. You're all making my dream come true right now by being here. So just a thank you all for making this happen. I'm not kidding. This is a dream come true. And, so anyways, a lot of people we've met at TNT that work at TNT, we also met at TNT. It's a circular argument. But Tim, the co-founder, we met at the happy hour week 6. Yeah. Hey, yo. Dom Beaupre, our most recent hire. He helped us run the very first summit. Thank you, Dom. Brandon Kwong, our operations lead. We met at the last summit we did a year ago. Now he's working full-time at TNT. Thank you, Brandon. Jocelyn Davison, our event planner, drove all the way down to Calgary today to plan down in Calgary. Huge round of applause for Jocelyn. And don't forget, Jesse, Neil, and Jade, all people I met. They love what we do in TNT. They're bringing it to their communities. They're making it happen. Thank you, everybody. Let's keep it going. You're already doing it, so maybe like we're all done here, but I just want to make sure we recognize you officially.
And of course, Zach, like, thank you for starting this. This doesn't happen without your passion, your energy, this whole vibe that you created. This is fantastic. You win awards. You win like every award you can find this week. So congratulations. You're an awesome dude.
Who wants to go downstairs?
Right, is that it?
Okay, I think that's it. I think that's the awkward ending to the event. We're going to hand it back to our DJ. She's going to keep going. DJ's ready to roll. We're going to stay here all night. Let's keep it going, people. This has been a lot of fun.